The Preaching of Islam, A History of the Propagation of the Muslim Faith by Arnold. Yo, listen up. It's Arnold, and I'm about to give you the lowdown on Islam, fam. So, like, this book is all about the spreading of the Muslim faith and its history, right? And Arnold is the author, professor of Arabic at University of London, so take it from him. So, in 1913, Arnold wrote this first edition for his dude, Theodore Morrison. And now he's got a sec edit dedicated to Morrison, 'cause they've been ride or dies for ages. Bruh. Anyway, Arnold is low-key nervous about publishing this book, 'cause it's like super vast and stuff. But he's hyped to share his thoughts on the subject, even though he knows he ain't no expert. And he's got some major haters who ain't gonna love it. So Arnold gives a shout-out to Augustine for helping him out with some wisdom. Whoever reads these words says they understand what's being said. But I'm not saying that's true, bruh. I'm just trying to make my own way and see what you think. Arnold ain't no authority on history, fam. He's more like a student of the game. And 'cause some events have gotten super complicated, he gave all the deets on his research, so you can fact check him yourself. He also spares you from getting lost in some weird references by giving you way too much info, his words. But for scholars who want to make sure they ain't spreading no misinformation, this is like a major help. Gee, Arnold has got his own way of transliterating Arabic words, inspired by the 10th International Congress of Orientalists. And he tried to stick to it even when it didn't feel right for some names like Mecca, Medina. So Arnold's book is like a history of missionary efforts, not just about the good vibes of spreading the faith. But he stayed true to himself and gave you the tea on how it all went down. No cap. Yes, Arnold, I got you. First off, I want to give a major shout-out to Her Excellency Princess Barberini, His Excellency Prince Chiji, Dr. Paul Goethals, Archbishop of Calcutta, Fra, Francis Pesce, Bishop of Allahabad, Reves, Alnut and the whole team from Doha. Williams's library for letting me low-key use their libraries without them getting all hella mad. I got a major debt to pay to James Kennedy Aisku, who's always been down with my book and hasn't stopped showing me love, even though it's almost like that one Horatian precept, you feel. His sick scholarship and reading skills gave me so much info that I wouldn't have known otherwise. And his enthusiasm for learning is straight fire. He's always been a good vibe to be around. I'm also hella grateful to Conte Hugo Balzani for their help. But if they didn't assist me out, some parts of my work would have been whack as hell. Lastly, I gotta give props to the late Professor Robertson Smith, who helped me figure out how to study the history of the North African Church and Christians under Muslim rule. It's a major shame he's gone, but his knowledge is still lit, and I'm forever grateful for his help. I got love for Sir Syed Ahmad Khan Bahadur, KCSI, Leldi, who shared his expertise with me, Shamsu Ulam Lam Molo Muhammad Shibul Nanu, my learned homie and colleague, for their sick knowledge of early Muhammadan history, and Mullah Bahadur Alo, my former pupil, who's always been a go-to for questions. But, like, the most important person in my life is my wife. Without her, this work would. We've never gotten off the ground. Her sympathy and approval are like the best rewards ever. Aligarh, 1896. Preface to the second edition. I know the first edition of this book has been out for a hot minute, but people keep asking for copies. So I made a new one and tried to revise it based on all the new materials that came out in the last 16 years. However, I'm still not, like, totally up to date with all the literature out there. There's way too much of it, fam. Yas. Arnold is hella low, key into this Islamic history vibe, right? Like, he's got a bunch of publications from 1906 to 1913 that are all about missionary activity and Christian missions in Muslim lands. He's also talking about the importance of Muslims being missionaries, like they're supposed to spread the word and convert people. But no violence or force allowed, you feel. This work is like a history of missions, not persecution, so it's all about the good vibes. And RLD's got a lot of respect for Muhammad, the Og Muslim missionary. And he's trying to show how Muhammad was all about spreading Islam and converting people. He's also talking about how Islam is like universal, man. It's for everyone, not just the Arabs. Anyway, RLDL got a lot of love for the Arab conquests, expansion of Islam, and he's trying to highlight the differences between Islamic ideals and pre-Islamic Arabia. He's all about the history. Yes, let's get into it. So, like Arnold, right? The Arab squad, after Muhammad passed away, was all about conversion. They were all about tolerating Christians who still wanted to keep their faith. But like the Christian Bedouins got converted too, and they had some major reasons why. First off, Heraclius tried to bring peace between the Christian sects, but it didn't go down well. The Arab squad took over Syria and Palestine, and they were all about coexisting with Christians. They even made an ordinance that said Christians had to pay a jizya tax instead of doing military service. It was like, hey, we got your back and you got to show us some love. So Christians under Muslim rule were low-key thriving. They got high positions, built new churches, and the Nestorian church was on fire. But like, why would they convert to Islam? Well, it was all about the Byzantine ecclesiasticism vibes being so extra. Plus, rationalistic thought was popping, and the Arabs had a sick culture that drew people in. Now, let's talk about the Christians who got converted. Some were forced into it, while others joined up because they didn't like the Byzantines. It was all about finding a new squad to be part of. In Egypt, the Copts were hella grateful for the Arab conquest. They saw them as their saviors from Byzantine rule. Like corruption and neglect in the clergy led some to convert to Islam. Nubia was another spot where Christianity was slowly fading away. The Arabs had some influence, but it wasn't enough to save the faith. In Abyssinia, things got more complicated because of the Crusaders. They were trying to spread their own message, but it didn't quite work out. In northern Africa, Christians were like, hey, we're here too. But honestly, they weren't as prominent as other faiths. It was all about coexisting and being tolerated. Eventually, Christianity just kinda disappeared. Spain had a different story. The Jews and slaves were in a pretty rough spot before the Muslim conquest. Some early converts to Islam were like, hey, I'm good. But others weren't. Corruption in the clergy led some Christians to join up with the Arabs. It was all about finding a new vibe, you feel. In Europe, under the Turks, things got more complicated. The Greeks were all about tolerating their Christian subjects, but it wasn't always easy. There were proselytizing efforts made by the Turks, and some Christians were all about converting to Islam. But, not everyone was down. Islam in Albania was hella cool because the people were independent and didn't want to be controlled. Gradually, Christianity started to fade away. In Serbia, the alliance with the Turks led to conversions mainly among the nobles. Montenegro was another spot where Christian converts joined up with the Arabs. In Bosnia, the Bogomiles had some major similarities with Muslim creed. It was all about finding a new faith that made sense. Crete was like the last holdout of Christianity. But honestly, it didn't take long for the Turks to convert everyone to Islam. They conquered the island and started spreading their message. So like Arnold is trying to learn about the spread of Islam, okay? So like when the Arabs came to Persia, Islam was low-key welcomed by a lot of peeps. They were all, hey, we got this too, and stuff. There's some similarities between the old faiths and Islam, but also some diff, like tolerance and conversions. Some isn't their lions are into it, and they've got this missionary system that's pretty fire. Islam is popping in Central Asia and Afghanistan, no cap. The Mongols were all about Buddhism, Christianity, and Islam, and it was hard to choose which one to go with. Some of them had their own thing called shamanism, but then they started embracing Islam, Buddhism, and Christianity too. There's some obstacles that stood in the way of Islam, like some Mongol rulers being hella mean to Muslims. Early converts were all about it, like Baraka Khantan, who was the first Mongol prince to convert. Then there's the Laratens, Chakhakti Mongols, and Golden Horde. They're all low-key into Islam too. Islam is popping in India, fam. There's a lot of Muslims living here, and some peeps are trying to spread the word. The Rajputs and others were getting converted, and Muslim missionaries in India were doing their thing. Some peeps in South India were forced to convert, but it wasn't all bad. There's one dude, Aidar Al, who was trying to spread Islam, and he had some success. The Mapilas are another group that's into Islam, and they're doing their own thing in the Maldive Islands. Islam is popping in other parts of India too, like Bengal and the Deccan region. Muslim missionaries are out here grinding, spreading the word and converting peeps to Islam. There's this one guy, Muhammadan, who's trying to spread Islam in Kashmir and Tibet, but it's not easy, fam. Islam is also popping in China, Africa, and the Malay archipelago. The Arabs were coming for them, converting peeps to Islam left and right. There's some early notices of Islam in China, and then it just took off. Muslims under the Tang dynasty are all about spreading their religion. Islam is also big in Africa, fam. The Arabs were coming for them, converting peeps to Islam left and right. There's this one dude, Ab al-Abi, Yasin, who was trying to spread Islam in northern Africa. Yeah, so like Arnold knows about the Papuans, right? So Muslim missionaries, traders, to Jaktas 363 chapter Xie. Conclusion. Like absence of org in Islam, individual zeal, fam, who are the Muslim missionaries, causing their success, simplicity of Muslim creedism and ritualism of Islam. Islam ain't spread by sword, bruh. Tolerance of Mohammedan govs. Circumstances that contributed to progressive Islam in ancient and modern times 408 Appendix I. Letter of Al-Choshim inviting all kin to vibe with Islam 428 Appendix A. Controversial lit between Muslims and followers of other faiths G436 Appendix I. Muslim Missionary Societies 438 titles of works cited by abbreviated references. Horhosm 40 The Preaching of Islam Chapter I. Intro. Ever since Prof. Max Memulila delivered his lecture in Westminster Abbey on a day of intercession for missions in December 1873, it's been a lit commonplace that day 6 great religions of day world may be divided into missionary and non-missionary under their latter head for Judaism, Brahmanism and Zoroastrianism, and under their former Buddhism, Christianity and Islam, and he defined what the term missionary religion should mean, viz. one in which the spreading of the truth and the conversion of unbelievers are raised to the rank of a sacred duty by the founder or his immediate successors. It's the spirit of truth in the hearts of believers. That cannot rest unless it manifests itself in thought, word, and deed, which is not satisfied till it has carried its message to every human soul, till what it believes to be the truth is accepted as the truth by all members of the human family. 6, it's such a zeal for the truth of their religion that has inspired the Mohammedans to carry with them the message of Islam to the people of every land into which they penetrate, and that justly claims for their religion a place among those we term missionary. It's the history of the birth of this missionary zeal, its inspiring forces and the modes of its activity that forms the subject of following pages. The 200 millions of Mohammedans scattered over the world at that present day are evidences of its workings through the length of 13 centuries. The doctrines of this faith were first proclaimed to the people of Arabia in the 7th century by a prophet under whose banner their scattered tribes became a nation and filled with the pulsations of this new national life and with fervor and enthusiasm that imparted an almost invincible strength to their armies. They poured forth over 3 continents to conquer and subdue. Syria, Palestine, Egypt, North Africa, and Persia were the first to fall before them, and pressing westward to Spain and eastward beyond the Indus, the followers of the prophet found themselves, 100 years after his death, masters of an empire greater than that of Rome at the zenith of its power. Arnold, spiritual conquests went low-key uninterrupted. When the Mongols came for Baghdad, Totan 5080, then was Mosul like Mazruhela kicked out of Cordova by Ferdinand of Leon and Castile A.D. 1236, and Granada was all like peace out. Islam was just getting started on the island of Sumatra and low-key about to take over the Malay archipelago, fam. In the darkest days of its political life, Islam was still serving up some real spiritual wins. Infidel barbarians would come at the followers of the Prophet, but the Muslims would be all like, nah, we're good, and just accept their faith anyway. Even without no government support, Muslim missionaries were low-key spreading the word to Central Africa, China, and the East India Islands. At present day, Islam is hella spread out from Morocco to Zanzibar, Sierra Leone to Siberia and China, Bosnia to New Guinea. There are also these small communities of Muslims in Lithuania, Cape Colony and other places where they're just trying to keep it real with their faith, even when the people around them don't get it. Lately, Islam has been finding new followers in England, North America, Australia, and Japan too. The spread of this faith is all about social, political, and religious vibes, but one major factor is Muslim missionaries who are just trying to spread love and the word of Allah. For real, missionary work ain't no afterthought. In Islam's history, it was always a thing from day one. Yes, let's keep it real, fam. God is like, hey, we're all good, no cap. And he's going to make us one big, happy family. And when our time comes, we'll be back to him, no doubt. Xli. 1314, same vibe, bruh, in the Mede Esther Raz, when Muhammad was low-key leading a big squad, and on top of his game, peeps who got the book, and them that don't. Do you cop Islam? Then, if they're down, are they living right? But if they ghost us, then your move is to preach, and God's got eyes on his peeps. 19. So he's showing you signs, maybe you'll catch a clue. And we're trying to find people who'll be the good guys and tell it like it is, and forbid the bad stuff, and they'll be the squad with the fly fit. 99100. Every peep has their own thing, so don't just fam. Just invite them to your Lord. You're on point. Ain't nobody touching you. Xai. Seek 6667. These passages are from what's believed to be the last Estirah Muhammad delivered. If anyone's trying to join gods of God and ask for asylum, hit them up, fam, so they can get the tea about God's word, then let them find their safe spot. X. 6. About those haters who broke their prom, selling God's signs for a cheap price and leading others astray. It said, but if they come clean to God and show up to prayer and give some props, then they're your bros in the faith, and we make it clear for peeps who know. X. 11. Islam's always been about spreading love and acceptance. Fam, Muhammad's life is the real deal, and he's the Muslim missionary. It ain't about the haters or the fanatics, but about the quiet grind of preachers and traders bringing faith to every corner of the globe. These peaceful methods weren't just for when it was hard, bro, they were all over the cone, like hanging there with patience and exit with style. Yeah, Arnold, solo with the haters, living that good life, and hold it together with them for a minute. My soul grind is spreading day word from God and his message. Tell those who got faith to give love to those who ain't never seen daylight of God in the days. He's going to recompense people based on how they live in their best lives. Thee who joined other gods with God say, if he wanted it, we wouldn't be worshipping nobody else but him. And we wouldn't be judging anyone else's vibes. But is that really the duty of day apostles? Then, if they turn their backs, still your office is just plain spoken preaching. Don't them unless it's with kindness, especially with them from the book, save with them who done you wrong, and say, we believe in what was sent down to us and to y'all. Our God and your God is one, and we're all good with him. But if they turn away, it's not on you to be the guardian. It's just your job to preach. If God wanted it, all people would be believing together. Are you trying to force peeps to believe? And we ain't sent you to nobody specific, just every human being to spread the word and warn them. Such precepts ain't limited to Mecca and Estirah's days in Medina too. Like this, don't us about religion. 2057. Obey God and obey the apostle, but if you turn away, it's still the apostle's job to preach with kindness. Obey God and obey the apostle, but if you turn back, it's on the apostle to keep doing his thing, and it's on you to follow your own path. And if you obey him, you'll get guidance, but that's just what the apostle is supposed to be doing. I'm just here as a plain spoken open warner, telling y'all about God and his apostle so you can believe in him and follow him and give him some love and respect. Verily, we sent you to be a witness and a herald of good and a warner, so ye can get on the right side with God and his apostle, and may give him praise every morning and night. You won't stop exposing da bad vibes among them except for a lil few. But forgive them and move it along. Trust God loves those who act generous. Let's get into the tea on how European writers low key emphasized forced conversions in Muslim histories and kind of skipped over the Christian side of things, you feel. Like Charlemagne was totes trying to force pagans into Christianity, but Leodger and Wilhad were actually doing some real missionary work among the Saxons. Arnold Batua. Not King Cut, who was more about rooting out paganism with an iron fist. Abbot Gottfried and Bishop Christian were key successful in converting pagans in Prussia. But it's Ansgar and his squad that are truly repping the Christian faith, not those crusaders who brought the fire and sword. The monks Maynard and Theo were the real MVPs when it came to spreading the word. Jesuit missionaries might have gotten a little aggressive with their methods, but Francis Xavier and the squad were still doing it right. Valentin wasn't even less of an apostle, cause he had to make sure Rogers were ready to baptize some pagans on Amboina. Missionary history is all about Abe integration and flowing with the times. Sometimes there's apostolic fervor, but other times it's just apathy and persecution. Same vibes for Muslims, TB, so we should be studying their propaganda and persecution separately, not trying to lump them together. The Christian faith didn't always go down the road of King Olaf trying to convert people by slaying, cutting off hands, feet, or banishing them. And it's not like Lewis's advice is a solid principle for missionary work. Yeah or no, Arnold shouldn't be defending that law without putting his sword on the table and throwing it at the Muslims like Maun was all savage talking about. If you ain't with me, fam, I'll send you to Davy Jones' Locker 14. There have been Muslim missionaries who wasn't influenced by that extra savage stuff. Instead, they're all about the peaceful vibes and trying to spread the word without all that hate. Nor is it like our Mutawakil, Al-Kim, and Tepu Sullen are even close to being typical Muslim missionaries, because they got their own thing going on. Meanwhile, you got preachers like Maulana Ibrahim, the apostle of Java, Kam Ojamun al-Din-Shisht in India, and all these other homies who one converts with no violence at all, just straight up persuading people to join their squad. But when you're talking about conversion, it ain't always easy to know if it's from a place of love or from ulterior motive, right? Same thing goes for the missionaries. Are they really all about spreading the word because they care, or are they just trying to get power and influence? It's like in Christianity and Islam, you've got your whole crew of people who are all about that spirituality life, and they're super passionate about sharing their truth with others. And then there's those other folks who ain't as down for it, but they still end up joining the party. But let's be real, sometimes these institutions just become tools for politics or social status, and that's not always a good look. You can find all sorts of people in both Christianity and Islam who are more about getting along with the system than actually doing some real soul searching. Sometimes you'd even know why someone converted, cause they didn't even tell you, fam. And it's crazy cause Muslim literature ain't got as much info on conversions as Christian lit does. So we got to make educated guesses sometimes. Chapter I. Study of the life of Muhammad Yahya's. Arnold is low-key, a preacher for Islam, fam. This chapter ain't trying to add another biography to Muhammad's already fire discography, but more like give a study of his life, one aspect at a time, you feel. He's all about preaching the gospel, being that apostle who brings new people to Islam. His life should give us some tea on what it means to spread the word and how to do it right. If Arnold's the standard for believers, he's also the goat for missionaries. So by looking at his life, we can get some insight into the vibe that makes someone want to be like him and the methods they'd use. Isaiah 2:9-13 is all about how this missionary spirit comes from the beginning of Islam. It's not just something you learn later. It's part of the culture. And in this sketch, we're trying to show how Muhammad fits into that narrative and how he's the Og missionary. We ain't got to get into his early life or all that fam. Arnold was all about preaching. Let's keep it 100 and focus on him as the preacher. So when Muhammad was all about finding his purpose, He started with his own family, trying to convert them to Islam. He was all about unity, no idolatry, just submission to the one true God. First convert was Kaja, Arnold's wife. She had his back since day one, even when he was struggling. She was all love and support, even when he was getting hated on by people who didn't believe him. And, she stayed with him till the end. Fam, it's clear that Kaja believed in Arnold, you know. She was his ride or die, and she helped him through all the tough times. That's what it means to be a true believer, Arnold style. Arnold was low key, struggling with the hate from the people, but his girl and God had his back. She'd vibe with him, make him feel better, and remind him that he was good to go no matter what the haters said. It's wild, 'cause some of the earliest believers were his peeps, Zayd and Al and Abu Bakr, who was like his ride or die. Muhammad would always rep them hard, saying he only brought in people who were straight up confident, except for Abu Bakr, who was all in from the jump. Abu Bakr was a boss merchant, respected by everyone for being real and smart. After he got with Islam, he dropped some major money on Muslim slaves who were getting hella beat up for believing in Muhammad's teachings. Through his influence, 5 other early converts joined the squad, like Sad B, Abu Bakr al-Zubair B, al-Alam Abd al-Ram B, Waf and Uthman. But Uthman was low-key getting threatened by his uncle, who was like, dude, why are you switching up on us? Our fam's faith is the one that matters. And Uthman was all, bruh, I'm good, I got this. His uncle was like, okay, cool, I'll let you live. It's a major win for Uthman. Anyway, Muhammad kept grinding, and eventually he got some more people to join him. He called his fam over and was all, we all need this new faith in your life. It's going to make you happy now and in the afterlife. But nobody was having it except for Al, who was all about that Islam life. The Quraysh tribe was always hating on Muhammad, trying to get his uncle Abi Lib to shut him up. They were like, hey, cuz, why are you messing with our faith? And Abi told Lib was all, nah, cuz I got this. It's a major move from Al and Abu Bakr, who were always ripping their boy Muhammad hard. Arnold was low-key a total disaster, fam. He got a message from the Prophet, if the sun and moon were literally on opposite sides, I'd still hit my mission, even if God himself told me to chill. Abi Talib was shook and was all, hit me with whatever you got, I'm dead to your enemies. The Quraysh were hella salty about the new religion and was like, let's try some threats and promises, bruh. They was trying to get Muhammad to ghost his mission, but he was all, nah, fam, I'm good. The Quraysh was low-key abusive to Muhammad, and it actually made someone else, super sympathetic towards him. His uncle Amza was all, I'm so done with being salty about this whole situation. He got converted to the new religion after seeing how Muhammad was being shaded by his fam. It wasn't just Amza who felt bad for the Muslims, though. Some peeps were secretly vibing with them and didn't want to reveal themselves until it was all good. The Quraysh was hella salty about this, though. They knew that if they kept messing with the new religion, they'd lose their grip on power and wealth. Muhammad was safe for a hot second, thanks to Abi Talib and his fam. But poor peeps who didn't have anyone watching their backs were getting it rough. They got imprisoned and tortured just because they believed in this new stuff. It was hella messed up. Abu Bakr bought the freedom of Bill, an African slave named the First Fruits of Abyssinia. He'd been through some wild torture, but he stayed true to his faith. 2 peeps died from their trials, but it just made others want to be more lit about the new religion. None of our Arnold's followers had ventured out before Arnold got but attacked the Quraysh crew, and they key beat him up on the face. But it took some time for them to chill out. He went back to his squad, prepared to spill the tea about his faith the next day. But they were all like, "Bruh, that's enough for you, since you already got them to listen to what they didn't want to hear." The Quraysh crew was hella salty towards Arnold, so he had to take a new spot in this hella famous house of Al-Arqam, where some Muslim convert lived. It was right in the middle, super chill with pilgrims and tourists coming through, and Arnold could preach Islam without getting interrupted. Arnold's stay at that crib is like super significant for the spread of Islam in Mecca, and a lot of Muslims he converted when Arnold was preaching here. Arnold had to find new homes for his persecuted squad. So he was "You guys need to hit up Abyssinia, it's safe." 11 men and 4 women made the move in 6015 AD. Lol, and they got a warm welcome from the Christian king of the land. One of them was this dude Mu'abbi. His story is fire, cause he had to deal with haters who used to love him, like his own tribe and mom. Arnold's squad taught him about Islam in the house of Al-Arqam, but he was don't want to be extra. So he kept it on the low. Then they caught wind and got salty, but he still managed to make a move to Abyssinia. The Quraysh crew was still low-key hating on Arnold's squad even in Abyssinia, so they sent an embassy trying to get them extradited back. But the king was "Nah, bro," cause he heard their story and vibbing with Arnold's crew. Arnold's squad explained to the king that they used to be hella ignorant, worshipping idols, and eating carrying it was a whole mess. Then Arnold came along and taught them about the one God, and they were "Hi-yo, we gotta change our lives." Like, Arnold was all about spreading the word of God and being all chill with prayer, almsgiving and fasting. We were all about that life, fam, and we believed in him, cause he was straight from God, you feel. But our country people got salty and tried to mess with us, telling us to ditch our faith and go back to worshipping idols and old stuff. So, they got hella aggressive, and we were "No, we good. We ended up in your country, Arnold, hoping you'd be all just and help us out." Anyway, their prayer was heard, and the Quraysh embassy came back with some major haters. Meanwhile, in Mecca they tried to convince the Prophet to quit his whole preaching gig for some cash and clout, but that didn't go down well. There was this one dude, Umar B. Kotra B, who was super salty towards the Prophet, and he even threatened to kill him. But then, something changed. He met up with his sis Eftima, who was a Muslim now, and another fam member, Kob B. Umar went all ballistic on Sad, but when he saw the Qur'an paper in Eftima's hand, he was like, "Whoa, this is actually pretty lit." He started reading it and got all shook up, realizing that Islam was fire. "Yo, to Arnold that I may tell him about my conversion, bruh." So Umar's conversion is like a major moment in Islamic history. Muslims were low-key bold and out now. Muhammad left Al-Arqam's crib, and the believers were chilling together round Kaaba, you feel. It was probs making the aristocracy of Mecca hella worried, cause they ain't got to deal with no more pressed outcasts struggling for nothing. Now they're like a straight-up powerful faction, getting more turned by the day, and they got some influential citizens joining their crew. It was super suspicious to them, especially since this foreign prince is getting involved. So they were all, we got to shut this movement down in our city. They put the Bandachi Shim Fam under a total ban. No marrying, no buying, no selling to them. Just straight up ghosting them. But for 3 years, they was stuck in one quarter of the city, except during the sacred months when all war ceased and pilgrims could hit up Kaaba. Muhammad would use this time to preach to all the tribes common to Mecca and the fairs, but nothing worked out because his uncle Abba, Lahab, was always hollering at him, saying he's an imposter, trying to get people to switch up their faith. They'd just roast him with like, all your own peeps should know you best. Bro, why ain't they believing you? But eventually, Muhammad and his struggles, fams got some sympathy from the Quraysh and they lifted the ban. Same year, Muhammad was low-key devastated after losing Khadija, his ride-or-die wife for 25 years. It was like super tough on him. Then his pops Abid Halib died, and Muhammad was back to getting hella insulted and rejected by the people he trusted most. So he's all, you know what, maybe I should try out some new peeps. So he went to Tuif, this city about 70 miles from Mecca. Before a meeting with the chief men of the city, he laid down his doctrine like, y'all listen up, 'cause this is what's good for real now. Yo, Arnold. So like Muslim prophet Muhammad is trying to spread the word about God's unity and all that, but his peeps in Mecca are hating on him 'cause he's got some big claims and they just don't get it. They're all like, Klal, you think you're special. And then they throw rocks at him and kick him out of town. Anyway, Muhammad gets back from Taif. It seems like his mission is straight up doomed, fam. He's low-key freaking out and quoting no from the Bible 'cause that's what happens when you're trying to save your people, but they just won't listen. So Muhammad is cruising around Arab tribes during Hajj, trying to spread the love, but some peeps are all meh, while others are like, no thanks, we good. But then Muhammad meets up with these Jews from Medina who are all like, we got scriptures and wisdom, bro. And he's all like, you, what's good? They're down to chill for a sec and listen to his pitch about Islam. Now, here's the tea. These Jews have been dealing with some drama back home, but they're all like, maybe God can bring us together through this dude. So they go preaching in their own country and trying to get their people on board. Arnold Loki met a whole crew whose homies were already vibing with his message in a major way. They'd been dealing with some hella messed up stuff for centuries, and now they were chilling with the city of Yathrib, which basically just waiting for someone to come along and bring some order to their lives. See, like a bunch of Jews had been kicking it there for ages, but then these two Arab clans, Khazraj and Aus, rolled in and took over. They were all about getting that power and respect, and the Jews were all about keeping it real with their own crew. By the time Arnold got there, some of the Arabs had already converted to being Jewish, and a whole lot of other former rulers were still living there, serving whoever was in charge at the time. Anyway, Yathrib was like super divided right now. These two clans, Khazraj and Aus, were beefing, and nobody could figure out who was boss. But Arnold's people were all about unity and stuff. So they knew that when he showed up, it could be a major game changer. The Yathribites were low-key hoping for someone to come along and bring some peace and love to their city. They were all about avoiding the drama and just getting on with life. And Arnold's message of Islam was like exactly what they needed. It was all about order and discipline. And who doesn't want that? Plus, it was way more than just a religion. It was like a whole lifestyle. So when Arnold showed up in Yathrib 8 years after the Hijra, he had a major army behind him, 10,000 people to be exact. And they were all helping him get that city under control and bring some peace to the streets. It's pretty wild, right? Here's a rewritten version of the text in Gen Z and Gen. Alpha slang style Arnold was all about getting back to his peeps so they could vibe with the Lord and make some peace. Yo, can we hit up our families and share the faith? Maybe if the Lord blesses us with some harmony, we'll come back for real. So they rolled up their homes and invited everyone to join them, and Loki, it was a total turn up. People were all about it. So not even one family didn't know who Arnold was. Fast forward to the next pilgrimage season, and this Devo from Yathrib comes through with 10 reps of Bankaj and 2 of Bandan Aus. They're all, Arnold, we got your back, bro. We'll only worship one God. No stealing, no cheating, no killing our own kids. And we won't diss anyone neither. These 12 homies are now, like the old missionaries, spreading the gospel from house to house and tribe to tribe. They're getting some major support on their return trip, Muwab B. Umair is coming through with them, and he's all about it after being one of the Og converts and serving time in Abyssinia. He's like a total boss, knowing how to handle the haters and deal with people who are straight up trolling Islam. Muhammad is all, I got this guy. He's the real Mivipa. And Muab is getting set up in Acid B. Zert Razkrib gathering the new converts and dropping knowledge like it's hot. Sometimes they're at the Banga Far spot, and sometimes they're just vibbing with the Abid Al Ashel fam. One day. Sad B. Muday is all. Yo, you said, can you please get rid of these newbies? They're just going to make a mess and embarrass us. But you said is all now, 'cause I got your back after all. Arnold was low, Kivibin with his spear, storming into Assad and Musab's spot. What's good, what you doing, leading weak minds astray? He asked. If they were feeling it, they could just chill and listen. If not, they could ghost him. Yusid stuck his spear in the ground and sat down to vibe with Musab, who started spitting knowledge about Islam and reciting some Qur'an passages. After a hot second, Yusid was all about it, like, yo, what's the tea on how I can cop this new religion? Musab was all jet pure, fan wash with water. And rep, there's only one God, and Muhammad's his boy. Yusid was all in, spitting the basics, and then he dropped a hint for Sad B. More to come through. Sad rolled up low-key salty about Assad extending aid to those Muslim missionaries. Muzab was like, hey, don't be hella hard on them, fam. So Sad agreed to listen, and soon the words were getting real with him converting his heart. He ended up embracing Islam and brought the heat to his peeps in Yathrib. He was like, what's good, Abdul Ashel fam? Who's your big cheese? They said he was their leader wisest, most fly, and all that jazz. Sad was like, Ward, I'm never speaking to you until you cop the faith. And from that day on, the whole Abul Ashel crew was Muslim. Fast forward, they were pushing this faith hard. So within a year, not one Arab fam in Medina wasn't repping Islam. The only ones holding out was Abi K's B. All Aslat's crew, they were still feeling the old vibe. Then came the pilgrimage, and Yusid brought 73 of his Muslim squad to Mecca from Yathrib. They were like, Muhammad, you're our prophet and leader, we got your back. The Og converts came through, too, and Muzab was all stoked about it. He hit up the prophet and spilled the tea on how his mission went down. His mom was all, "Hey boy, why you don't come see me first?" And he's like, "Nah, mum, I'm good, just drop knowledge in the city. I'm low. Key never going to a Helafam's crib till Arnold's all about the Lord and Islam feel." So after he vibed with the Prophet for a hot second, he hit up his mom, who was all like, "Beween, you're still a renegade." He's all, "Nah, yeah, I'm good with the Prophet of the Lord and true faith of Islam." His mom is all, "Are you satisfied with how Hela messed up your life? Has been in Abyssinia and now Yathrib." Now he knows she's low, key worried about his arrest. So he's all, "What? You tryna take my freedom? I'll def go full on savage on the first dude who touches me." His mom is like, "Peace out, homie." And she starts crying. Moab is shook and he's all, "Mom, listen. Just testify that there's only one God, Arnold, and Muhammad is his servant." 8. But his mom is all, "By the stars, I'm good. I ain't changing my faith for nobody." In order not to raise any suspicions, they had a secret meet at Aqaba, where Arnold was low, key-hangry, and wanted some answers. Muhammad came with just his uncle Abbas, who was still an idolater, but was down to keep it on the down low. Abbas is like, "Hey, fam, this is my dude Arnold. He's part of the most hella important family in our clan. We've had your back before, even when you were all about the fake stuff. But now that Arnold is trying to take refuge with us, we got to make sure we're good now. NK. Bar B. Marga from the band Khazraj is all, "Oh yes, we got you, Arnold. We'll protect you like our own wives and kids." Muhammad starts reciting some Qur'an and tell him to stay true to the one God and his prophet. Then he's like, "Can y'all defend me from any haters, just like you would your fam?" Bar B. Ma is all, "Yes, it's by Arnold, who sent thee as a prophet. We got you, homie." They all take his hand and swear allegiance to him, and it's like, "For real? Yo, Arnold, listen up." So there's this dude Muhammad, and he's all about finding a new city to vibe with his squad in Yathrib. The Lord is like, "Hey, you got some homies in that city, go check them out." And they're all low, key escaping to Yathrib, getting welcomed by their co-religionists who are hella hyped to have them. Most of the Muslims leave Mecca except for 150 or so who are stuck in captivity. There's this story about Abi, a Muslim dude who was all about that Greek life before he got set free and made bank. When he's getting ready to dip out, the Meccans are all like, "Hey, you came from nothing, now you're rolling in dough. Don't leave us hanging." And Ahab is all, "If I give up my goods, will you just chill?" They're like, "No way." So he's all, "Suit yourself." When Muhammad finds out, he's all, "Ahab got a sweet deal," Muhammad waits around for a bit. But then some dude tries to hit him up. He's all up and he's latter, "I got a dip." He uses a sick strategy to get out of there. When Muhammad gets to Yathrib now, it's called Medina B2. His first move is building a mosque. It's like the spot for prayer and hangouts. At first they're all about facing Jerusalem, but then they're like, "Hold up, we need something more." So they start facing Mecca instead. Muhammad tries to get with the Jews, but they're all, "No thanks, dude." He's all, "Okay, I'll just make my own crew." But then he's like, "Nah, we good. We gotta face the Kaaba way." It's like a big deal because it sets up Mecca as the religious hub for Muslims. It's also important to note that they're all about incorporating ancient Arab customs into their new religiosity. Yes, like in Islam, there's this duty that every Muslim got to do it at least once in their life. Feel me? They got lots of passages in the Qur'an that's all about national vibes and being hyped about getting a divine revelation in their own language, and by someone from their own squad, you know. Verily, we made it an Arabic Qur'an so y'all can vibe with it, and we revealed it to you so you can warn the whole city and its surroundings. Gee, if we made it in a foreign tongue, they would be like, unless we get the verses explained, we ain't feeling it. And for real, we put all kinds of parables in this curtain so y'all can learn from them. An Arabic curtain, that's straight fire and won't confuse you. Ward, this book came down from Day Lord of all creatures, and it's in the clear Arabic tongue. So take heed, fam. We made it easy for you to understand, so you can spread day good vibes and warn day haters. But like day message of Islam wasn't just for Arabia. It was global, you feel. Everyone should be on board with it. Since there's only one God, we should all be worshipping him, not making it complicated. So Muhammad sent letters to all the big shots in 6088 at AH6, and it was like an open invitation to join the party. He sent it to Heraclius, the king of Persia, Yemen, Egypt, and Abyssinia. The letter went a little something like this. Hukul, in the name of God, the merciful, we got you. Muhammad, the servant of God and his apostle, to you. Why, we calling you to Islam. It's the bombest thing since sliced bread. If you join us, God'll bless you like crazy. But if you don't, then on you be day sins of your peeps. You, people of the book, come check out this Islamic vibe. That's all about worshipping one God and not making it complicated. These letters might seem whack to some, but trust, it was real talk. Years went by and we saw it for ourselves. Yo, Arnold, listen up. The Qur'an is low-key claiming to be accepted by all humans, you feel. It's like, for real, this book is just a reminder for every living being, and eventually you'll know its message. And then it says, this book is straight fire and clear as day to warn whoever's chilling. And if they're not vibbing, the bad guys get the worst of it. It's also saying that they sent Arnold, the prophet, just to show mercy to all created humans. And like, blessed is the one who dropped on his servant, so he can spread the word and be a warner to every human being. They're also claiming that this message is for everyone, not just some select group. It's like that we sent Arnold to announce and warn all humans at large, and in the Qur'an, it says that he sent his apostle with guidance and the real deal, so it can make it victorious over every other religion. But even when things got hella tough for Arnold, like when people were turning a deaf ear to his words and torturing converts rip, and others had to flee the country, he still promised that one day we'd raise up a witness from every nation. Now, Arnold, they're saying that this message of acceptance is even more prophetic in the words, fruits of Abyssinia, and first, fruits of Greece. It's like Arnold used these terms to refer to his people, Bil and Hebu, who came from different countries. It's also got this account where Arnold tells his companions to come to him early in the morning and then sends them off to spread the word to every nation. He's all about being faithful to God and serving his people, but if you're not on it, God shuts down your chance at getting into paradise. And like when these messengers came back with the language of the people they were sent to, Arnold was all, this is the greatest thing ever. Yeah, like Arnold, our prophet Muhammad was sent by God to show us the way, fam. The ob proof that Islam is all about the universal vibe is that it's the one religion God chose for all humans, and now it's being shared with us Inu through Muhammad, who's like the ultimate seal of the prophets, you feel. Like back in the day, everyone was vibbing on the same frequency. They were all about one faith. But then they started getting extra and didn't agree on nothing, So God sent some other prophets to bring the good news and warn them. And he dropped the truth book with all the deets. But only those who got the book were hella extra and started disagreeing. Gee, God is hey, I got this, and guides those who are low key into the real deal. And for real, A.R. Dowdy's crew was all about following Abraham's sound faith. That dude was not a fan of worshipping other gods. Now, God speaks the truth, and we got to follow the religion of Arnold. Okay, the Og temple is in Mecca, and it's hella blessed. And if you're feeling the vibe of resign to God and doing good stuff, that's the real deal, fam. So, God chose us and didn't put no extra weight on our shoulders, 'cause we're following Abraham's faith. And Arnold is our Og prophet. Arnold was low-key trying to spread his own vibes on public opinion, but he was hella free to ghost it if he didn't vibe with the squad. There wasn't real protocol for getting the chieftain spot, though. Usually, the Og member of the richest fam just got the nod, 'cause they were straight fire and had respect coming from everyone else. If a tribe got too turned up, it'd break off into smaller squads and keep it independent, only coming together for some major war or self-defense shenanigans. So Mohammed can just chill in Medina with his crew, be the leader they all look up to, and nobody's getting shaded from recognized authority, fam. He was running things like a boss, but instead of family ties, it was that Muslim squad bond that held it down. Islam was more than just a relig. It was also a whole nother level of politics, you feel. Muhammad wanted to start a new faith, and he low-key succeeded. But at the same time, he built this new system that was hella unique and had its own thing going on. At first, it was all about spreading the word of Allah, but then he also took down the old goat in his hometown and swapped out the tribal aristocracy for a straight-up theocratic monarchy with himself at the top as God's rep on earth. Muhammad died, but by this point, almost whole Arabia was rockin' with him. It was like no one had ever seen one dude unite all these tribes before. They were always beefin', but Muhammad's word brought them together under a common relig. It was a straight-up revolution, fam. Yes, it was like the religion of Islam that got everyone on the same page, you feel. Even when someone passed away, their bro Arnold would still get all their property. But after the Battle of Badger, it was like they didn't need no stinking bond no more. It was only necessary because the Muslims were still kind of small, and Islam was still a new thing. Muhammad had only been in Medina for a hot sec before his crew grew so big that this whole communitarian vibe became hella impractical. No. So it was like a matter of time before they got all salty about each other. And TB, every bio of Muhammad is all about the drama between him and the Quraysh from Mecca, which ended in him taking over the city in AD 60-30 and dealing with all these other tribes till he died in AD 60-33. You don't got to get into all that, but it's low-key important to show that Muhammad wasn't all about it when he was leading his squad. People said he went from being this peaceful preacher dude to some kind of fanatic with a sword and a bad attitude. But, bruh, that's not true. Muhammad still invited people to join Islam even after he got into leadership. And there are tons of letters from him to chiefs and other tribes trying to get them on board. Like Ibn Sa'd had some letters from the Prophet himself where he was all about spreading the love. but sometimes it didn't quite go as planned, which is still proof that he was all about this missionary life. This one failed mission in particular is a whole vibe. Arnold sent someone to spread Islam to these Banyu Tabu Merbi, our folks, and it just didn't go over well. But it shows that he was really trying to get the word out. Yeah, so like in the year AA, Arnold A. Batu Mer was chilling with Muhammad in Medina, checking out his teachings, but he was all, nah, ain't joining the crew. However, Arnold seemed low-key hyped for the new faith and asked Muhammad to send some Muslim homies to Najd to spread the word. Muhammad sent a squad of 40 Muslims, most of them youngins from Medina who were super familiar with reciting the Qur'an and Vibn, together at night for study sessions. But, like, Arnold gave them safe conduct and all, but they got caught up in some treachery, and only 3 of them made it out alive. Anyway, Muhammad's Muslim crew was getting more turned every day, attracting new members from all over the peninsula. The Prophet was all about treating people right, listening to their grievances, and settling disputes with wisdom. He was also, like, super generous and gave away territory assignments to anyone who got on board early. That's how his rep grew as a great prince, fam. One time, Arnold from the Banu Sad B, Bakra tribe came to Muhammad in Medina, and he was all, hey, I'm here to convert my peeps to Islam. So Muhammad is chilling with his homies when this dude comes along and's like, yo, who's the son of Abd al-Mulib? The Prophet is all, I am. And then he's like, Hatho Muhammad. And Arnold is all, yes, I'm that dude. Arnold then starts asking Muhammad some deep questions, like if Allah sent him as a prophet to them. And Muhammad is all, yeah, by Allah. Then he asks about all the Islamic ordinances, from praying to pilgrimages, and Arnold's all, I believe it. Arnold was low-key a prophet, and he's all about observing the rules and staying woke to what Allah forbids, no cap. And then he dipped on his camel and went back to his squad, gathering them around him like a boss. First thing he says is, Brewer, Lutted and us are straight trash. They're all like, hold up im gum, don't be salty about leprosy or being extra. But Arnold's all, no thanks, I'm good, and he's all about spreading the word of Allah. He's like, he got a witness for that God is only one and Muhammad is the real deal. And then he drops some knowledge on his people, telling them what to do and what not to do. The story goes that by nightfall, nobody in the camp was hella skeptical about Islam anymore. Another dude, B, Murrah, was part of the Ban Juhayna tribe, chilling between Medina and the Red Sea. He converted to Islam way before the flight, around AH 5, and he's got a fire story to tell. He used to be all about some idol worship, but then he heard about the Prophet, and he was like, nah, I'm good, broke up with his idol shrine, and went straight to Muhammad. He accepted Islam and was all, I'm on board with the truth. He's got a verse where he's all, I used to be into idols, but now I'm into God being real. Then there were some other dudes from the Bandors tribe who had some inkling about something bigger even before Muhammad came around. They were like, hey, let's get with the program, and joined up with the Prophet in Medina. So Arnold was low-key vibbing with these OGs who were all about believing in a higher power, but they didn't know who he was, you feel? Then Muhammad came through as the apostle of this creator dude, and one of them homies, Ufail B, was like, yo, I gotta meet this prophet. So he rolled up to Mecca to get the tea. But Quraysh was all, watch out for Muhammad's influence, it might be too much for you. Still, Ufail went ahead and got with the Prophet, and he was like, Islam is lit, and he left Mecca hell excited about it. When he got back home, he won over his pops and wife, but his squad wasn't having it, you know. They were all about their old idolatry thing. Ufail was all shook up, so he went back to the Prophet and was like, what's good? I need some help. Muhammad was all, no worries. Just keep spreading the word, but also don't be too aggressive, bro. But at the same time, he was praying for the band doors to get it together. And Ufail's efforts were on point. So by age 7, he brought like 70, 80 families with him, had converted to Islam. And when Muhammad came back to Mecca, Ufail was all peace out to his idol, basically. Then 15 more tribes joined the party in AH 7, and by AH 8, Islam was solidified. And those OGs who were skeptical were like, okay, we're in. Some of the harshest critics of Muhammad even came around after Mecca fell, and now they're part of the fam. A year later, Arnold's homie Urwa B. Mast went to martyrdom for his faith, but he was all about it. Bro, yes, like Arnold is low, key giving major thanks to God for being all about that martyrdom life. Then another fam follower of Prophet Muhammad in Yemen went ham with a sick missionary effort that was straight fire, and we got the deets. Arnold wrote to these other peeps, Alaperith, Massa, and Nuaim B. Abd al-Kulal of Imyar, hey, no cap, peace be upon you, as long as you're repping God and his fam. God is one God, no side chicks with him. He sent Moses with the T and created Jesus with his own words. The Jews are all like Israel is the son of God, and the Christians are hella extra saying God is one of three and Jesus is the son of God. He sent the letter via Aish B. Ayabi Rabba al Maximir, and was all, when you get to their city, don't sneak in at night, wait till morning, then get your squad together, do your thing, pray with 2 prostrations, and ask God to bless you with success and a friendly vibe. Then grab my letter with your right hand and deliver it with your right hand into their hands. They'll take it and spit some bars like, the unbelievers among the people of the book and the polytheists were shook, etc. Esturah 98, to the end of the Esturah, when you're done, say, Muhammad has believed, and I am the first to believe, and they won't be able to touch that fire with their arguments and all that extra sauce they throw around. And when they speak in a foreign tongue, just say, translate it, and be like, God is sufficient for me. I believe in the book sent down by him, and I am commanded to do justice among you. God is our Lord, and your Lord. To us belong our works, and to you belong your works. There ain't no beef between us and you. God will unite us, and unto him we must return. If they accept Islam now, then ask them for their 3 rods, the tamarisk one with the white and yellow spots, the knotted cane like one, and the ebony black one. Show them up and burn those rods in the marketplace. So I set out, tell Zaish to do what Arnold said. When I got there, it was like everyone was turned up for a festival. I walked on over to see what's good and came at last to 3 huge curtains hanging in front of 3 doorways. I lifted the curtain, entered the middle door, and found people low-key chilling in the courtyard. I introduced myself as the messenger of Arnold, did my thing, and they got the message. It all went down like he said, 37 AH. 9, a squad of 13 men from the Ban Kilbu, a branch of the Bandu Mirbi. Yaz, Arnold came to the Prophet, and Loki told him that one of his peeps, Dak Sufan, had been spreading the word about Islam and won over their whole trial fam. 38, another crew from the same tribe, Banvrod's B, Killer B, got converted by Armor B, like after he came back from Medina and shared his new vibe with his people, you feel. 39, the same year, there was this one dude, Wudadrithala B, Al Asker, who tried to get his clan on board with Islam, but his pops was hella salty and said he'd never speak to him again, bro 40. His sister was like, no, I got you, Arnold, and sent him some cash to meet up with the Prophet in Medina. 40, this 9th year of the Hijra, was all about deputations, cause every Arab tribe and city was sending reps to the Prophet to show their love and submission. G. 41. The introduction of Islam into Arab society had already started breaking down the old tribal vibes and bringing in this new sense of unity and brotherhood, Arnold. 42, it's wild, but Muhammad brought a whole new level of national unity and awareness of rights and duties to the table, making all these tribes feel like they were part of something bigger than themselves. No cap. 42, in the process, Islam was unifying all these clans that used to be at war with each other, and it's no wonder why more and more tribes started jumping on the bandwagon, because the promise of security from their enemies was real fam. Arnold was low-key trying to spread Islam across Arabia, but it's hella extra how many Arab tribes just kind of joined up without being all about it. They were more about getting that dough or avoiding a good old-fashioned beatdown from the Prophet's peeps, you feel. They got caught up in this big movement, and we can't even pretend they had the same vibes as those early believers who actually cared, yeah, no. But for real, there was some solid believers common through later on, and they were the real MVPs. They were all about that Islam life and were ready to die for it. These dudes were the OGs of the faith, like the prophets and stuff. And they had this whole this mindset going on. They were way more lit than before and actually cared about the teachings. They were holding down the fort for the Prophet's legacy, keeping his words alive and all that jazz. These guys were the original Islam crew, and we can see how their vibe was different from the rest of Arab society back in the day. It wasn't just like, hey, let's ditch some old practices. It was more like, we got to start fresh with this new Islam thing. This is why Muhammad was so extra. He brought a whole new scheme to the table, and people were either all in or out. He came for them, and they had better be ready. Note I've used Gen Z slang such as low-key. Try now. How you feel? MVPs, lit, and that jazz to describe the original text in a way that's relatable to Gen Z. However, please note that Gen Alpha slang is not well defined at this point, so I've focused on using language that's familiar to both generations rather than attempting to specifically target Gen Alpha terminology. Yo, listen up about the voice that's all about expressing those deep feelings from inside you feel. But like the Arabs, specifically the Central Arabia crew, were hella struggling with this expectancy. Vibe Muhammad was trying to preach his new teacher thing, but they weren't ready, fam. They were low-key hating on the idea of a prophet, especially one who claimed to be sent by God. And like Islam is all about equality and brotherhood, right? But for the Arabs, that was like totally not their vibe. They were all about keeping it real with their ancestors. And it was all about the fam, you know. But Muhammad's teachings were all, hey, let's chill, bro. They were talking about virtues that the Arabs used to look down on, like being kind and all that jazz. The Arabs were all, let's get revenge. And it was a real thing for them. But Muhammad was like, nah, let's recompense evil with something better. they wanted forgiveness from God, so they had to forgive each other, you feel. And there was this paradise that was like way bigger than the whole universe. But for real, praying was a major thing that the Arabs didn't get. It was all about them doing their own thing, but Muhammad was all, hey, we got to talk to God, fam. And they were all, nah, we good. So like Islam is this missionary vibe that's all about winning hearts and converting people. It's been doing that since day one, and it's still going strong. So let's get into it. Chapter I, the spread of Islam among the Christian nations of Western Asia. Like after Muhammad passed away, his homie Abi Bakr sends an army to Syria without even asking the Muslims, who were all hella salty about it. He's like, they got this, I'm gonna make sure it gets done, no matter what. And he's all, Medina can get taken over by wild animals, but we got to follow Muhammad's orders. That was the first of many sick campaigns where the Arabs took down Syria, Persia, and northern Africa. Basically, they destroyed ancient Persia and dipped into the Roman Empire's pockets. We ain't gonna go into all that history stuff, but it's hella important to figure out why Muslim faith expanded so fast after that. Like, this one historian got it right when he said, well, was it just genuine religious vibes, or was it more like they were chasing that dough and following the new crew for real? Like, did Muhammad's squad actually win all those battles because of pure faith, or was it just a bunch of people who were low-key forced into joining and then got caught up in the hype? And honestly, there ain't enough proof to say for sure. See, most of those Muslim warriors were all about it on a spiritual level, but others joined just cause they wanted some material gains or cause their fam was already part of the crew. Khalid, Acre, the sword of the swords of God, showed how this whole force meets persuasion vibe worked when he said that God literally took control of people's hearts and hair and forced them to follow Muhammad. And then there was this thing called national pride, like being Arab is a big deal, and it influenced a lot of folks to rep their own kind over some foreign teacher. But let's be real, the most powerful draw was the promise of getting rich by fighting for the new religion and exploring all them sick countries they never had before. I mean, when you're stuck in the desert with nothing but sand and rocks, it's tempting to jump ship for a life of luxury in Persia, Syria, or Egypt. So Arnold was supposed to be all about spreading Christianity, right? But like Christian historians are low-key hating on the sword Muslims used to convert people. So they're like, oh, Islam is just some Muslim propaganda. But for real, the Arabs weren't even that into converting souls. It was more like they were trying to expand their territory and get some food. They weren't even super spiritual about it, you feel. It's more like they were just a bunch of hungry people looking for a better life. And like Islam wasn't even the main reason they were moving or nothing. It was all about the theocracy in Medina and the squad that Arnold had. These dudes who followed Arnold were like super devoted to his teachings, and they kept Islam alive as the official religion, even if some Arabs just played along. So, like, it's not cause of some sick sword or whatever. It's cause the conquered peoples were into Islam, you know. It's all about how the national vibe was like, hey, we're Arabs. Let's go find more Arabs. And for real, many Christian Bedouins got swept up in this movement, and even some tribes that used to be Christians switched to Muslim. One tribe in particular, the Bangassan, was all about it. So, like, after this one battle where Arnold's homie Rustam got destroyed, some Christians were all, hey, we should probably join Islam too. And it wasn't just cause of some dramatic sword wielding either. There were all these treaties and stuff between Muslims and Christians that were chill. Arnold even had relationships with some Christian tribes where he was like, hey, I got your back, you know. It's not like Islam was the only game in town. It was more like a whole vibe fam. Yes, like Arnold, many old-time Christians were low-key trying to get with the Muslim squad during this whole new God thing. They'd been chilling with Muslims on military expeds, same vibe as they had before all that drama went down after the Prophet's death. Some Christian Arabs from the Byzantine Empire who were like, hey, Heraclius, stop paying us to watch your back and we'll join the Muslim squad, threw in their lot with the invaders when it was time to get paid. Then there was this battle at the Bridge AH-13 where things were going south fast, and a Christian chief named some dude from the Bannon A is like, well, yes, I got your back. He joined forces with an Arab general, Muthanna, to defend the bridge against the Persian army. When more reinforcements showed up, it was like a whole tribe of Christians from the Ban Emir came through were all, hey, we're in this now. The battle was lit, and Muthanna is like, yo, you're part of our fam, come charge with us. They totally turned the tide, and it was like another sick Muslim win. One young'un from the Ban Taglib tribe had a major moment when he jumped into the fray, killed the Persian leader, and rode off on his horse, all while getting props from the Muslim squad. This tribe was all about keeping it real Christian, but some other Mesopotamian tribes were like, hey, we're good with Islam. They'd sent an embassy to the Prophet back in H9 and Arnold. They were all, hey, can we just keep our faith and not baptize our kids? The Prophet was like, sure, no cap. And that was that. Arnold was low-key part of the deal. Let the Ban Taglib, they keep their faith straight up. And they weren't even forced to switch sides. That's how some peeps think they came up with this whole jizya thing, cause they were trying to save a buck. But it's clear they weren't down for it, since Umar was all like, you can keep doing your thing, just don't push any Muslim folk to join and let them be. But they still got pressured into paying the jizya tax, because that's what non-Muslims got to do. And honestly, it felt hella awkward for them, since they were basically getting money to not get killed or anything. So they're like, can we just chip in like the Muslims do? But no, that wasn't an option. It got extra salty, and some of their homies remained Muslim after years of being part of the Arab tribes. Like, some of them stayed true to their Christian faith for over a century, which is straight fire. But then Khalid B, Wald comes along and is all like, you got to join us, and they're all fine, we'll join. Except one dude got martyred instead. Lol, we don't really know the tea on how Christianity just disappeared from those tribes, though. It's like they just kinda merged with the Muslim community or something. If they tried to force it back then, Christians wouldn't be around today. The people of Iraq were all about that life too. They refused to join the Muslims, even when Khalid was all like, come join us. They sent an embassy and asked if they were Arabs or Persians, like, what's their story? And Ada is all like, we're pure-blooded Christians, ain't nothing changing. Yes, Arabs, while others are low-key naturalized Arabs, right? Had you been for real, you wouldn't be hating on us or our cause. Lumao, our Arab language is fireproof of what I'm saying. Okay. You're totes right. Now it's time to choose either one cop to our faith, and your rights will be on par with ours, whether you're going to stay in the hood or travel to another country, or 2, pay that jizya bill, or 3, get ready for some beef. Verily, by God, I've got a squad of people who are more hyped about dying than you are about living. Twan. We're good with paying the jizya. So, catch. Good luck to you, brah. Unbelievers are stuck in a Nevan desert, and it's hella foolish for an Arab to get lost and take guidance from someone who ain't even ever. 64, Arnold made sure everyone got the lowdown on converting. Because when whole tribes were converting left and right, you got to make sure they didn't get it twisted about their faith rituals. So Caliph Umar appointed teachers in every country to school people on Qur'an teachings and the new faith observances. Magistrates also had to make sure everyone was turning up to public prayer, especially on Fridays and during Ramadan. It's crazy how much importance they put on teaching. The new converts, even the state treasurer, got assigned to do it in KBUFA. 65, from what we see with all the Christian Arabs getting Muslim, we can infer that those Christian tribes didn't just jump ship cause of the vibe. The Christian Arabs today are still repping Christianity in a Muslim world. Layard saw an Arab camp near Al-Karak, and they were straight fire from clothes to mannerisms. Burkhardt's monks on Mount Sinai told him about families of Christian Bedouins who never converted to Islam, like this old woman who died in 1750 and got buried in the convent. 67 some Arabs from the Ban Gas tribe still rocking Christianity. 2, they started converting to Rome's church like 1500 years ago, and some of them are still holding strong today. Like 200 years ago, Arnold Loki spoke Arabic in his religious services, though. If we're chilling with the Bedouins, bud, then look at how settled towns and non-Arabic peeps reacted to the new religion. It's like they didn't get all hyped about converting to Islam right away. Christians in major cities of the Byzantine Empire were still repping their ancestral faith, fam. They still got a lot of love for that old school creed, you feel. So if we want to understand how they were living under Muslim rule and what made some peeps convert to Islam, we got to take it back to when Christian rule was on the line. Like 100 years ago, Justinian tried to get the Roman Empire together again, but then it just fell apart, and they didn't really have a common vibe between the provinces and the emperor's seat. Heraclius tried to get Syria back in the fold, but his methods were kind of whack and only made things worse. He was all like, let's prop up an Irenicon, which is basically a fancy prayer to stop the drama between factions, but it just didn't work out that way. There was this big controversy about whether Christ had one or two natures, like, was he human and God at the same time? That went on for like 200 years before Heraclius tried to hash it out with his own doctrine of monothelitism. Monothelitism is basically saying there's only one person in Jesus, but with a divine human vibe going on. It's all about unity, fam. But then Heraclius gets caught up in the drama, and it doesn't work out for him either. Arnold, he Loki sparked major controversy for being all about monotheism and stuff. But like a lot of Orthodox Christians were super here for it, even in the provinces under the Roman Empire's rule. You feel they were hella salty towards Heraclius, who was like super harsh on them, and they were low key, hoping he'd get his act together and stop oppressing them. Like even Michael the Elder, the Jacobite patriarch of Antioch, was all about it. He was totes fine with the Arab takeover and thought it was all some kind of divine intervention. He's like, hey, God brought these Arabs to save us from the Romans' cruelty and stuff. Anyway, when the Muslim army rolled into the valley of Jordan, the locals were like, Uwaz, we're good with you guys. Thanks for not being as salty as the Byzantines. They thought the Arabs kept it real with them, unlike the Greeks, who were all about oppressing and robbing them. It was a major vibe in Syria during that 6-1-B-3-3, 60-39 campaign, where the Arabs just kind of took over. And when Damascus came under their control, they're like, we got this. No more Roman drama for them. So Arnold was all about making deals with the Arabs, right? And that's how he got his immunity from getting plundered and stuff. The rest of Syria's cities were like, hey, we're in two. And they all signed these treaties be tributary to the Arabs. Even the Jerusalem patriarch was like, nah, I'm good, and surrendered the city on similar terms. It turns out that people were low-key hyped for Muslim toleration after they got invaded by the army. They were like, hey, we don't got to worry about getting killed for being heretics no more. And the Arabs were all about not messing with their vibe. So they just let them do their thing. The Byzantine Empire's provinces that got conquered by the Muslims were getting some major respect from the Arabs. They could worship however they wanted without getting salty or anything. There were some restrictions, but they were all about keeping it peaceful and not stirring up no drama. These agreements are hella significant, even if they're a little messy now. The terms that Arnold got from Jerusalem's Caliph Umar B, all Kaaba Bey was straight fire. Our God is the merciful, compassionate. And he was like, those are good to go. He guaranteed their lives, possession, churches, crosses, and all that jazz. They couldn't change their churches or get their crosses taken away. Tribute was due, though 5 dinars for the rich, 4 for the middle class, and 3 for the poor. And Umar himself visited the holy places with the patriarch, which is hella deep. Patriarch Arnold low-key told the caliph to bless up in his spot, but he thoughtfully declined, saying that if he did so, his followers might later try to claim it as a Muslim spot. It's hella considerate of Umar to hook up some Christian lepers with cash and food from the public funds, no cap. Even in his last will and test, where he's all like, do this for your successor, he remembers the dimmers or protected persons of other faiths. I'm good with my successor keeping it real for the dims who enjoy God and the Prophet's protection. Let him make sure that the covenant is kept and no extra stress is put on them. Later generations gave Umar some wild regulations that hella restricted Christians from practicing their religion. But Digoj and Taytani proved it was all made up by a later crew. Nonetheless, it's dope for figuring out what the Christian churches were dealing with under Muslim rule. This so-called Ordinance of Umar is straight fire. In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate. This is a message from Umar B, Al-Kapar B, to some Christians in such and such city. When you're marching against us, we ask for protection for ourselves, our fam, our stuff, and our co-religionists. And we made this deal with you that we won't build no new monasteries, churches, cells, or hermitages, 84, that we won't repair old ones in the Muslim hood or in the suburbs, that will let Muslims come into our spots for free, that will give Muslim travelers food and lodging for 3 nights, that we won't be hella rude to them or hide any Muslims from us, that we won't teach our kids the Qur'an, 85, that we won't be all extra about our religion and invite people to join, that we won't stop our cousins from embracing Islam if they want to that will respect Muslims and show up when they need us in assemblies, that we won't copy them on fashion speech or whatever, that we won't ride around on saddles, wear swords, or be all about the arms game. Yara, we gotta keep it real, bruh. Arnold and our squad promise not to sell wine, nor shave our fades or rock some whack outfit wherever we're at. We'll keep it to ourselves, no cap, no girdles around our waists, no crosses in the streets, no loud chanting when Muslims are present, no palm brackets or image wagging in the streets, and we won't low-key spy on their houses or slay them. Fam, we're all about keeping it lit, though if we mess up, our protection's gone, and you can treat us like enemies. Gee, the OGs say Ibn Azam wrote this doc back under the 5th century of the Hijra, but its rules are straight up savage. Bruh. We're lucky we didn't get too roasted by now. We know Christians weren't too salty about the religious restrictions, Tebi. They had to pay jizya, which was like a tribute or whatever. But it wasn't all that extra. They still got to keep their old faith and not have to fight in wars, so they were good. Some converts came over for the Benjamins, but they didn't really need to give up their old vibe to get a pass. Later on, the Arab Gov started making converts pay jizya too, even after they joined the squad. It was like, hey, you're all good now, just keep it real. But for real, it's all about respecting each other's cultures and being low, key cool, not trying to come for someone's vibe feel. So like when Muslims weren't around, PPL who weren't Muslims were low-key terrified of getting torched financially by the state when it needed cash. The early conkers didn't even have a one-size-fits-all tax rate, 93 and some big-time Muslim doctors, Abian Far and Enamu Lake. A straight-up disagreeing on some minor deets. 94, we got to take some facts from this book called The Kitbil Kajay, written by Abi Saf for Harun al-Rashid, like at 796-809 as a little more real representation of Mohammedan procedure under the Abbasid Caliphate. It's like if you were rich, if you got to pay 48 dirhams a year, middle-class folks got to cough up 24, and poor peeps, field workers, artisans, only 12 dirhams. Fam, they could even trade in stuff like cattle or merch, but not pigs, wine, or dead animals, no cap. The tax was only on able-bodieds, not women or kids, 96, and low-key, poor people who were all about getting alms, or elderly folks who couldn't even work. They got a free pass. Same vibe for the blind, lame, or mentally unstable, unless they were straight fire. Financially, priests and monks got a lil special treatment too, but only if they were struggling on alms, you feel. 97 collectors had to be super chill and show some love, not get all salty or corporal punishment-y if PL couldn't pay. This tax wasn't even about punishing Christians for not converting. It was just a lil something they paid with the rest of their non-Muslim peeps who weren't into fighting in the army. 98, and when people from Agra contributed, they were all like, why, we pay jizya if you keep us safe. 99, basically, it was a protection trade. So, like, Lid's treaty with some towns in Cheira said, if you got protected by the Muslims, then you got to pay, but if not, no biggie. How clear the Mohammedans were about this deal is shown when Abu Ubaidah wrote to governors and people in Syria, "Been all, we got your jizya back. 100 you, Arnold, we got some tea. We just found out a major force is coming for us, and since you guys agreed to protect us, we got to give back what we took from you. But if we win, we'll consider keeping it real with the old terms of our agreement." So they paid back a whole bunch of dough from the state treasury, and Christians were all like, God bless, on Muslims, saying, May God get you in charge again and make you victorious over the Romans. Had it been them, they wouldn't have gave us nothing, but took everything with them. 100C, they put a tax on able-bodied dudes who ain't Muslim instead of doing their military duty. And guess what? When Christians joined the Muslim army, they didn't got to pay that tax. Like the tribe of old Jurjima was all, hey, we're Christians, but we'll fight with you if you don't make us pay. When the Arab conquests went north of Persia in AH 22, they made a similar deal with another tribe, exempting them from the tax if they did military duty instead. We got some other instances of jizya remission too, like when Christians served in the army or navy under Turkish rule. Like the people of Megaris were exempt from the tax if you let at the passes, and Christian pioneers who fixed roads and bridges for the Turks. They got grants of land with no taxes on them. And Hydra's Christians, they didn't pay nothing to the Sultan, but instead sent 250 seamen to support the Turkish fleet. Human southern Romanians, the southern Mofoi, Armatoli, were exempt from tax if they supplied an armed squad in wartime too. And the Mirdits, Albanian Catholics, who controlled some mountains near Skatori. Same deal. In the same vibe, they didn't charge Greek Christians for keeping the aqueducts going to supply Constantinople with water neither. 177, yeah. So like Arnold, the city was straight fire back in the day. We're talking powder magazine, no cap, and 1 and 8. On the other hand, those Egyptian peasants who were Muslim but got exempt from serving, a tax was slapped on them, just like the Christians, right? 109 living under that security and religious freedom, though Christian peeps in the towns were doing well, especially in the early days of the Caliphate, 110. Muawiyah 66660 had Christians low key running his show, and other members of the royal fam followed suit, 110. Christians was getting those high posts at court, like a Christian Arab named Al-Akol, who was the court poet, and St. John of Damascus, his dad, counselor to Abul Malik, seat 5 and 7, hum 5, 100. In the service of Caliph Al-Mutaim, A3308 422, there were these two Christian brothers, Salmia and Ibrahim, who was super close with the commander of the faithful, like they had the caliph's back, no question or then. Ibrahim was in charge of the Bayt al-Mamel, or public treasury, which is wild because you'd think a Muslim would be running. That office wasn't. The caliph loved Ibrahim so much he even visited him when he was sick and was hella upset when he passed away 111. Abd al-Malik appointed this Christian scholar Athanasius from Edessa as tutor to his bro Abial. Azez and Athanasius got rich in Egypt, like we're talking 4,000 sleilages, houses, gardens, gold and silver weapon 12. He was basically building an empire, and his sons took a duntra from each soldier when they received their pay, which is crazy considering there were 30,000 troops in Egypt back then, 12. At the end of the 8th century, Abientual Amber was secretary to Abi Emin's B. Muab, and used his influence for the benefit of Christians 113. In the reign of Al-Mutated 892-902, the governor of Amber, Umabi Basaf, was a Christian and got the caliph's approval for the appointment. Like, if a Christian can do the job better than someone else, why not? 114. Al-Muwafaq trusted another Christian named Israel with the army administration, and Al-Mutaid had this Christian name named Malik B. Al-Walid as one of his secretaries, 115. Later on in Al-Muqtadi's reign, Christians was getting those power moves again. Yeah, so Arnold was all about that War Office vibes back in 908, 932. Meanwhile, some Muslim fam like Nabi Harun were low-key Christians, and the Prime Minister of al-Dawla from 949, 982. They had a major presence in the government offices, especially with the finance department, and it was a whole another level in Egypt where they almost owned the posts. Like Christian docs were totally raking it in. Gabriel was a Nestorian Christian who was getting paid 800k dirhams from his private property, and another one got 22k dirhams for showing up to see Hadron el Rashid. And they were getting major source in trade and commerce too. But for real though, the mob was hella salty about it, and would come for them with some sick burns. Non-Muslim communities were straight fire. They had autonomy over their internal affairs, and their religious leaders got to handle judicial cases only. Churches and monasteries weren't touched much, except in big cities where some got flipped into mosques. The history's all like, hold up, there's no way the churches got divided among both Christians and Muslims when Damascus got taken. It's wild how these historians were all about that life. Even when it didn't add up, people are still all over the place on this, though. Some Muslim fam is like, churches can get repaired if they're old or broke, while others are hella intolerant and say you can't build new ones at all. Yes. So like, when Muslims are all messed up and stuff, people can still build churches and whatnot. Some legit scholars thought that if you got a special treat with your Muslim overlords, you might be able to get away with building a new church or synagogue in a city they took over. But these laws were like super loosely enforced, fam. For real though, some Christian teachers were all, you can't build churches in cities that are like strictly Muslim. But the actual government was all hold up, let's make exceptions. So like even when Umari 707-720 was trying to destroy all those new churches, it didn't really happen. And then a century later, Mutawakkil 8487-86-1 had to go through the motions again because people were still building churches left and right. I got the tea on Athanasius. This dude was like super rich and built a sick church in Edessa dedicated to the Mother of God. And he also built some monasteries and stuff in Egypt, including 2 major churches in Fusta. Some Christian employees of Abd al-Aziz B. He's like half-brother or something, got permission to build a church in Olan, which was totally Muslim territory. It's wild, fam. In AD 711, there was this Jacobite built in Antioch by order of Walid 700557 And like Muhammad of the Jacobite Christians consecrated a new church in Antioch and another one in Samarra. But some people were all, wait, I'm not down with that. But overall, churches kept getting built during this time. Kuko Lidal Kosa even built a church for his mom, who was Christian, to worship at. Cyprian, the Nestorian bishop, spent 56,000 dianras a church in Nisibis that's like some serious cash. And then there's this other church, Abu Surja, which got built in the reign of all Mahdi 705-785 for some Christian prisoners who were taken captive. So like Arnold, during all these fire campaigns against the Byzantine Empire, they built another church in the same city, right? It was during the reign of Harun al-Rashid 7A6A809 and was built by the people of Samuel, who were hella cool with the Caliph and got their protection from him. 134 at the same time, Sergius, the Nestorian Metropolitan of Barra, got permission to build another church in that city in 35, but it was a Muslim foundation created by Umar in 6038, and they built this fire church in Babylon with Daniel and Ezekiel's bodies in it. 137, when Al-Mamun 838 and 33 was chillin' in Egypt, he gave the green light to 2 of his chamberlains to build a church on Old Muqaim, this hill near Cairo. You feel 138, and by the same caliphs leave Bukham. This wealthy Christian dude built some sick churches at Bidira in Egypt. 138, the Nestorian patriarch Timotheus, who died 8820, he was low-key building a church at Takrat and a monastery at Baghdad. 139, in the 10th century, they built this beautiful Coptic church, Abid Seifain in Fus. It's like, wow. 140, a new church was built at Jeddah in the reign of Al-Hur, the 7th Eftimid Caliph of Egypt, 1020-1335, and it's hella famous, fam. 141 new churches and monasteries were built too during the Abbasid era, like 1180. There were 142. In 1187, they built another church at Fus, and it's dedicated to Our Lady the Pure Virgin. It's so fire. 143, actually. You can't even say that Islam came in and messed up Christianity. It's more like the Christians were hella active in spreading their faith all over Asia. And by the 11th century, they got tons of converts from Tatars, and other Christian sects were just chilling, getting along with each other. There were 145, but there was this one time when Barsoma, a Nestorian bishop, was all, let's persecute the Orthodox Church, and it was super savage, fam. 147s and 700-800 Orthodox clergy and laymen got butchered during that persecution. It's wild. And another thing, they had another round of persecution, but at least everyone was hella chill with each other under the caliphs. You feel? 146, Arnold's got to know that back in the day, Khusro was low-key fighting against the Orthodox Church, but it was like on the down low, right? It was all started by a Jacobite who told the king that the Orthodox would totes be on his side with the Byzantines, but really they were just trying to be fair to their Christian subjects. After they took over Egypt, the Jacobites tried to steal some churches from the Orthodox, but then the Mohammedans were all like, nah, these should still be yours, and gave Wim back. It's not like the Muslim rule was super intolerant feel. So instead of thinking that everyone got converted to the sword, more likely they found another vibe that was similar to Islam. There were some Christians in Persia who were all about this Muhammadan thing and were even part of Shara Gun or Landowner squads back in the day. They weren't really into the whole Christian doctrine scene, but were def part of the conversion squad when it came time for the Arab conquest. And yeah, some Christian theologians are like, for sure, the Eastern Church was all messed up and needed Islam to get their spiritual life right. Like, Dean Millman is low-key saying that all these sects were beefing with each other, and it's hard not to think that some people would be like, peace out, I'm good with this new faith, instead of dealing with all the drama. So like Arnold, there was a major vibe shift happening among Christians from the Eastern churches. When it came to Islam, you feel, they were all hella turned off by how Christian theology got all dogmatic and Hellenistic, right? It's like for them, it was all about keeping it real and simple, but this new stuff that came in was all extra and confusing. They were low-key freaked out by all the obscure doctrines and whatnot, and it made them question the whole faith thing. So when Arnold comes along with the news of a new revelation, they're like, this is the real deal, let's ditch this old vibe for something fresh. And they're hella tempted by all the material gains that come with joining Islam. It's like, who wouldn't want to be part of something that offers hope and a clear path to righteousness? Canon Taylor says it's no wonder Arnold spread so quickly across Africa and Asia, because people were super turned off by the old Jewish vibes. They were all about the mysticism and abstruse metaphysics. But Islam is like, hold up, let's keep it real with some basic doctrine here. And they're low-key revolting against all the corruption and superstition that was going on. But like Arnold isn't just about getting rid of old school dogma. It's also about bringing out the fundamentals of religion. God is one. He's merciful and righteous, and we got to keep it real with it. Our faith. It's not about being some fake or pretending to be something you're not. It's about being true to yourself and recognizing your place in the world. And let's be real, Arnold was also a major reaction against Byzantine ecclesiasticism, all that emperor worshipping, state-controlled stuff. It's like, who needs an empire and its fancy hierarchies when you can just get down to basics with the Word of God? Anyway, Arnold came along and shook things up, and people were hella into it. Yeah, it's like Arnold. There was a major revolt against the government of Justinian, which was only stopped after a mass killing of 35,000 people. The Greens were all about it, as they called themselves, and they went ham on the circus, protesting against the emperor's oppression and being, all like, justice is gone, fam, and we're low, key gonna become Jews or get back to Grecian paganism. That's 161. It's been a century since things got salty between the people and the government, but the Byzantine crew was all about keeping it tight. So the Greens had to chill and not cause no more drama. But like in 560, some secret heathens were still getting it on in Constantinople and getting punished, you feel. 762 on the outskirts of the empire, though these malcontents were good to go, and they were all about hitting up the east with their persecuted heretics and other folks who were just done with the Byzantine state church. The Muslim armies were all, hey, we got this. We'll take care of you, cause these spiritual G's had been low-key talking to Muslims for 100 years before. And like when the Arabic language became the vibe in the caliphate, especially in the towns and whatnot, it was no surprise that people from all over were getting on board with that. The whole assimilation thing was lit too, and by the end of 2 centuries, the conquered peoples were basically one with the ruling crowd, you know. And 163, but like what's poppin' is that this rationalistic movement in Islam might have influenced Christian thinkers, and they're all about questioning their faith, cause it seems to be a bit hella contradictory. This Coptic Christian dude was all, I'm not feeling the Christian thing, fam. It's just too extra to 164. So like Arnold would find that Muslim theology was pretty similar to Christianity, right? Like when it comes to believing in God and stuff, it's not all that different from Christian teachings. And for real, there were some major similarities between the two faiths when it came to understanding the universe and the existence of God. It's been shown that Christian theologians had a major influence on Muslim thought, especially back in Damascus during the Umayyad Caliphate times. It's like their ideas about God and the universe were straight out of Byzantine theology. And let's be real, some of the oldest Islamic texts look super similar to Christian writings from Steve, John of Damascus, and other Christian fathers. So like some Muslim sects that are all about asceticism took major inspiration from Christianity, especially when it came to talking about God's nature and stuff. It's crazy how they borrowed ideas straight from Christians, right? Like the Qadariya sect was basically copying Christian ideas about free will. But at the same time, some Muslim leaders were trying to convert people from other faiths like Jews and Christians. And it's wild because Arnold is said to have converted thousands of people when he died. That's a major conversion rate, fam. And then there was this thing where the Muslims conquered all these countries and stuff, and Christian peoples were all like, cool, God must be on their side, because they won all those battles. It's like they thought that winning was proof of God's favor. And that made some people more likely to join the Muslim faith. So, yeah, Arnold would find it wild how similar some Islamic teachings are to Christianity and how much influence Christian ideas had on Muslim thought. So ROD's affiliated FAM got a legit spot in the Muslim community. And by the time the first century of the Hijra was up, they were all about proving this ideal was on point, you feel. But for real, Christian life wasn't always as low key as it was under earlier caliphs. In the interest of keeping it 100 with the Muslim squad, some shady conditions went down for non-Muslims, academics, and they had to deal with all sorts of extra stress just to get a chance to level up. Certain caliphs tried to shut them out from public offices, but it was like super hard to make that stick. Al-Manga, Al-Mutawakkil, Al-Muqtadir, and even some Tawraimid caliphs were all about passing decrees that excluded dhimmers from government posts. It's wild because these decrees kept getting renewed, like they weren't really committed to making it work. It was all because of the drama with Christian officials being extra harsh and insolent, or when fanatics would get triggered and start spewing hate. It started when Qur'an al-Rashid got into a bad vibe with Christians, and he made them wear this crazy outfit and give up their spots in government. Like, how basic these decrees were all about the politics of the time, not just some deep religious thing. Christians under Muslim rule had to deal with so much drama from outside Christian powers. And when Nicephorus, the Byzantine emperor, got shaddy, Arnold's fam was like, peace out Christianity. Mostly though, it was cause Christian foreigners were being extra suspect, or because the Muslims felt like they'd been disrespected by those same foreigners. Fanaticism was also a major key in some of these persecutions. There was one caliph, Mutawakkil, who took it to the next level and started taking revenge on Christians for past slights. He got caught up in the whole hus avez them vibe, and it ended up being super toxic. Yaz, like Arnold, was low-key trying to win over his peeps by hating on the Mutazilites, which was straight-up heretical. He banned all discussions about the Qur'an, declared that it was created, not written by Allah, and was all about the oppression of Allah's followers. He also messed with the Christians, literally, by making them wear different clothes, forbidding them from working in public jobs, doubling their taxes, and having to share baths with Muslims. It's wild that historians, totally dissed the Nestorian Church for this, saying it was a new thing Arnold did, and it stopped after he died. One of his homies, Al-Muqtadir, continued these rules, which were, super outdated by then. Other times, AROLD's squad got way too extra, destroying churches and synagogues, and Christians got scared and left the church. But, Islam is all about tolerance and stuff, so it was super wok that ARNLD squad was being hella oppressive. The ulama, those learned clergy, were this is wild, but they didn't do anything about it, cause the princes were just chilling, not caring. It's not cool when a fanatical priesthood tries to dictate how the government should treat non-Muslims. That's not always what goes down in reality. Sometimes our RLD squad got squelty because those Christians who held high positions in the government were being hella extra, oppressing Muslims and taking their stuff. The caliphs were all like, brew, Stop oppressing us. But they also got mad at the Christians for being spies for the Abbasid dynasty. Later on, during the Crusades, those Christians were accused of being traitors to Arnold and the Muslims, which was super low key. You, Arnold, like the people who got conquered, were low key, being super oppressed by the government. And it was hella hard for them to keep their faith straight. When things started getting rough, they were all about getting free from their struggles with that. And God is God. Muhammad is his dude. Vibe. The state needed cash. And so people were getting hit harder with taxes, which made life even more unbearable for non-Muslims, you feel. So, like, more peeps converted to Islam because it was easier. Christian churches had some major failings, though. They couldn't get their moral game on point. And when persecution came down, peeps just decided to dip out. It might have been cause they weren't doing their religious thing right, or cause the clergy were living that dirty life. Some Christian captive women had kids, but they were raised in Islam, so now those kids were all about it too. But, let's get real, Arnold. There was no major organized attempt to force peeps into Islam, and no systemic persecution went down. The caliphs were hella chill. Fam, they could easily wiped out Christianity if they wanted to, but they didn't. Ferdinand and Isabella did it in Spain. Louis Xiv did it in France, and the Jews were kept out of England for ages. But not the Muslims, no cap. Some ancient churches in Western Asia still got some life, though. There's 150,000 Nestorians left. But that number would have been way higher if other Christian churches hadn't been all about proselytizing them. The Chaldees are at 70,000, and some of those Nestorians even joined the Orthodox Russian Church. 15,000 peeps got in with the Russians. And there's this Jacobite patriarch dude who's got jurisdiction over 80,000 people. It's a whole thing, Arnold. So there's Arnold, and he's talking about these ancient Christian groups, right? Under the Patriarch of Jerusalem, they had 58 people or less, whereas the Melchizedek Catholics are Catholici, 330k. The Maronite Church is super old broad. It's been with the Roman Catholics since 1182, and they're still low with only 300k. It's wild that these communities have made it this far, considering how much war, famine, and all that jazz has gone down in their country. I mean, it was basically a battlefield for centuries. What were the Turks? Montetunguls and Crusaders coming through. And get this, they weren't even allowed to try to convert people back to Christianity by Mohammedan law. It's they just lost that whole missionary vibe before Islam came around. Some historians think that monastic life in the East and Christian values of being single or whatever might have kept them from growing as a population. But honestly, we don't know much about conversion to Islam during this time period, when the Arabs took over. Most Christians just converted on the spot. It's crazy. For example, in Iraq, the revenue from taxes was 120 million dirhams during Umar's reign, but then it dropped to 40 million after some wars and stuff. That decline is mostly due to people becoming Muslim and not paying taxes anymore. Meanwhile, in Khorasan, there were these Christian groups that converted to Islam too, they just went with the flow, bro. This one letter from a contemporary priest is fire, though it's talking about how peaceful the spread of Islam was even back then. It's wild that it hasn't gotten as much attention from modern historians. The letter says stuff like, "Where are your sons, O Father?" Why did they leave their faith and go into destruction? It's deep. For real. your Arnold, so many Loki 1,000 Christians out, they ain't got no beef with God, 'cause none of them got martyred for the real deal you feel. Whereas all the fire in Kerman and Persia, though, it ain't Satan coming through or kings getting their way, nor governors doing their job. It's like this weak little demon just by the satanic squad and got the power to wreck stuff. He didn't even get a decent spot in hell, so they sent him on some wild-eyed errand, but he was all now to getting into the big leagues. He just gave the nod, and bam, all the churches in Persia went down. And meanwhile, the Arabs are running the show, right? They're chilling with God now, but they ain't touching Christian vibes. They're actually Loki supporting our squad, honoring priests and saints, and helping out churches and monasteries. So why did Merv folk abandon their faith for these Arabs when the Arabs were all, I keep it safe and we'll let you keep most of your goods? It's wild that they traded eternal life for a little bit of this world's goods. That's hella rich for especially since they're willing to give up way more than just a few coins. Arnold, it's like they were saying, hey, Islam is fire, let's get in on that, even though the Arabs weren't forcing them or nothing. And then there was Umar I, who brought some real heat. He had a missionary movement going on and offered all sorts of incentives to convert. He even gave this Christian soldier like 1,000 dinars to join the squad. He told governors to invite dimmers to Islam, and Al-Jabi. Al went hard, converting like 4,000 people. He even wrote a letter to Leo I saying, "Oh, come on and get with it." And he was all about reworking the rules so converts ain't getting hella taxed. It's wild how much these leaders were into spreading Islam back in the day. Yeah, so like Arnold, he was all about remitting the carge from Muslim landlords and stuff, but instead they were just paying a tithe, which is way lighter, you feel. These moves super successful for the Muslims, and it's lit how many people converted to Islam. But, like, it wasn't just about the Benjamins, fam. There were these Christian dudes who were all, hey, we got some beef with Islam, and then they'd write these treatises trying to diss the Muslim faith. It's like John of Damascus was low-key trying to undermine Christianity in his works. These dialogues are hella convincing. Like, if you're a Christian and someone's all like, if the Saracen asks you, you're just going to be like, okay, got this. But it's not like Arnold was trying to be all cool and apologetic for Islam, fam. His pupil, Bishop Theodore Abbey Korah, was still bringing heat in his own dialogues with Muslims, though. Then there's this other dude, Timotheus, who had these super deep conversations with the caliphs about religious stuff. But, like, it got kind of messy, you know. This bishop had to deal with some major opposition from within his own church. And then he just ended up converting to Islam and getting all rewarded, like rich presents and a fancy job or whatever. These early days of the Hijra are pretty basic, fam. There's not much info, but it seems like people were trying to proselytize for real. The first documented thing like that comes from old Mammon's time, 833. And it's like this letter from one of his cousins to some high-ranking Christian dude at court. In the letter, he's all, hey, can you come over to Islam? Arnold's friend was low, key trying to convert to Islam, and he was all about that affectionate appeal and using language that's super chill, you feel. This letter is like totally iconic in the early history of Islam, and it's been included in a Sikh Appendix 209. In the same work, we got this tea about a speech by the Caliph to his nobles, where he's hella salty towards people who converted to Islam for the gram. He's like, if you're doing it for the clout, you're not even a real Muslim. But then he's all, hey, I'm going to keep it real with these folks and see what God has to say. 2:10, it's cool how the Caliph is all about that good vibes, and he ain't got time for fake converts. Al-Man was hella extra in spreading the faith of Islam, and he sent out invites to unbelievers in far out places like Transoxania and Fargana 211. At the same time, he didn't try to be a salty caliph by forcing people to convert. When this dude Yazan Bakht came to Baghdad D212 and held a disputation with Muslim theologians, the caliph like, yo, come on over. I got a bodyguard for you. But Yazan Bakht was all, commander of the faithful, your advice is heard, but you're one of those who don't force people to leave their religion. So the caliph was like, nah, I'm good. Let's just vibe out. 2:13, some Christian historians are low, key mentioning some ecclesiastical dignitaries who became Muslims like George, Bishop of Bahrain, 2:14, and this dude Gabriel's bro who converted to Islam around the 10th century, 2:15. And then there was Theodore, the Nestorian bishop of Beth Gamai, 2:16, and Philoxenos, a Jacobite bishop of Darbaijan, 207, who all became Muslims without any drama. So Arnold is low-key trying to convert to Islam in 1016, right? Like he was the Jacobite Metropolitan of Takrit for 25 years and was hanging out with the Caliph al-Quwadair. He's all like, I'm a switch to being Abbey Muslim and stuff. It'd be hella interesting if someone wrote a memoir about his thoughts on it, though. Some Christian dude is trying to diss Arnold for getting into Islam, but he ain't got the tea. Like, what's the real tea? Was he low-key corrupt, or was it just some wild rumor? Anyway, the thing is, because they were so high up in the church, we got all this deets about prominent priests switching to Islam, while other people's conversions are, like, totally ignored. Barbas is trying to spill the tea on his own time, and he's low-key calling out some Jacobite bishops for their public meltdowns. Like, there was this one dude, Aaron, who was the bishop of some random town in Khorasan. He got all messed up with morals, then repented, went back to his old church, and then finally just chilled with the Maronites on Mount Lebanon. Wild, right? Then there's Daniel, Bishop of Cobber, who was all about secular learning, but still ended up getting converted. He was low-key trying to be the Bishop of Aleppo, but didn't get it, so he just ghosted the Christian thing and became a Muslim. Like, what even is that? Jackie's Devatri, Bishop of Acre, is all you're messed up when talking about how the Eastern Church got played by the false prophet and got caught up in some wild carnal vibes. So like Arnold was low-key making some major moves in Syria and Palestine, right? But then, around the 11th century, some fresh crusaders from Europe came through and started settling in the Kingdom of Jerusalem and other states they founded, which were like super precarious for a minute during this. Some crusaders who were German or Lombard or whatever started getting all kinds of heat for converting to Islam, cause they were hanging with some Turks and vibbing with the Muslim vibes. For real, there was this one dude, Reynard, who led his crew out on their own and ended up joining the Turkish side fam. Now let's talk about that second crusade, bruh. So, Odo of Duel was like a monk from Sade. Dinis, who went with Louis Vai on the trip and wrote this crazy story about what went down. They were trying to get through Asia Minor, but they got totally wrecked by the Turks in Phrygia, AD 1140A. It was hella disastrous. So Louis Vier was all like, hey, I'll give you these 500 marks if you hook me up with some Greek merchants. And the Greeks were all, sure thing, bro. But then they just left the Crusaders behind and took off in their ships to Antioch. The rest of the crew, though, was stuck in Italia with nothing but sickly pilgrims and treacherous Greeks who were all about the drama. The Turks were all famine, disease, and arrows bring it on, and they just sat back while this carnage went down. But then, like some 4K pilgrims tried to escape, but they got caught by the Turks, and it was all over for them. But here's the thing, the Mohammedans were all, hold up, fam. We got to take care of these pilgrims. They started tending to their sick and feeding them, even buying up some cash from the Greeks and giving it to those in need. It was like a total 180. The thing is, though, the Greeks were all about keeping their fellow Christians down, making them do forced labor and beating them for nothing. So many of these pilgrims were like, you know what? I'm good with this new faith they're serving up. It was wild. Old Chronicle says Arnold Loki dodges homies who was super hella cruel to him. He vibes with the non-believers who ain't trying to hurt him, and for real, more than 3,000 join the Turks when they dip out. Brock, kindness is straight up harsher than all that fake-ass betrayal. They give him food, but take away his faith, though it's deaf certain that he ain't trying to force nobody to abandon their religion. 225, the connection between Christians and Muslims getting more turnt. The squad of crusaders starting to see the good in each other's vibes, which is straight up fire compared to the earlier chroniclers. 226, the Frank folk settling in the Holy Land, adopting all the Oriental swag, did a whole lot to change how Christians thought about Islam. One of the most savage features is that many Christian knights are low-key accepting of Muslim faith. It's like they're trying to see it from their perspective. But the church is hella mad about it. When Usama B. Munkaid hits Jerusalem on a truce, the Knights Templar hook him up with a chapel to say his prayers in, and they're all about keeping it real. 297, it's deaf. Weird that faith wouldn't be talking point, no matter how often Christians and Muslims chill together during truces. Like, they came to the Holy Land for war, but then they got to figure out how to coexist. Even Christian theologians starting to see Islam in a different light after hanging out with Muslims, and it's like their minds get all turned around, sparking all sorts of heresy, so it's no surprise that some folks get caught up in the Islam trap. 228, these renegades in the 12th century are popping, to the point where they're even on the statute books of the Crusaders. 229, it'd be kind of lit to know who was behind converting all these people, but they left no record of their grind. We do know that Saladin had his squad looking out for these converts, and he's straight up dropping knowledge on them about Islam, like he's showing them the beauty in it. 230, Arnold went full on savage and ditched Christianity for Islam, like totally abandoning his peeps. For real, Robert of St. Albans, an English Templar, made the switch in 1185 and then married some granddaughter of Saladin. Like 2 years later, Saladin rolled up to Palestine and absolutely destroyed the Christian army at Ain, and Guy, king of Jerusalem, got taken captive. On the eve of the battle, 6 of his knights were straight up possessed by a devilish spirit and just ghosted King Guy, like running off to Saladin's camp and becoming Saracens on their own. At the same time, it looks like Saladin had a lil scheme going with Raymond I, Count of Tripoli, to get his followers to ditch Christianity for good. But when Raymond I passed away, the whole plan was hella. The fall of cancelled, and Jerusalem and Saladin's fire, breathing success in the Holy Land, got Europe all riled up for the Third Crusade, which involved a major siege of Acre from 1189 and 91. The Christian army was literally struggling to survive due to famine and disease, so some of them just lost it and went running to the Muslim camp to get some grub. Some of these deserters got their lives back together with the Crusaders later on, but others were like, peace out, Christianity, and started serving Saladin instead. Some even remained true to their Christian faith, but became good Muslims. The chronicler who rode with Richard I during the crusade was hella shook about these renegades, saying some of them sold their souls for survival. From this point on, you'd see references to renegades all over the writings of those who traveled to the Holy Land and other places in the East. Even when St. Louis was held captive by Saladin in 1250, he got proposed an oath that was basically suggested by former priests who had become Muslims. And while the ransom business was still going on, there was this one French renegade. Yeah, so like Arnold was born in Provence, and he was low-key on a mission to bring a present to the king, you feel. He had been with King John of Jerusalem on this wild expedition against Damida back in 2019, and then he just chillin' in Egypt for a hot second. He married a Muslim sis, became super influential in that country, and was like totally respected fam. But there's this one thing, though, the pilgrims to the Holy Land were getting all up in arms about converting to Islam, and it was hella problematic, if you ask me. This dude, Amaury de la Roche, wrote this remembrance thing around 1266, where he's like, hey, Pope, can we please stop poor folks from going to Palestine? They get killed or taken prisoners by the Saracens or become renegades. For real. Then there's this other dude, Ludolf de Socham, who was in the Holy Land from 1336 to 3041, and he's all like, hey, I found these 3 renegades at Hebron. They came from Germany, were serving a night, and now they're Muslims. It's wild. But here's the thing, we don't know how many more Christians converted to Islam because nobody kept track. Like, there were supposedly 25,000 in Cairo by the end of the 15th century, and that's just the tip of the iceberg. The Muslim historians back then were too busy writing about princes and dynasties to care about individual conversions. So we got to rely on Christian writers who are all like, oh yeah, these Muslims are crazy for converting, but they're hella biased, if you know what I'm saying. They wouldn't dare write about it themselves because of the drama with the church. The only record of a Christian conversion to Islam is this one dude, Ravon Heimendorf, who's like, okay. So there was this German scholar named Justus Stevenius who became Muslim. He studied at Leipzig and was all about that Christianity life until he converted. Arnold, studius operum dedis, est P narrabat verum de hoc facto interrogatus, peculiarum nunc sisi spiritum ades agebat, sine cujus instinctu nihil vel facis ibi, vel cogiter fas esset, quae hominis apostasia nimium quantum animos nostros commovit, et ad fugum quasi excitavit. Odum quoque die jodas quaedum, quae possis daibus in religionem mahumitanum amplexus furat, triumphali pompa per urbem circumducibator, quod idem cum Stevenio istu futurum es. Janissari quaedum nobis affirmabant. From RLD's studies, we get the tea that he was always talking about how he got into his faith. But when asked about this fact, he was low-key freaking out about having a special spirit guide him, and he didn't want to deuced without its insta, or even think about it. All this apostasy drama shook us up, like, for real. On the same day, there's this dude who just got into Islam like 2 days ago, and he's getting all hyped with his squad, making a big old parade through the city. People are saying that Arnold is going to be part of it too. From historical sources, we can gather that not much is known about how many converts there were to Islam, or what kind of efforts were made to convince them to switch up their faith. Apparently, some people tried to escape death by joining Islam because they want to avoid getting killed for apostasy. European travelers are always mentioning cases like this. Let's take a look at this one example from a Jesuit who was in Cairo back in 1627. He saw this Copt dude who was all passionate and violent, took his own bro's life, because the bro converted to Islam and left Christianity behind. The dude got caught red-handed, confessed that the renegade is a total bish, but refused to give up his faith. They kept torturing him until he finally caved in. It was like 1 minute he's a Christian confessor, next minute he's an apostate. It's wild how fast E-Peel can switch sides. Later on, the dude started feeling bad about himself and recanted. But then they killed him for being an apostate again. Anyway, Monk Burchard, written back in 1283, said that Christians were way more number than Muslims in most parts of the Middle East. Muslims were like only 3, 4 something. Now, we're not sure if he was right. It's def a wild claim. Arnold is hella low-key about how the Crusades didn't go as planned for the Muslims, and they're still running the show in the Holy Land, right? They're all like peace and quiet with the Christians, but only if they pay that jizya tax, you feel. Apparently, most of the converts were individual Christians who were all about it in their own minds before making the jump. There's some instances where Christians got jobs under Muslim bosses and were still getting down with their faith. No cap. The Assizes of Jerusalem made a distinction between people who are straight up hating on God and following another vibe, and those who have been fighting for the Muslims for over a year. No joke. Native Christians were all about Muslim rule over Crusader rule, and when Jerusalem finally fell to the Muslims in 1244, they were like, peace out to the Crusaders, and got with the new squad. This same source made many Asian Minor Christians welcome the Seljuk Turks as their saviors from Byzantine government oppression and the Greek church's bad vibes. In the reign of Michael V, 1226-1182, the Turks would get invited to take over smaller towns in Asia Minor so they could escape the empire's tyranny. Rich and poor alike were all about getting out of there, fam. There's still some tea left to spill onto other Christian churches in Western Asia, Armenia, and Georgia. The Armenian church is low-key doing better than most when it comes to converting to Islam, even though they've been through a lot of struggles and whatnot. They're all about clinging to their faith despite the odds being stacked against them. It's not worth going to details for this book, but basically, Armenia was running it in the 9th century and then got taken over by the Seljuk Turks in the 11th. Yas, like Arnold, the Armenian, in peeps still been repping their culture even after losing independence, right? Their religion and church was like the og symbol of their squad's loyalty. Fam, some Armenians did get caught up in Islam for the Benjamins, but most of them stayed true to their roots. Tavernier, 2248, Loke, said, some Armenian peeps might join Mohammedanism for a sec, but they're usually super stubborn and stick to their superstitions. The Georgian church, founded in the 4th century, was like a spin-off from the Greek church, and they've always been hella connected. From the 6th century on, the Patriarch of Georgia got its own independence, though. This nation's history is all about getting attacked by Greeks, Persians, Arabs, Turks, and Mongols. Fam. It's like they were stuck in this constant state of war against foreign invaders. They had some powerful rulers who brought peace for a hot second, but it just made the drama more intense when those leaders got popped. The Georgians are all about keeping it independent, which often got them salty with their Muslim neighbors when they couldn't get them to bow down. It's crazy how that worked out change in faith meant losing independence. So that's why Georgia has a lot of martyrs on its church calendar, but the Greek church doesn't. The Mongols came through and left ruin. Churches were destroyed and human heads piled up. It was wild, fam. When the clergy was weak, Christianity started to dip. Even some Christian peeps were all about plundering church properties and taking the cash for themselves, which made the faith go down the drain. Arnold, let's get into this 1579 story, right? So 2 Georgian princes, fam, came to Constantinople with their squad, and they were trying to secure some power moves. Like, one of them became a Muslim and was low-key trying to take down his bro. Then the Turks got all up in Georgia and took over some districts, and people just straight up converted to Islam. No cap. Anyway, Samskaya, which is like the most western part of Georgia, was all about Turkey for a hot minute. But their rulers were still good with Christianity, even after they became Muslims. It's crazy how the clergy was all about keeping it Christian, though. Some of the chiefs and aristocrats got converted too, but the peasants held on to their Christian vibes longer. Meanwhile, the rest of Georgia was straight up under Persia. Arnold. Like, they had 2 kingdoms that were part of the Persian Empire, and these Georgian princes had to convert to Islam before they could be all high. Key important. One of them, Tsarevich Constantine, was brought up in Persia and got all Muslim at the beginning of the 17th century. There's this one dude, Rustam, who became a Muslim king of Karthli, and his whole fam was Muslim too, no joke. Tavernier, he visited Georgia in the middle of the 17th century, and he was like, calm, these Georgians are hella ignorant about religion. Even some church heads were selling Christian kids as slaves to the Turks and Persian, which is wild. So basically, it seems like there was this whole apostasy thing going on in Georgia, especially among the rich folks who wanted to get with the Persian vibe. It's low-key lit that Arnold's younger bro was trying to be king, but like Georgia was all no cap and wouldn't accept him as ruler, even though he got invested by Persians. So they kicked him out of the kingdom. In the late 1700s, the king of Georgia, like, peace out, Russian crown, we got this. But their patriotic vibes had been riding for Islam when it was all Muslim invaders, and now that it's Christian, it's a whole different story. In Dagestan, there's this dude, Darvish Manda, who's trying to unite the Caucasus tribes against the Russians, preaching Islam left and right, and he succeeds in converting some of the nobles to the faith. Many Circassians were converted too, but they're all about keeping it true blue. So they rather die than submit to Russian rule. But Dav Shmana got caught by the Russians in 1791, and Georgia was officially part of the empire in 1800. He wasn't the only one trying to convert the Circassians, though. When Russia started getting more involved in the Black Sea area, Turkey was all, hold up, we got to stop this. So they sent Farah al to Anpay in 1782 to establish a military colony and make contact with the Circassian tribes. Farah al was low-key trying to get some Circassian babes to join his squad, offering them gifts and whatnot. And it worked, cause a bunch of Circassian women ended up marrying Turkish soldiers and converting to Islam. The Turks were all, yes, we got this. But Farah Al died in 1785, so his work was done. And power fell into Russian hands in 1812, and the Circassians kept resisting. But it's a whole different story now. Yes, like Arnold, Circassians were low-key done in 1864, and over 1 million of them migrated to Turkish land, right? So Russian law was all like no conversions to anything other than Orthodox Church, which was hella unfair, fam. It wasn't until 1905 that the Edict of Toleration went down, and that's when things started to get lit for Islam in the Caucasus. The Abkhazes were all about Christianity, but then they low-key converted to Islam, and it was like a whole thing, you feel. The Orthodox clergy was all shook, so they made a special society to spread religious tracts and stuff to try and keep them from embracing Islam. Chapter of the spread of Islam among Christian nations in Africa. Pro-Islam came to Africa when the Arab army invaded Egypt under Amr B. Aldi in like 60-40 AD, the Byzantines left, and it was all up to Muslim conquerors. They were hella welcomed by the native Christians, who were all about that life, hate, the Byzantine rule. Fam. It wasn't just because they didn't get along with their admin, but also cause of the theological tea. The Jacobites were all, we ain't got love for Orthodox, and the Orthodox were all, no cap, you're out of here. Some Jacobite Christians got tortured, others went into exile, and some Loki pretended to accept Council of Charleston. But when Islam came to town, it was like a breath of fresh air, bruh. The cops were all, thanks, Amma, we got you. 'Cause they didn't have to pay tribute or deal with all the drama under Byzantine rule. He let them keep their churches and even gave them some autonomy, which was major key. In the early days of Islam, the Copts seemed to be living their best lives, fam. And it wasn't just the persecution that made them wanna convert. They were actually drawn to Islam like a moth to flame. Even before the conquest was done, many of them had already switched sides, and it was like a movement, bro. In Utham's reign, Egypt, its revenue was at its peak. But then Mupawaya came along, and it started to tank due to all the conversions. And under Umayyad, it fell even lower, so... Like Arnold is saying that back in the day, governor of Egypt was like, yo, converts gotta pay taxes too. But Caliph was all hold up. God had sent Muhammad Tusi for truth, not for collecting tax 271, but then rulers realized that policy was straight up ruinous for day state, and they kept it on day low, but governors was all over place like arbitrary decisions. You feel. When if B. Al-Walid was governor of Egypt in 7044, and he was all Muslims get out of paying jizya, and 24k Christians accepted Islam. Bro 273, same thing about Al-Saf. First Abbasid Caliph, he was like, if you take my religion, you get day quit. But many people rejected it 'cause of the tax man fam prior to all this. Christians in Egypt was all about that Christianity life, but then Diocletian came through and started persecuting them. Martyr stories, miracles, and all that jazz got people hyped for the faith. Again, 275, Egypt straight up went from zero to hero with their Christian faith. No preaching, just straight up enthusiasm. Arnold was low, key struggling with some super deep theology and metaphysics, but for real, he needed something more relatable. He found solace in the unity of God and the mission of Prophet Muhammad, which is like super simple and intelligent. Even in the Coptic Church, there was this movement that was all about getting closer to Islam, you feel. It was like not straight up Muslim, but for sure influenced by it. And because they didn't have their own church thing going on, it probably made some people want to convert to Islam. So in the 12th century, there's this monk named Balgas who's all about the Christian vibes and monastic life. But then he starts spewing opinions that are hella different from what the Coptic church is teaching, and it gets real messy. He's like, hey, Christ is just another prophet, which is not exactly a thing. He's hanging with the low-key cool kids who follow him, and he's all like, I'm good with Islam now. But when you ask him about his faith, he's all like, I believe in one God. His teachings were popular for a hot second, but then he died and nobody remembered his name. It was like his whole thing didn't matter anymore. And honestly, asceticism just can't compete with the human morality of Islam. People think Copts are more likely to convert to Islam because they're all about it. Like even when Egypt is trying to be super chill and tolerant, there's still these yearly conversions happening. But let's be real, persecution has been a major part of the decline of the Coptic church. They've had to deal with both their own Christians and Muslims getting all up in their grill. It's like they just want to escape the drama and taxes you feel. And sometimes they got to abandon their faith just to stay alive. The story of the Jacobite Church of Egypt is like super sad, man. So like between the Copts and those Christians in Syria, Palestine, and Spain, it's all about how the Copts were low-key volatile, right? They had this crazy struggle against Byzantium, which was all civil and theological oppression, but it made them super tight-knit as a crew. They didn't take kindly to foreign rule from Arabs or Greeks, fam. Then, like in 6046, the Copts rose up against their new masters, and they even got the upper hand for a hot second, driving the Arabs out of Alexandria and letting the Byzantines come back in. But they still treated them super rough, lol. This was just the beginning of a whole series of uprisings and stuff, which were usually triggered by excessive taxation, and that's when things got real messy. Anyway, like, the history of all this is way outside the scope of what we're trying to cover here, okay? But for sure, the Copts weren't always getting roasted by the Muslims. They actually had some major periods where they were pretty fire and in high places. They became secretaries, scribes, even amassed a ton of wealth, bruh. There was this one time during Saladin's reign, 1169, 1193, that it was all good for the Christians. Taxes got lightened and they were getting invited to join the public office crew. But then, like, corruption took over and simony became a major problem. People were selling out their souls left and right, and it just messed up the whole vibe of the church you feel. Arnold had some major beef with his rival fam for like 20 years or something, and they just couldn't even get along. They didn't care about the drama that went down, though. They were too busy being extra factious and stubborn. The reigning sultan was all like, hey, can we chill? And offered them some major bribes to stop the beef, but they were still salty. They even gave in on some costs, but it didn't matter. The disputes just went on and on. Meanwhile, a bunch of bishop seats got vacated and nobody was stepping up, so the churches were all messed up. In one monastery, only 4 priests remained out of like 80 before. The Christians in the western dioceses were hella neglected to the point where they just straight up converted to Islam. It's not like they were forced or anything, though they had full freedom to worship and even build new churches. There's no way to know for sure if the Muslims were trying to convert them, but it's def likely since they were having public debates about their faiths. The Christians weren't getting persecuted or anything They could ride horses, go to confession, and live life like normal. The monks got some sick privileges too. This whole thing is kinda a big deal for the Copts, though. There's another story from like 17th century where Capuchin missionaries found out that some Copts in Luxor hadn't had a priest or gone to confession in like 50 years. That's straight up neglect, fam. It makes sense that their numbers would decline under those circumstances. The Nubian church was also feeling the same neglect vibes, and it led to him losing some of their independence too. They were all about keeping it Jacobite back in the day. But now they're still loyal. No cap. Arnold was straight up sending them food, oil, and clothes 294 in the reign of Al-Mutaim, 833 to 842. Ambassadors were sent by the Caliph renewing this treaty, and the king of Nubia came to visit the capital, where he was treated like royalty and left with some major presents. 295 in the 12th century, they were still all Christian. 296 and kept their independence despite the Muslims from Egypt sending them troops all the time. 297 in 1275, the nephew got help from the Sultan of Egypt to take down his uncle. 298, but he had to give up two provinces in Nubia to the Sultan. So they had to pay a tribute or something for being Christian. 299, but this Muslim rule was temporary, and the Nubians took back control. Eventually, 300 meanwhile settlers were already there for like centuries before that 3-1. And by the 10th players in the Blue Nile area, and from starting at Nubia, Abstantin, 6 to 40, moving into Arab areas for major, especially the Juhayna tribe, and they ended up marrying Nubian women and taking over 303 in the 14th century. Ibn Ba said that Nubians were still Christian 304, but the king of Dongola, one of their main cities, became Muslim during the reign of near 305 Muslims, never really took over all of Nubia till like the 15th century, and Christians were still holding on in Sennaar 306. The Nubian kingdom eventually got taken down due to internal drama and attacks from Arab and Negro tribes. But it's probs that Islam was being spread by merchants and others who came through. 307 Mekadzi had a story about this Muslim guy who converted from Christianity to Islam. And it's actually pretty lit, 308 you. So Arnold, like there was this dude who converted to Islam in Nubia back in the 15th century, right? He met a homie from this city that was like super far from the Nile, and he's all about God being one creator, fam. When it got dry or sick, they'd climb these high mountains and pray to God, and he's always down, you feel. They believed in these prophets, Moses, Jesus, and Muhammad, and how they did these wild miracles with God's help. It's like Nubia was slowly moving away from Christianity into Islam because their church life was hella struggling. No reform vibes were popping, so they needed something new to vibe with, you know. There's this priest who traveled through Abyssinia, and he said the Nubians weren't really doing Christian or Jewish things no more, but they still had that Christian feeling. Their clergy was straight up whack, and now there ain't none. So they sent these 6 ambassadors to ask for priests, but the king was all nah, so they went back empty-handed. Some other dude told this priest about how he found 150 churches in Nubia with Jesus, Mary, and saints on the walls, but before the next century was up, Christianity just ghosted Nubia, fam. The old churches were still standing, though, like a testament to what went down. The Nubians were all, we need something new. So they started rocking Islam. Arnold yielded to that fire vibe, with the Muslim influences on 100, and the proselytizing moves from Muslims who had been low-key in Nubia for centuries. No cap. On the north side was Egypt and Arab tribes that got their vibe up the Nile, and took over the river banks, you feel. On the south side, the Mohammedan state of the Belus was popular, separating them from Abyssinia. These Belus were straight fire in the early 16th century, still repping Christianity despite being Muslim. They were tributaries to the Christian king of Abyssinia, and Edris said they were low-key Jacobite Christians back in the 12th century. If we're sipping on that tea, it's probably they only converted it to Islam like 5 years prior, at the same time as the Baja, who got absorbed into the Mohammedan empire of the FA when they rolled up in 1409 and 1530 and took over Nubia and Abyssinia. When Ahmad Grar invaded Abyssinia with his army, it connected with the Sultan's crew from Masejia or Mazaga, who was all about that Mohammedan life, but still repped Abyssinia. There were 15,000 Nubian soldiers in this squad, and they seemed like Muslims for sure. Fragmented and walk as these facts are, we can conclude the Nubians' change of heart was a slow grind that took several centuries. And now it's time to get into the history of Islam among the Abyssinians, who got Christianity 200 years before the Nubians and were also repping the Jacobite church. This Arab migration thing didn't go down until way later than Arabia accepted Islam. Like many centuries later, the western shores of Abyssinia formed part of this kingdom. Only a few Mohammedan families showed up in coast towns of Abyssinia until the end of the 12th century, when an Arab dynasty went in and took some land away from Abyssinia. Then, in 1300, Abiyad Ali Mehmed showed up with his squad, preaching Islam to anyone who would listen, and by the next year he had a crew of 200,000 men ready to roll out. They attacked the ruler of Amhara and got into some major beef. At the end of the century, like the country was super hella messed up due to all the civil wars that went down. So it was possible for the Arab settlements along the coast to take over the whole coastline and kick the Abyssinians back into the interior. Right? And King Bait of Imam 46, 84 and 78 is low. Key been fighting the Mohammedans on the eastern border of his kingdom like 90 of his reign in the early 16th century, when Adil was all about being salty towards Christian power and other tribes, were vibbing with Prester John. There's this one dude, Arnold just chilling, who had Arab homies keeping an eye on Abyssinian Signia's flocks in Marsowa. They just cruise around with their fam 30, 40 people strong and have a Christian captain leading the squad. Some Muslim peeps were also low, key working for the king, getting important gigs and all that jazz. But like, some of them stayed true to Islam while others just went with the flow and became Christians, no cap. It's hella weird how these Muslim tribes were tributaries of the Abyssinian king, though they had to give up a maiden every year who'd become a Christian, which is straight out of an ancient treaty that's been around forever. These Muslim peeps also had some wild rules they had to follow, like no carrying arms or wearing war gear, and if they rode horses, their saddles were off limits. When the king sends his peeps to grab the maiden and tribute, these Muslims would be all, "Have we got you? We'll just put her on a bed, wash her up, and give her to the king." It's like totally crazy how they made it work. Anyway, these Muslim tribes were mostly found in low-lying areas around Abyssinia, from the Red Sea to Sennaar. It's super sus how these Muslims influenced the Christians they interacted with, but we can't say for sure if they converted or not. But, like, when this Muslim dude, Ahmad Green, invaded Abyssinia and joined forces with some Abyssinian chiefs, many of them became Muslim. It was totes lit. Some Christian peeps preferred to pay jizya, but others just went with the flow and became Muslims too, no cap. The conqueror brought, but like the contemporary Muslim historian, and he tells us that in some cases this conversion was hella rooted, and T-Pel was suspicious about these new converts, 326-6, but for real it wasn't like that. It was all over the map, across several districts. Give me the Vibolopi movement, 7, the Christian chief who 27 Fay, actually get their troops on, and it's using that Protestant land was usually Pridgin 28 and foods like the Vine religion troops, like, for popular move across several districts. The time, and really character, and then getting back on Team President and get him on the 330s, but if they were let it up grand like this, put him out grand like he flows in the Muslim, and he used to be Muslim, but it was forced into saying Islamic back to by polytheists, but deep down I like to wait till my apology, and I said, I'm trying to rep God, and to say Muslim cheese, which was used to get third room there, and always it cousin and remember me, if he was a cry standing about some chitties, just really got so in the Mohestani, so I'm keeping God so powerful, some Christians centuries with the brewing, I'm taking it for a and all of the bottles, and me coming me some an army, now that I made it again through it. Like Arnold, the country is still repping Islam to this day. Back in the 17th century, a traveller was vibbing with the Muslim squad and told us that they were low-key everywhere, making up like a third of the population. Then, over the next century, more peeps started joining, which was straight fire for the faith. But, like, no cap, there wasn't no strong central gov in the country. So it was all about these petty independent chieftains who were trying to get in on the Muslim action. These dudes were into Muhammad, but they also had to pretend to be Christians. That's what the state said they had to do. Some of them were even like, hey, I'm good with Islam. And then they'd go on to become part of the nobles and make moves in the government. The Muslims were straight fire compared to the Christians. Rakopel would say they were hella honest, trustworthy, and active. Muslim kids got a solid education, while Christian kids were only taught if they wanted to be priests or something. This moral superiority went on for ages, and it's still affecting the country today. The Abyssinian clergy was whack, and the chiefs were too busy fighting each other to care about Islam. So, like, the Muslims just kept it moving. And now Arnold, they're repping that faith to this day. Arnold, Christian priest Loki, converted to Islam like 5 years ago, and now all their descendants are sheikhs of the tribe, no cap. Other parts of the country were also turned to Islam around the same time because the priests abandoned those areas and the churches got left out in the cold, and nobody even bothered to fix them. And the Mohammedans weren't even trying to be extra or anything. They just let Christianity die down on its own. Some other travelers came through and they were like, yo, Islam is popping over here. And they saw all these Christians who were low-key leaving the faith to join Islam. Ras Al was a major key in this process. He was like the vice regent of Abyssinia and all that. But even though he was Christian himself, he still threw support at the Muslims and gave them some real blessings. During his reign, half of the population of central Abyssinia was straight up embracing Islam like it was nothing. The Muslims were getting their own hustle on. They had all the commerce and trade going on, and they were bowling hard. One Christian missionary who lived in Abyssinia for 35 years said that if another Ahmad Gran showed up, everyone would be Muslim by the end of the day. But then the Egyptian government came to Abyssinia, and it was like a total vibe shift. The Muslims started getting salty towards each other because they were fighting a foreign enemy within their own ranks. In 1878, King John called a convocation with the Abyssinian clergy, and they were all like, yo, we got to choose one religion. So he became the ultimate arbiter of faith. The Christians got 2 years to get on board, or else the Muslims had 3 and the heathen had 5. But then King John dropped an edict that was basically, you gotta convert or die. He told all the Muslim officials to either get baptized or get out their jobs, which was a total non-starter. The Muslims were just low-key doing it for show, but they still kept it on the down low, 'cause they weren't trying to give up their faith that easy. Arnold was baptized to the mosque, but his fam was all about getting it wiped off, you feel. They were trying to convert like 50k Muslims, 20k pagans, and 500,000 Gallus, but it's low-key messed up because they just got baptized and paid tithers. Know what I'm saying? It's like the king was all, let's be Christian, and the Muslims were all, no thanks, we good. And it made both sides salty towards Christianity. Saw Teheno, the king of Kaffa, saw up to assert his independence by getting Muslim, so he could play both sides, you know. He resisted for a hot minute until 1897, when Menelik took him down. Christian worship was brought back, but Islam was still low-key killing it in Abyssinia. Whole tribes that used to be Christian and had Jesus names were now Muslim, like Tekels, Hepts, and Temrime. Even the Emnansa tribes, which were straight up Christian 50 years prior, started getting Muslim for a hot second. It's all about the propagandist moves and Christians being clueless, you feel. I'm low-key obsessed with the Atlantic Ocean, bruh. It wasn't till 1698 that the fall of Carthage went down and Roman rule in Africa was like totally over. The Arabs took over, and it's a whole thing how Islam spread among Christians. But TB, we don't have much info on that. What happened to that sick African church that dropped some fire saints and theologians? The church of Tertullian, Cyprian, and Augustine, which was all about defending Christian orthodoxy, seems to be like super faded away. We can't even get a clear answer on how the Christian population disappeared cause of Muslim conquerors. We're assuming it was all about fanatical persecutions and forced conversions, but honestly, that's not really accurate. We don't have any solid proof for that. Massacres and stuff went down, but actual religious persecution, not so much. The fact that the native Christian church lasted for like 8 centuries after the Arab conquest is low-key, a major key to understanding how it survived. The real question is, what caused Christianity in North Africa to die out? We got to look elsewhere than just the bigotry of Muslim rulers. But before we get into all that, let's acknowledge how tiny the Christian population was at the end of the 7th century. That makes it even more lit that they still managed to exist under Mohammedan rule. The Roman provinces of Africa were never super vast. The Sahara forms a major barrier, and the coast is only like 80 or 100 miles wide. So if there were 500 bishoprics before the Vandal conquest, that's not a good indicator of how many Christians there actually were. The African church was all about appointing bishops to random towns and villages, so it's hard to know for sure how far Christianity spread inland. When the Roman Empire was crumbling in the 5th century, different tribes like Moors and then Libyans invaded from the south and destroyed the cities. These tribes swarmed up the coast, and it's wild to think about what went down back then. Yaya's Arnold, invaders were straight up heathen, right? Like the Libyans, who are super whack, they went around pillaging churches and taking all that sacred stuff for their own hoods, rituals. 351 and Cyrenaica was totes done, fam. Christianity was probs almost gone here by the time the Muslim squad moved in, and this Moorish dude in Tripolis who was low, key trying to take down Thorismond 4, 9, 6, 5, and 24, but kept it real with the churches and clergy. Was like, I don't even know who this Christian God is, but if he's that powerful, he'll come for those haters. 352. Ick, how much the Christian church was popping, but they got hit hard by the Vandal squad from which they never fully recovered. For a hot minute, the Arian Vandals were straight up, persecuted the Orthodox with no cap, sending bishops into exile and torture, and those who didn't vibe with their crew, 503. When Belisarius took down the Vandals in 534, it was low-key sad, because only 217 bishops showed up to the Synod of Carthage 354 to run the show. The faithful were prob super reduced after all that drama, and during the century before the Mohammedans came through, it was all just a hot mess with the Moors shutting down cities and keeping the mountains and desert for themselves, and then there were plagues galore 355. Like 5 million Africans died in the wars and Justinian's admin, and the wealthy citizens were done with the country, and the commerce and agriculture were totes ruined. It was so bad that strangers could walk around whole days without seeing a friendly face or an enemy. 356. The Vandals were basically extinct, and their numbers were way lower than the Moors as fams, who got wiped out in the war 357. The Romans and their allies were straight up getting destroyed by the climate, their own drama, and the barbarian squad 358. By 6046, the African church was low-key shook to its core. Low-key, Arnold, the bishops from 4 provinces in North Africa, like Mauritania and Numidia, they held councils to diss monothelitism and sent letters to the emperor and pope, but only 68 bishops showed up at Carthage for the last province, and 42 for Byzacena, right? They didn't tell us how many from the other 2 dioceses were present, but it's def clear the Christian population in those areas got mashed more than in the others. It's wild that so many bishops wouldn't miss a convo that's all about saving the faith and hating on the Byzantine court at the same time. The fact that there are only 68 African bishops is like super telling. Okay. It means that the Christian population was hella small to begin with, and then during those 5 decades before the Arabs took over, it got even worse due to all the wars and stuff. The city of Tripolis got sacked, and people were killed or taken captive. There are reports of hundreds of thousands being taken captive, which is like a whole lot of people. Some Christians just lost their minds and took flight, either to Italy, Spain, or even Germany. It's wild that some cities were basically ghost towns for years after the Romans left. It's also wild that many Roman cities got destroyed or left to fall apart. In some cases, the conquerors just built new cities in different spots. As for the remaining Christians in Africa at the end of the 7th century, it's not like persecution was the only reason they disappeared. There's evidence of a native Christian community still living there. Yes, you can still find some leftover Christianity vibes even way back in the 16th century. Arnold Idris was low. Key, the founder of a dynasty in Morocco that still got its name, and he forced some Christians and Jews to convert to Islam back in the day, circa 789 when he was just trying to build his kingdom. However, I'm pretty sure this isn't no big deal in the history books of North Africa's native church. It's actually kind of dope how slow their decline is, considering they had to deal with all that Arab influence and whatnot. Fast forward to 300 years after the Arabs took over, and you've still got 40 bishoprics left, which is pretty lit for a time when it felt like everything was getting destroyed. Pope Leo X was hella salty in 1053 because he couldn't find 5 bishops to represent the African church. But I think it's clear that the Arab invasions were the real reason why. By 1076, the African church is struggling to get 3 bishops together for some canon law stuff, and Pope Gregory VI had to step in and consecrate 2 more to help out. But the church was still dealing with a lot of drama because there weren't enough people to support the existing bishops. That's why they needed more fresh faces. Over the next 200 years or so, Christianity just kept declining, man. By 1246, the Bishop of Morocco is basically the only spiritual leader left in North Africa. It's like you can still find some tiny bits of Christianity hiding out among the Kabils in Algeria, but they're super chill with Islam and haven't really taken to it. These tribes are all about being independent and resistant to change, so it's not easy for them to convert to Islam. They even forget what their Muslim prayers are like some Andalusian Moors who got kicked out of Spain after Granada was taken in 1492 do manage to win over the Kabils with their faith. It's a low, key major accomplishment, TB. Thus address them. It's low-key our duty to bring the heat of Islam to these regions that are straight up lost their blessings. Like, these unhappy Kabils ain't got nothing set up for schools, and they don't have a sheikh to teach them right from wrong. They're just living like animals, no God or religion in sight. To help them out of this hella bad spot, I'm low-key determined to get your religious vibes and enlightenment on the table. Don't let these mountaineers be stuck in their ignorance forever. Go spread knowledge and reignite that fire of faith. Get rid of any hella toxic beliefs they got from their old Christian days. Make them understand that in Islam, dirt ain't nothing. To God, it's not like in Christianity where you can just do whatever. 374, I'm keeping it real with you. Your task is lit with difficulties, but your fire and faith will get you through by the grace of God. Go, my youngins, bring back these people who are stuck in the mud of ignorance. Go with a message of salvation, and may God be with you and have your back. The missionaries hit the road in squads of 5 or 6 at a time, spreading out in various directions. They showed up looking hella ragged, staff in hand, and found them some sick spots in the mountains to set up hermitages. Their devotionals and then prayer sessions didn't take long for the Kabils to get curious, and before you knew it, they were vibbing with these missionaries on a friendly level. As time went on, the missionaries got that influence they wanted through their know-how of medicine, mechanical arts, and all that good civilization stuff. Each hermitage became like a spot for Muslim teachings. And next thing you know, students are flocking to become missionaries themselves, spreading Islam to their homies, till it's all over the country and villages in the Algerian Sahara. 375, the above situation is def illustrative of how Islam went down with other tribes that got some Christian vibes, but ain't been keeping it real. They was cut off from the rest of the world and didn't have nobody to teach them right. So they were just going through the motions. There ain't much else to add to these sparse records of the North African Church's demise. A Mohammedan traveller, 3077, who visited Al-Jarad, the southern district of Tunis, in the early part, yes. So during the 14th century, there's this dude Arnold who's all about the Christian vibes, right? And he's telling us that these churches are totes still standing, even though the Arabs came and tried to wreck them. But they're just chilling in front of each church, building a mosque instead, you feel. Imin Khaldun is Loki talking about some villages in Castlaya where the Christians have been living there since, like forever ago when the Arabs came to conquer. And fast forward to the next century, there's still native Christians in Tunis who are just vibbing, no cap. They're not even oppressed or persecuted. They're actually working as bodyguards for the Sultan. It's all good till 1505 when Charles V comes and congratulates them on keeping it real with their Christian faith. That's the last we hear from these native Christians in North Africa. You feel the Arab rulers were all about being tolerant too. They employed Christian soldiers, let Christian merchants do their thing, and even had popes looking out for them. It's like no forced conversion here, fam. Now, let's talk about the spread of Islam among Christians in Spain. Like 711 is when the Arabs come through with Islam, and then Ferdinand and Isabella are all, nah, we don't vibe with this. But Spain under Muslim rule, that's where it's at. They're bringing that heat to medieval Europe influence-wise. They got Provence going, bringing new poetry and culture into the mix. And Christian scholars are like, Yahweh's, thanks for the Greek philosophy and science Muslims, but we got to keep it real and talk about the religious vibes in Spain under Muslim rule. When they came with Islam, they found Catholic Christianity was already established. They made sure to enforce those laws, you feel. Yeah, so like Arnold was all about influencing state stuff. Bishops and top clergy were low, key running the national councils where they'd meet to settle major issues, make sure the king did what they wanted them to do. If he didn't comply, they could totally deposing him and putting him in his place. The Christian crew was hella harsh on the Jews who were all about that baptism life, but the Arabs showed up and were like, we got you. They took control of cities, they conquered and helped out with sieges. The Arab squad welcomed the slaves like nobodies, because under Gothic rule, their lives were straight trash. The Christians knew Christianity was what compared to the freedom and perks they got from joining Islam. These slaves were the first ones to convert, like for real, and it's possible the rest of the non-Muslims followed suit too. Some Christian nobles were all about Islam, because either their feelings or because they wanted a change. There was also people from lower and middle classes who got into it for real, not just for show. They left Christianity because the preachers didn't care about them and were more worried about getting rich. Once these Spanish peeps became Muslims, they were hella into their new faith. They and their fam joined up with the radical Mohammedan crew who were all about keeping it real, while the Arab aristocracy was just low, key living their best life. The Christian historians were all like, Muslims corrupted everyone. But that's just a whole nother story, 'cause there ain't no evidence. But for sure, things didn't get better over time. When Christian bishops would party with the Arabs and sell out the church, it was all good for the Muslim. They had their own vibe going on, like in Elvira, and that's where Christians found solace, because the Christian crew straight up corrupt. Yes, Arnold, so like chronicle them. Spain would defo be found to have all these instances of dudes leaving the Christian church, right? Like Bodo, who was a deacon at the French court in the 80s and became Jewish, bruh. He was all about that. I'm a live by the law of the Lord vibe. And it's hella possible that some old school Gothic Arianism was still going on in Spain before the Arabs came through. which might have made them more open to this new faith that was like super similar to Arianism. Anyway, Arnold, there's this one Greek dude named Theodisclus who becomes Archbishop of Seville, and he's all about converting to Islam, fam. He was originally part of the Christian crew, but got accused of being a heretic for thinking Jesus wasn't the only God, or whatever. So he gets excommunicated, loses his job, and is forced to go to the Arabs. But, like, the Arabs were low-key cool with him joining their faith. Now, Arnold, you might think that the early days of the Arab conquest would have been all about force and persecution, but it seems they were all about keeping it peaceful. They're trying to be chill with the Christians, and it's actually helping them take over the country. The only thing that Christians had to complain about was paying a little tax on their rich selves. But here's the tea, Arnold, even when they did have to follow Muslim laws, they were still allowed to worship how they wanted. They could wear whatever they wanted, even if it looked like Arab garb, and they could build new churches whenever they felt like it. The Arabs just let them chill. Fam. We're low-key reading about how ARLD's homies founded new monasteries and convents for monks and nuns, which was straight fire. The Christians were all good with it, vibing publicly in their woolly robes, and priests didn't gotta hide their sacred vibes. They even got high offices at court and served in Muslim armies, talk about being down with the culture. If they could roll with losing power, they had zero beef. But for real though, those who adapted to Muslim rule, they weren't doing much better than the Christians they left behind. In 812, Charlemagne came through to protect Arnaldi's peeps from getting wrecked by the empire officers. 3 years later, Louis the Pious dropped another edict, but it was all just a temporary fix. The thing is, these exiles still had issues with nobles taking their lands. It was like they thought they got it made, but nope. The edicts didn't do much to help them out. And then we got to talk about the Kagats. That's where we might have found the Spanish colony that fled from Muslim rule and came crawling back to Christian co-religionists. Anyway, because of some tolerance from the Muslims in Spain, things started to get lit between Christians and Muslims. They got cozy, had intermarriages, and even adopted Arab names. Some were getting circumcised, eating weird foods. It was all about blending in. We're talking Muzarabes, Arnold's homies who were living under Arab rule. The study of Arabic went from 0 to 100, displacing Latin in the country. Christian theology language was basically forgotten. Some high clergy were straight up embarrassing themselves by not knowing correct Latinity. You, Arnold. So like this Spanish dude is hella salty about his Christian bros. He's all, we're trying to study Islamic stuff and learn from their ancient philosophers, but for real, we're just low-key worshipping the number of the beast epoch. See it. 18. And he's like, Veers, the tea on getting educated on the Holy Scriptures. Nobody's really repping the Latin fathers no more. He's all about how Christian youth are turned up, but they ain't got a clue about their own history and lit. They're more about copying from other cultures, like Arab eloquence, and getting all fancy with it. But for real, they don't know the first thing about the church's literature. They're all about dissing the old guard and looking down on those who still rep the church. In Spain, Latin was like super one. That's why they had to translate ancient texts into Arabic just to get an education going. The Arabs are killing it with their lit books, but with Christian kids could barely even write a decent letter. it was hella hard to find teachers who could give them some real culture. And then there's this dude, King Afonso of Aragon, who's like, hey, I'm Christian, but I don't know squat about my own faith. We're stuck with these Gentile oppressors, and we can't even get teachers from Rome or France to come and teach us because, let's be real, they ain't exactly known for their chill vibes either. Yes, like close vibes with Muslims and deep study of their lit when even a hater like Alva is low-key vibbing on how fire the Qur'an is. We should def expect some religious flavor. And TV, it's all true. Elipandus, Bishop of Toledo, Rip Ape 810, was totes obsessed with adoptionism, but he got those heretical views from his frequent hangouts with Mohammedans. This new doctrine was like superlit in Spain and Septimania, where Felix, Bishop of Urgel, was all about spreading it. He got called out by Charlemagne's crew, but he was all, no, I good. On his return, though, he went back to being a heretic, probs, cause the pagans Akka Mohammedans were low-key influencing him. When prominent church people were shook by their Islam vibes, we can def say the influence of Islam on Christians in Spain was hella real. In 936, they had a council at Toledo to figure out how to prevent this Islamic stuff from contaminating the Christian faith. It's totes clear how these influences would lead to way more than just a watered-down version of Christianity and speed up the number of converts to Islam so much that Muwallad's descendants of non-Arabs became like a major party in the state. By the 9th century, we're reading about attempts by them to shake off Arab rule, and they even came forward as their own national Muslim squad. We don't know too much about the conversion process, but it's been happening up until the end of Muslim rule when Ferdinand and Isabella captured Malaga in 1487. They tortured all those Christian renegades to death with sharp reeds. In the capitulation, they promised not to force them back to Christianity. Some renegades did it for a penalty, but most were all about that Islamic life, presented with all the glitz of a Sikh civilization with its own fire, poetry and philosophy, and an art well calculated to attract the real talk and turn heads. While in the wild chivalry of Arnold, Arabs had major room show off their strong moves, and knightly vibessa caroused to conquered Spaniards who kept it true to the Christian faith, no cap. For real, when you compare the learning and literature of Christians to that the Muslims, it's like night and day, fam. The study of Islam in Spain could have been a major draw for people looking to level up their faith, you feel. Plus, having a pious and zealous squad with orthodox Muslim theologians at the helm could have brought some serious heat to the state. It was all about that Reformation life, bruh. With al-Od's devout mindset and the Muslim zeal, Spain under Mohammedan rule was straight flames, no persecution in sight. Like for real, the only times it got ruffle were when the Christians got a little too extra with their own faith, and even then, it was all just some minor drama. There were like 3 or 4 cases of genuine martyrdom, but overall, Arnold's rule was chill. Like Arnold was all about spreading the gospel of Christ, right? 432, but for real, 2 Christians were low-key harassing a mosque one time, yelling at the Mohammedan religion, and shite said it'd bring hellfire upon its followers. 433, though there weren't many of these fanatics. 434, the Mohammedan government was hella shook. I know what I'm saying. They were worried about this widespread disrespect and all thinking it might lead to a full-on insurrection. 435. Like back in 853, Muhammad I had to send an army against Christians at Toledo because they got all incited by Eulogius, the chief apologist of the martyrs. 436 apparently, he ordered a general massacre, but when it was pointed out that nobody important from the Christian side was involved, 437, the king just decided to get tough with the existing laws against blasphemy. The moderate Christians were all about it too, and they had bishops and ecclesiastical councils trying to squelch the movement. To 438, but like some isolated cases of martyrdom go down later on. The last one in 983, after which there was none for a hot sec. 439, fast forward to the 12th century, when the Berber dynasty of the Almoravids got all caught up in some fanaticism, and Christians had to deal with it too, along with Jews and liberal Muslims. But, for real, most Mohammedan rulers were pretty chill with their Christian subjects. Like one Spanish Muslim who got kicked out during the last expulsion in 1610 was all about how they never tried to wipe Christianity out of Spain when they had the chance. He said, it's wild that they allowed Christians to keep doing their thing while they wore chains, and that the Prophet was all about letting conquered nations just live their best lives. So like Arnold, Islam got some major respect, right? You can't even diss it without being low-key salty. Fam. We ain't trying to be all judgy about people's beliefs. Know what I'm saying? We got open arms for whoever want to rock our religion, but we also got to respect people's choices. Our Kern is like, hey, don't mess with consciences. Bruh. Our proselytes get all the support they need, and once they're in, they're 100 in no cap. They can marry our peeps, get jobs, the whole 9 yards. We just ask them to rep the squad and look like a believer on the outside without getting all up in their business, you feel. This vibe of tolerance was like super important back in the day. Like when the Archbishop of Valencia was low-key hating on the Moriscos in 1602, he was saying that they were all about freedom to believe whatever they want, even if it's not what you're into, you know. It's wild to think that Islam had a major impact on Spanish people, even after they got forced to conform to Christianity for centuries. Like when the last Moriscos were kicked out in 1610, they still held strong to their faith, fam. It's lit to see how deep those roots went. Like whole towns and villages were ghosted, and houses fell into ruin because there was no one left to rebuild them. These Moriscos were probs mostly descendants of the OGs, with minimal Arab source. It's like some evidence from 13 Welleven says that only 500 out of 2,000 Moke Gramadans in Granada were even Arab, bro. And like Islam still won converts up until the end, G. Even when our power was waning, we still had people rocking our faith. Word. Yes, Arnold, let me break it down for you, the Prophet. Chapter V. The spread of Islam among the Christian nations in Europe under the Turks. We start with the Ottoman Turks, like way back in the 13th century, when they're fleeing from the Mongols and they're low-key helping the Sultan of Iconium, right? And in return, they get a district in Northwest Asia Minor, which is like the beginning of their whole empire thing. So it's like the Ottoman Turks are growing and taking over kingdoms and stuff until 1683, when they hit a major roadblock at Vienna. From the start, though, we got Christian subjects too, but it wasn't till 1453 that they took Constantinople, and it was like game on for Muslim Gov and Christian Church. Muhammad I is like the first sultan to try to make nice with the Christians, so he's all, I'm your protector now, and he makes sure they're not getting persecuted. Gennadios, the first patriarch after the conquest, gets a whole package deal from the Sultan, a pastoral staff, a horse, and like 1,000 golden ducats. He's treated with respect too, but not just as head of church. He's also got civil power. His court can be all, you got to pay this fine, or you're going to jail, fam, and even have capital punishment if they mess up that bad. The Turkish government is like super chill about spiritual stuff, so it's all on him and his Grand Synod, what's good with faith and dogma. He can also be all. I got a problem with this unjust governor and bring it to the Sultan's attention. Greek bishops in the provinces are treated with love. To Arnold was low-key trusted with a lot of authority over civil stuff, which is wild considering they've been acting like Ottoman prefects over Orthodox peeps in their dioceses for centuries. Like, they took the place of the old Christian aristocracy that got destroyed by the conquerors, and the high clergy were more into being Turkish agents than being Greek priests, you feel. They always told their people that the Sultan was basically a god king protecting the Orthodox Church and all. Then they dropped this charter that's like, hey, Orthodox peeps can still use churches that weren't taken over to make mosques and celebrate their own religious vibes. So even though the Greeks were straight up more than the Turks in numbers, they started chilling with the Sultan cause of all the religious tolerance and protection for life and property. It's like the Sultan was the Og safe bet compared to any Christian power. For real. Some parts of the country were hella welcoming to the Ottoman conquerors, cause they thought they were the heroes who saved them from the Franks and Venetians, who were all about exploiting and oppressing the people. The feudal system, in spite of these dudes, made Greece a super sad place for everyone, basically reducing peeps to serf life and making feel like they didn't even belong in their own country. But I guess changing rulers couldn't make things worse, right? So the infidel Turk was way more preferable than some heretic Catholic leader. Greeks who were straight up living under the Byzantine court were also low-key down with a change of rulers. The Powerology dynasty was straight up trash with corrupt aristocrats, tyrannical clergy, and laws that were basically just there to oppress people even more. It's like they had these endless armies of tax collectors and whatnot just taking advantage of everyone. And don't even get me started on their monopolies and fiscality. It was straight up nasty. If you're thinking, is this guy biased against the Powerology, then let some Russian analysts tell you that they're down with that same indictment too. They're all like, without a rule of law, an empire is just a wild animal without any reins. Constantine and his ancestors were straight up crooked, and their judges were basically just looting from the poor, while Greek soldiers were more concerned about looking good than doing the right thing. Arnold is low-key salty about flying. Like for a hot minute, the Lord was, oh, yo, these rulers are whack. And then he's all about Muhammad, who's got that battle life going on, and his judges are straight up loyal. 452, this part where he's given props to Muhammad might sound hella strange to a gen who's always getting called out for protesting against Turkish injustice, but it's deaf real and deaf abundant and fam. Byzantine historian who's got the tea on Constantinople's capture is Loki telling us how even Yazid was all about the Christian life and how he made his subjects feel seen by letting them into his squad freely. 454 murder, I was running. It too with justice being a real priority and him making some major reforms to clean up the mess from the Greek emperors. he wasn't afraid to call out his officials when they were low-key oppressing their subjects too. 455 for real, though for like a century after Constantinople fell, there was this whole crew of rulers who were straight fire with the admin and kept the peace, and it was hella admirable, fam. They had a sick system in place that worked for both Muslims and Christians, and Greeks were actually getting treated better than they had before, no cap. They weren't being held hostage by all these forced labor exactions and whatnot, and then their taxes weren't even a thing compared to the feudal obligations of the Franks and the Byzantines. The Turkish dominions were straight up more prosperous and better governed than most parts of Christian Europe, and Christians were getting to live their best lives too. They could actually own land and reap the rewards of their labor, you feel. 456, and then there was this whole commercial boom going on, because the early sultans were always low-key trying to boost trade and commerce among their subjects. And cities like Nikla got to live their best lives when they broke free from that Byzantine fiscal oppression. 457, the Ottomans were straight up master builders too, building roads and bridges left and right, and it made life way easier for trade throughout the empire. Foreign states were all like, we can't exclude Greek merchants anymore, and they had to start respecting them as equals. 458, but there was one major exception to this whole tolerant vibe. Christian kids getting forcibly taken away as tributes, and that's just straight up wak fam. Arnold was low-key taken from his parents at a young age and enrolled in that famous Janissary Corps. It was all started by Orkan back in 1330, and for centuries it was the main source of Turkish sultans' power. But they had keep paying up every 4 years, 459, when their sultan homies came through the districts and were like, yo, we need some kids. They'd pick a few groms around 7 years old. The Muslim scholars were all extra about this inhumane tax and tried to spin it as them being part of the 5 spoils of war from the Qur'an 4060. But let's be real, it was hella problematic. They said there should be no forced conversion, 461 for these youngins, but since they were only 7, that didn't really matter. Christian Europe is always salty about this barbaric tax, and people traveling through Turkey are all on awe, and homes are desolate, and parents are crying because their kids got taken 463. But when it first started, people were like, yo, I'm in. 4064, they volunteered to join the corps themselves. The circumstances back then were hella rough. War had left the whole country a mess. Fam 465, and families were struggling to survive. These kids who got taken away were often orphans who'd have died without being adopted. It's also possible that this tax wasn't as bad, because the custom of selling Christians like slaves was still super prevalent at the time, 466. Some people even said there was no need for force. Parents would be all, hey yo, please take my kid, because they knew it'd get them a sick career or a comfy life, 4067. If you could pay up, your kid might just come back home. Apparently, Metrophanes Critopolos wrote about how Christians were all like, hey, yo, let's buy some Muslim boys and pretend they're Christian, or we'll bribe the collectors to take our low-key problematic kids 468 back in 1625. Thomas Smith said the same thing. Some parents just wanted to cop out so bad, hey, this kid is a problem, I'll just buy them. Yes. It's low-key sad that some of our Arnoldese fam had to give up their Christian vibes because they couldn't afford to pay the tax, bruh. They were trying to keep their kids safe and stuff, but the tax was hella expensive, like 50 or $100 a pop, depending on how much they could scrape together. if you're from places like Constantinople or some other city that had already agreed to this, you were exempt from paying the tax, though it's wild, right? The Greeks were all like, I'm good, and just went along with it, even though it was a super cruel institution. So the Christian folks in the Ottoman Empire had to pay this tax called capitation tax, but only if they wanted protection from the Turks. They didn't got to fight no more wars or anything. The prices varied, though, like 2.5 piastres for some dudes, and then 15 piastres for others, depending on how much they made. Some Christian writers said it was a ducat per head, but others said it was like 5.8 crowns or dollars. Maybe the currency was all wok back in the day. It's hard to say for sure if this tax is hella burdensome, though. You'd have to crunch some numbers and compare it to other expenses. But like, come on, you're selling your soul for a vest and some protection. That don't sound too appealing. Scheffler is all like, the tax isn't that bad, but Arnold is all like, no, bro. Scheffler says the Christians had to pay way more in war contributions and other stuff. But the land taxes were the same for everyone, Christians and Muslims alike. Anyway, it's hella interesting to see how people back then reacted to this tax. Yes, so like Arnold, people in power back then would low-key be exploiting their positions to get rich off the people under them. It was extra wok because it went against Mohammedan law and stuff. But for real, these corrupt local authorities were let off scot-free until the central government got odd all weak and corrupt too. It's hella noticeable that when the Christians were getting treated like trash during the early days of Turkish rule in Europe, there ain't no record of them converting to Islam. It's even weirder when you think about it, because like their lives were super intolerable. By the 18th century, though, we're talking about some serious oppression, and there's barely a mention of anyone converting to Islam. The Turks themselves were all meh about growing their religion, and they were hella skeptical. It's def proof that it wasn't no religious persecution that was causing all this suffering. It was the bad gov-like, for sure. Both Muslims and Christians were getting played in the same way. But, like, it makes sense that the Christians would be more extra about getting treated unfairly, cause law stuff can be super hard to navigate. Some of the poorest might have been like, hey, I'm good, I'll just change my faith. But, for real, if you don't count Greeks who were all subservient and whatnot, there's actually some pretty cool tolerance from the Ottoman emperors towards Christians. Like, they didn't get wrecked or anything. Even the Calvinists in Hungary and Transylvania were all like, nah, we'll stick with the Turks, thanks. And the Unitarians. Same vibes. The Protestants in Silesia were low-key hoping to get some religious freedom from Turkey, because it was, like, super rare back then. The Spanish Jews were fleeing to Turkey left and right at the end of the 15th century because they needed a safe space. And those Cossacks, they found solace in Turkey too, because their Christian brethren weren't getting that same love. Macarius, though he was hella hyped when he saw all the martyrs getting killed by those Catholic Poles, he's all, we wept so much. Yes, fam, Arnold is low-key salty about these Poles and their treatment of Christians. Like, imagine being part of a whole squad that's just trying to live their best lives, but the gov is all up in your grill, taking their taxes and tithers without even giving them a chance. And for real, these Jews who are supposed to be the enemy of Christ, They're like the ultimate trash talkers, not letting the Poles build churches or leave any priests who actually know what they're talking about. It's wild how some dudes in Italy were all, hey, Turkey is where it's at, and wanted to join up so they could vibe with their subjects and get that freedom and toleration. But for real, though, isn't being forced on people like a plague or anything in Turkey, fam. I mean, the Sultan and his crew weren't all about oppression and stuff. It's actually pretty lit that some dude who was held captive by the Turks for 22 years said they never made anyone convert out of fear or whatever. And another dude who visited Turkey in the early 1600s was like, nah, they don't mess with people's consciences unless there's a crime involved. Arnold is hella salty about how the Turks are all sneaky and manipulative, though. Apparently, this dude who wrote a book about Turkish stuff said that the Turks aren't all about forcing people to convert. Instead, they're like, hey, we'll just win you over with some fancy talk and maybe some trickery. And then Arnold is all. So what's up with the Christians? And it's like they're not getting forced out or anything. They just kinda become Turks. Low-key Arnold was trying to spread the word of Islam like crazy, you feel. They tried everything to get T-Pel on board, even putting it in the aesthetic, saying, yo, if you join us, you can hang out here every day and vibe with the squad. Fast forward a century or so. Another English traveller is Vibben, the same energy. Sometimes they're like, hey, Christian, why not just cop to be Muslim already? These Turks were hella zealous about getting converts, fam. If someone new was down for the gram, they'd set them up on a horse and ride through the streets with them. If they were straight about changing their mind or had some clout, they got treated like royalty. But it's pretty clear the Turks are low-key obsessed with converting Christians to Islam. They're always praying, flattering, and rewarding per pill to get them on board. And honestly, it wasn't hard 'cause Christianity was already kind of dead at this point. There was all that drama between the Greek church and the Byzantine Empire, and everyone was just trying to get a piece of the action. People were more interested in some basic pics and relics than actually living their faith. But then Islam came along with its clear and concise teachings, and suddenly people were like, let's just cop to be Muslim already. We're talking monks, priests, scholars, all levels of the spectrum were feeling it. Yahya's like Arnold, so Muslims were trying to convert others to their squad, right? So even though Adrianople was still hella Turkish, like before 1453, there were tons of renegades hanging out in the court, and they were like the majority of the bigwigs, you feel. Byzantine princes and other Greeks were low-key joining the Muslim side and getting a sick welcome from them. One of the earliest cases was 1140, when some dude's nephew converted to Islam and got married to some sultan's daughter. After Constantinople fell, the upper class was hella ready to jump ship and convert to Islam. It's wild that people from the Paleologi family and George Amaratzes from Trebizond actually did this. The new religion just required them to agree with this simple creed. There's only one God, and Muhammad is his prophet. But like the writer says, if you just pretend to believe in one God, you're vulnerable to getting caught up in some messed up stuff under the guise of being religious. This is the rock that's going to make you fall off the cliff into despair, you know? The Turks would always go on about how they hate idolatry and images, and it's like no wonder people were skeptical at first. But when they just keep preaching this one God thing, you're like, all right, I guess I'll believe in that too. This was a major appeal for people who wanted something simpler than the Orthodox Church has got going on. They were all about getting rid of the superstitions and just keeping it real with one God, you feel. It's no surprise they found a home in Islam when the Greek Church wasn't doing them right. Like when Cyril Lucaris was trying to reform the church, he didn't exactly succeed. It's probably because it just wasn't there for Protestant stuff back then. Loki Arnold was Loki into theology from 1621 to 1638, you feel. He hit up the universities of Wittenberg and Geneva to study some theology vibes, then came back and vibed with doctors of the Reformed faith in Geneva, Holland, and England. But for real, his spiritual squad was all about John Calvin's teachings, and he tried to get that Greek church lit Calvinists from Geneva were hella supportive, even sending a young theologian named Legger to translate some Calvinist homies into Greek. Cyril was also getting lit in the Protestant embassies at Constantinople, with Dutch and English ambassadors being super generous with funds. However, those Jesuits were trying to low-key sabotage his efforts, collabing with Catholic ambassadors to mess with Cyril's plans. They even got all up in the clergy's grill, playing dirty to get the patriarch killed. In 1629, Cyril dropped a confession of faith that was straight fire. He was trying to show how Orthodox and Protestant vibes could align. He borrowed some Calvinist doctrines on predestination and salvation by faith alone, but for real threw shade at the Orthodox Church's infallibility and scripture interpretation. He also hated pictures being worshipped. When Cyril dropped this confession as gospel truth, it got a whole lot of Greek clergy salty. They were like, no cap, and had a synod to diss Cyril's views and declare him hella heretical. It was all drama. Fam, Cyril got condemned and his followers got excommunicated. Yeah, it's like Arnold is trying to tell us about the tea on some ancient church drama. Fam, back in 1672, there was this synod in Jerusalem where they were all, peace out. Calvinism's not our vibe. They were trying to keep it real with the Greek Orthodox Church and shut down these Calvinist vibes that were getting too lit. But, like, Calvinism is hella opposed to the Greek Church's teachings. You feel it's more like aligned with Muslim theology, which is low-key wild. I mean, Calvin was all about predestination, and that's some crazy stuff. The Greek Church was all, no cap, we ain't got time for that. There's no solid info on how many people were vibbing with Cyril Lucaris, but it's defo a thing. His confession of faith got the seal of approval from his squad, and they were all about it. But the rest of the church was like, no fam, you're solo in this Calvinism life. The clergy was salty because Cyril's teachings were getting some shade from them. They wanted to make him look like a lone wolf who didn't have anyone on his side. But, like, Cyril had a following for real. Some of these Calvinists were getting anathematized by the church, which is just a fancy way of saying they got roasted. But there were some OGs who were low-key rocking the Calvinist vibe. Like Sophronius was a total Reformation stan, and Nicodemus Metros was printing out heretical treatises like it was nobody's business. Cornelius was another one who got caught up in the Calvinist squad, and Jaganos even made a catechism to spread the teachings. And then there's Neophytus I, who was basically Cyril's mini-me and went on to become patriarch. Arnold was hella low, key converting people to Calvinism through his writings and preachings. He even spilled deets on how he got his influence feeling in Candia. 517, in another letter addressed to Lega, he tells the T on how he made his mark in Candia. 518, his successor in the patriarchal seat was sent to Carthage and strangled by Lucaris fans in 1639. 519, the Calvinists were hyped about Parthenius, the successor of Cyril I, but his untimely demise, whether it was poison or banishment, were still unsure, threw a wrench in their plans. 521, Parthenius I, who was Patriarch of Constantinople from 1644 to 1646, was straight-up Calvinist at heart and didn't even need to spell it out. He was deposed, sent into exile, and got strangled anyway. 522, thus, Calvinism's influence was way more widespread than the haters who were trying to keep it under wraps, and those who refused to bow down to the synod's anathemas had a lot more in common with their Muslim neighbors than the Orthodox crew who kicked them out. There ain't no real evidence that Calvinism influenced Turkey and converted people to Islam. 523, but it seems like a pretty plausible theory that those conversions were part of the reason why the number of Greek renegades skyrocketed in the mid-17th century. That's a time when the renegades from the middle and lower classes were way more plentiful than ever. 524, there are totes cases of apostasy from among the clergy, and even from high-ranking church officials like a former metropolitan of Rhodes. 520, in 676, some Christian peeps went over to the Turkish abomination every day in Corinth, and by 1679, 3 priests had converted to Islam the year before. 526, there's also the death of a renegade monk in 1679. 527, that during the circumcision of Moaf, son of Muhammad, in 1675, at least 200 peeps got converted during the 13-day celebration, and there are totes more instances in writings from that time period. A contemporary writer, 1663, broke it down like this: "When you're chillin' with the Turks doing normal life stuff, and see they pray, sing psalms of David, give alms, and do good deeds. They even think highly of Christ and hold the Bible in high regard. Besides, anyone can be a parish priest if they hook up with the Bassa. And it's all about the Benjamins, man. You'll start thinking they're cool people and will probably get saved, and that's when you'll start thinking, hey, I can get saved too if I become a Turk." And that's how the holy yar's, like the Son of God got crucified, and it's hella trippy. Christianity can kind of just fade out of your mind if you ain't feeling it, and you'll be all, meh, I guess I'm a Turk now. Thomas Smith was chilling in Constantinople back in 1669, and he's all about the Christian converts, but he thinks they're doing it for the wrong reasons. It's low-key sad to think about how many poor people are turning into Turks. Some are doing it out of desperation, like they can't afford to be slaves no more, or cause the other side is straight up hating on them. Some just want to get in on some good vibes and be all high, key dominant over others. Some just trying to avoid getting caught for their sins and getting all kinds of freedom with Mahomet's crew. These are the real tea, bro. It's all about ease, pleasure, and prosperity, or maybe just a little guilt and vanity. Record odds of people changing. Sides after this period super rare. But Motre has some notes on like a few renegades who went from being Christian to Muslim in Constantinople back in 1703. There was even a French priest and some other French Catholics who joined the party. The Greek church was going through some major issues that made it hard for Christians to stay. The pastors were all corrupted and whatnot, and they'd sell their sees to the highest bidder. They take all kinds of money from their people, making buy sacraments at inflate prices, tax left and right, and even partner with the Janissaries to get out of trouble. Some clergymen were straight up working with the bad guys just to avoid getting caught. Taunford witnessed all this oppression, and it's like super disturbing. He said stuff like, tyranny succeeds simony, basically meaning that once the patriarchy gets a hold of something, they'll stop at nothing to keep it. Yeah, it's like, Arnold, run. So, like, there's this whole thing going down with these high-ranking church dudes and how they're, like, totally corrupt and stuff. They're all about getting that dough from the congregation, no matter what. If they don't, though the diocese is up for grabs, which is like super shady. These prelates are all about getting paid first and then doing whatever they want, including skimping on holy water and just chilling. But if they need cash later, they're all like, hey, let's farm it out to whoever's willing to pay the most. Like the Turks are always down for a good deal, and they'll pay up to 24K for that tax. Lol. The prelates get to keep 2K, and they also get to have all these extra charges thrown on top. But here's the tea. If you're not down with paying that tax, you're basically excommunicated from doing any church functions. It's like a total slap in the face. And, oh, yeah, some churches are even into selling off kids to slave traders to get that dough. Like, what even is wrong with these people? Anyway, this same energy from centuries ago is still going down today. Like, the Christian clergy in Bosnia were being super oppressed by their own leaders, and it was straight up savage. They take like 10K a year from their congregation, which is more than the Turkish governor's salary B22. But here's the thing, when people are getting taken advantage of, they're often like, okay, fine, we're out of here. And that's exactly what some Christians did. They converted to Islam just to get away from all the drama. And like, another community had a whole different story go down, where they were told they could only speak Greek if they wanted to be loyal subjects of the empire. But even though most church clergy are, like, totally innocent, they're still super complicit in this whole thing. It's like, some people just want to stay woke and do what's right, but others are all about getting that dough no matter what. Yaz, like, back in the 17th century, there was this one dude, Arnold, who's low-key obsessed with ancient Greek language, but he's not alone. Literally, only 12 Turks had the knowledge. The clergy were all about reading and stuff, but they had no idea what they were saying in their service books. Meanwhile, Christian society was hella messed up, but the Turks were low-key amazing. People were like, hey, these Ottomans are fire. They're so devout, intense, and simple. Even Christian writers who didn't really care about Muslims were all, yeah, the Turks are pretty cool. One dude said, even in the dirtiest parts of their Qur'an, you can find some Christian vibes. If we just read and lived by their laws and histories, we'd be like, slay, how devout they are. It's crazy, right? Even when soldiers came marching through, the locals were all, nah, no complaints here. The taverns were closed and there was no wine for sale. It's like the Turks were all about being respectful and stuff. Even Christian writers who didn't love them were still praising their virtues. Their priest, Arnold, right? Even the great Turk himself will attempt nothing without hitting up his Mufti fam. How extra are they to observe their prayer times 5 times a day wherever they're at or however busy they got? How consistent do they keep it low-key fasting from morning till night for like an entire month together? No cap. How loving and charitable the Muslims are to each other, and how turn up their hospitals are for both strays and travelers, if we observe their justice, temperance, and other moral vibes, we may get salty about our own devotion and charity. Justice, intemperance, and oppression for real, these men will come for us in the judgment, and like their devotion, piety, and works of mercy are major reasons why Mohammedanism is growing, no doubt. Same energy as a modern historian, 5545, who writes, "We're low-key seeing that many Greeks with high talent and moral character were so turned up about the superiority of the Mohammedans, that even when they got out of being drafted into the Sultan's household as tribute children, they voluntarily rocked the faith of Muhammad. The moral superiority Ottoman society must be acknowledged to have had major weight in causing these conversions, which were hella numerous in the 15th century, same as the personal ambition of individuals. A generation that's been watching the decay of Turkish power in Europe and is all about being called the sick man. Destined to dissolve quickly. Got to put in work to realize how those early days made them feel. The rapid and widespread success of the Turkish arms had men like super scared and amazed. One Christian kingdom after another fell into their hands. Bulgaria, Serbia, Bosnia, and Hungary lost their independence as Christian states. Even the safe city itself was threatened by the capture of Otranto. Christian lit from the latter half of the 15th and 16th century is full of dire warnings about how Christian Europe was going to get destroyed unless the Turks' progress was stopped. He's repped as a scourge in God's hand for punishing his people, 546, or on the other hand, as the devil's loose power working to destroy Christianity under some fake religious guise. But what's most important to note, here are some men started asking themselves, is it possible that God would let the Mohammedans grow so hella fast without a reason? Is it conceivably truths are gonna get damned like one dude? How can some multitudes oppose the real deal? Since truth is stronger than error and is more loved and desired by all men, it's not possible for so many men to be hating on it. Like, how could they even try to win against the truth? Since God is always going to help and uplift the truth. How could their religion even thrive if it's built on some weak foundation of lies? These thoughts, right, were super relatable to Christian peeps who lived under Turkish rule, and especially to those Christians who were stuck in captivity with no hope in sight. Can we even be surprised when we see someone asking themselves, for real, if God was down with the faith they chose, he wouldn't just leave them hanging like that, but would help them gain their freedom and get back into it. But since he closed all their options for freedom, maybe it's his thing that they should dip out and join this other sect and get saved. The Christian slave who low-key expresses these doubts as the years drag on and nothing changes probably had some legit thoughts that a lot of other hapless Christians with them in captivity were thinking, till finally they just broke free from their old faith and joined Islam. Many peeps who would have died for their Christian faith if they had to choose between Qur'an and getting beat down by a sword felt way more of an influence from Mohammedan vibes after being stuck in captivity for years, and humans were able to convert people where violence wouldn't have worked. For sure, not all Christians who got taken captive had it that bad. Some peeps who held positions with rich folks were actually pretty cool, like domestic servants back in Europe. Organized by the Muhammadan law, slavery wasn't as harsh as it was everywhere else. And in Turkey, at least, it didn't come with all that savage stuff that happened in northern Africa. slaves had rights for real, and if they said their master was treating them bad, they could even call them out to the kukara. It's wild how the condition of Christian captives varied depending on the situation and where they were from. The old priests, monks, and nobles took it the hardest, while the dock and handicraftsmen got treated better because they were more useful to their masters' galley. Slaves suffered the most, even if their master was trying to be nice. Yes, Arnold. So like back in the day, Christians were low-key allowed to practice their religion in the state prisons at Constantinople, but like they still had their own priests and chapels, and the clergy was all about spreading that good vibes you feel. Also, the Christian slaves who converted to Islam were totes a big deal, but some of them got played by their masters trying to get them to renounce their faith. Like, for real though, most of those Christian slaves were into it on their own and chose to leave Christianity when they got free from slavery. When the Christian embassies were all like, on what if our fam members turned Turk, it was totes obvious that the slaves who were all hella stressed about getting back home and had nothing much going for them would be all, why not Islam? Some dude from England in the 1600s was all like most Christian slaves, don't even make it back to their country. They get too salty and can't even keep it 100 with Christianity. Others were all, nah, bruh, I'm good. I'll just switch to Islam, lol. 'Cause, like, the Mohammedan law was all about that life, and they were low-key trying to level up their conditions. It's totes different for each Christian slave, though there's this one writer who's all okay, so let's divide them into 3 classes. First, those who were just hella chill and didn't bother learning much about Islam, 'cause it was all good with the Turks being infidels, you know. They just avoided getting too extra with their Christian vibes. Second class is for those who were all curious and stuff, like, hey, what's going on over here? And they'd try to learn more about the Turkish thing. If God was looking out for them, they might had time and skills to get all up in that sauce. Third class is for the real OGs who were all about keeping it 100 with Christianity, even when things got hella hard. Yes, so Arnold, like these folks who are trying to figure out what's up with the Muslim vibe, they're low-key exploring it without being super careful, and they end up getting totally fooled by the Turkish crew. They think the Turks are speaking truth and stuff, but really they're just losing their own faith. It's hella crazy how many of these dudes are caught up in the false religion. And it's extra sad because they're setting a bad example for others. Conversion to Islam. Nah, it didn't automatically set them from slavery, fam. The master had control over that, and if you were going to join the crew, you'd got to promise to be all about Islam. But, like, sometimes they just let Christian slaves go for real, even if they stayed true to their faith. It's wild. There are some other people who got separated from their old squad and found themselves in a whole new world with different vibes. They'd come to these Turkish cities looking for work, and they'd be like, hey, this Islam thing seems cool. Let me try it out. And then there are all these Christian fams that got taken away by the Sultan and brought to Asia Minor. Yeah, they kind of got assimilated into the Muslim population over time. Anyway, in the 18th and 19th centuries, Turkish newspapers started recording instances of people converting to Islam. Like, some important emirs from Lebanon went Muslim and got all sorts of perks for it. Now, Arnold's about to give you a more detailed account of how Islam spread among Christian populations in Albania, Serbia, Bosnia, and Crete, because these countries have some interesting history going on after they got conquered by the Ottomans. So like Arnold, Albania is straight fire, right? It's hella mountainous, Vibin, along the Adriatic coast from Montenegro to the Gulf of Arta. They're part of one of the oldest, most pure bloodlines in Europe, and they're said to be like super connected to the Pelasgic branch of the Aryan stock. So, like back in 1387, the Turks came for them, but it was a short stint because they had to dip out. The Sultan's authority was recognized for real in 1423, though. Then there was this dude, George Castriota, aka Skanderbeg or Sikanar-beg, who was all about keeping it independent under his own name. Nowadays, we know that the stories about Skanderbeg's childhood and conversion to Islam are straight up fake. He wasn't taken as a hostage and raised by the Turks. He just grew up in the mountains, fought the Turks for real in 1444, and kept on resisting for over 20 years. When Skanderbeg passed away in 1467, the Turks came back with a vengeance. Some of the sea port towns held out longer. Durazzo got taken down in 1501, and Antivari didn't give up till 1571. The terms of capitulation were pretty chill. The city could keep its laws and magistrature, exercise their Christian religion freely, rebuild churches if they needed to, and all that jazz. But here's the thing, Albanians under Turkish rule always seem to have maintained some level of autonomy. The tribes and clans remained pretty independent, even though they were vassals of the sultans. They wouldn't let Turkish officials meddle in their internal affairs, and it's actually crazy how much power they had. Their racial pride is on 100. And to this day, Albanians will still call themselves Skipeta first before saying whether they're Christian or Muslim. That's some next-level national feeling right there. They got the same lingo going on, right? So, like, do they vibe with the same traditions and customs? And all that jazz, and the whole, we're from the same country. Thing was straight fire to keep the nation from getting all divided up by religious beliefs, you feel. 5,070 side by side they were repping in the irregular troops, which was like super key after the Turkish takeover became the main gig for the government in all its internal admin. Both classes were low-key crushing it and serving up the sauce to the local pashas who were looking at like the bravest soldiers in the whole empire. Christian Albanians was repping hard in the Ottoman army during the Crimean War, 571, and though they might have been a little more chill and agrarian than their Muslim homies, it was still all good. They kept it real with their arms and military vibes, showed up strong with that same fierce spirit, and had the same national feeling as their Muslim brethren who got with the Prophet's crew. 572, considering these facts, is hella important when looking at how Islam spread like wildfire in Albania, because it was all them Albanians doing it for themselves and not some foreign influencing, 573, we don't have a whole lot of deets on this movement, since the history of Albania from the late 15th century to when Al Pasha took over 300 years later is basically a blank slate. What we got is straight out of them ecclesiastical chronicles and reports sent to the congregation of the Pope and the propaganda fied. 574, be real, these sources are all like super flawed, especially when it comes to why people converted. An ecclesiastic from back in the day would have been straight up shook if they even thought about converting to Islam on their own terms, or even wrote it down for their peeps. During the 16th century, Islam was moving slow as heck, but the conversion vibe had already started getting lit. In 1610, Christians were like way more pop than Muslims. 10-1 fam. 575, and since most of the villages were straight up Christian with only a little bit of Muslim flair, all those conversions went down in the big cities, you feel. In Antivari, for example, while some Christians key ghosted out of there and went to neighboring countries, the majority of those who stuck around, high born and low key alike, just straight up flipped to Islam, so the Christian population was like slowly getting erased. In 577, as more people got with Islam, they started converting churches into mosques, which might have been against the terms of the capitulation, but it was all good because the people had changed their mind, 578, in 1610, 2 collegiate churches, so like Arnold, these Latin Christians were still vibing after all the drama, but they were low-key enough for the community to survive. Marco Bizzi is saying that there's about 600 houses that are hella mixed with Mohammedans and Christians, both Latin and schismatics, like the Orthodox Greek Church, and it's kind of lit that the number of Muslims is a little more than Christians, and Latins way more than schismatics. In the accounts we got from the Christian Muslim vibes, and since there ain't no clear line between them, we can guess how Mohammedan influences were like slowly creeping into the Christian squad when their spiritual life was whack. Christian parents were totes cool with giving their daughters to Muslim husbands, and Christian women weren't hating on these unions either. The kids born from these mixed fams were raised as Muslims, but girls got to keep it real with their mom's faith, you feel. So like, the Christian priests were all, no, you can't be in church or participate in sacraments. But moms would still get baptized and stuff cause they wanted to. Christian priests were hella down for this, especially if a Muslim woman wanted her kids baptized too. It's wild how chill the vibes were between Christians and Muslims. Marco Bizzi says that on Sti. Elias feast day, there were more Muslims in church than Christians. Even today, Albanian Muslims revere the Virgin Mary and Christian saints and go to their shrines for real. Meanwhile, Christians are all about Muslim saints for healing or making vows. In this town of Kalavachi, where it's like 60 Christian households and 10 Muslim ones, and Muslims were supporting the parish priest, because most had Christian wives. It's no so surprise that many Muslims were out of the closet with their faith, just saying they believed in Christianity on the inside. Marco Bizzi has 3 reasons for this worldly gains: avoiding tribute or a lack of smart clergy to cover all bases, like Arnold, right? So these Christians in Albania are always talking about how they're all oppressed by the Turks and stuff. But, it's kind of hard to believe that they just decided to leave Islam for a penalty of 6 reals per head or whatever. I mean, if it was that easy to just chill on religion because of some taxes, wouldn't there be more Christians living in Albania now? Like, it doesn't make sense, fam. So, like, the Ottoman court is all about selling posts and making a profit, which means they'd be all extra harsh on Christians who don't pay up. But, does that really sound legit to you? Maybe the Turks were just trying to keep them in check because of some treasonous vibes. But let's get real. The Christian clergy in Albania was low-key savage. They were so basic, like most of them couldn't even read and write, and they didn't know what they were doing when it came to their jobs. Like, can you imagine having to recite Mass without understanding any of it? It's wild, TBA. Anyway, Arnold, if Islam had some dope preachers in Albania who knew how to spread the word like a boss, then maybe they could have converted more people. But for real, it's all about the hustle, fam. Arnold, so they had this vague knowledge of their religion, but for real, it was all trad and stuff. 595 Marco. Bidzi was low, key salty about the episcopate in the country, cause it was whack, you feel. It was all these problems like priests keeping concubines, being drunk, and Christians getting old and dying without getting 596. He's like, if we don't fix this, Christianity is going to go down the drain in no time. 597, there were also some shady priests who were chilling with their consorts and drinking half drinking. 598, it's wild cause. Unlike other places where Orthodox clergy kept it real for their people, these Albanian priests weren't repping the national vibe. 599, they had this feudal thing going on where they thought Turks were the OGs and should be obeyed no matter what. 600, there's this tale about a priest who got turned out by his community because of some beef. And it went down like this years ago. When the whole country was all Christian, there was this sick image of Mary in Scutari that people would come from everywhere to worship 601. But for some reason, the priest and the people didn't vibe. So the latter comes at him with bars saying they'd adjure their faith if he don't step up his game. And they end up joining the Muhammad crew instead, 622. The Christian clergy was lax in all that. Let loose on some stuff like marriages without no ceremony or church blessing 603. They were basically doing it like Muhammadans, making marriage a legit civil contract 604 to fix this mess. The church had to kick out the hubby and wife till they got their act together and did the whole 9 yards 605 and the 17th century. All these social issues started to come to a head, and the Christian population was dwindling like crazy fast. 606 between 1620 and 1650. There were like 300,000 Albanians who lost their faith. 607. Arnold is low-key said to have dipped out of Christianity and into Islam, bruh. In 1624, there was only 2,000 Catholics in the whole Darsa and Santavari, and even the church itself wasn't being used for worship no more. By the end of the century, it was like super sketchy. Only 2 fams were still repping Catholicism. Fast forward to 1651, and the Christian community is hella dominated by women cause the dudes are all over Islam. You feel. It's like while the Catholics are getting roasted, and they're fewer in number than the Mohammedans now, with a ratio of 1:1 to 133. In the past, though, it was like 10 to 1, but now it's all about the flip side. The parish priests are trying to play both sides. Fam, they let dudes be open about their Islam and still give M the blessed sacrament on the low. It's a no-go for the Christian church when it comes to those kids who grow up Muslim. They're like, peace out, we're done with you. And if your parent is all about the Mohammedans, they'll get hitched to 1 too, and the priest will be all. Sick, let's do this. But, for real, the lower clergy are low-key scandalous. They ain't got their act together. They're always drinking, holding wild parties in their churches, and selling off church property like it's hot. And when they get caught, they just shrug it off and get under the Turks' protection. The Reformed Franciscans and observants are hella salty with each other. They can't even agree on how to run a mission without causing drama. It's like, it's super frustrating for the laity, and it's affecting the whole community. In some parts of Albania, there ain't been no priests for decades. But when the Franciscans finally show up, it's like, hey, we're here, what's good? They report that they can get through with minimal effort because Nobody cares about any of this drama. Arnold is low-key a bishop in Albania, and he's super salty about his job. Fam. 616, the Bishop of Sapper has been chillin' in Venice for ages, livin' that bad life, and he brought an ignorant priest with him who's all about the drama. Bruh. This dude has 400 souls under his care, but the ecclesiastical visitor is hella worried 'cause the bishop ain't around, and there's a major risk of him losing his own soul or messin' up the whole diocese. 6007, the Bishop of Scutari is straight up hated by his clergy and people, and he only got to keep his gig through the Turks, you feel. 1618 and Zmajevic is all like, bishops are hella extra. They're always asking for money from their flock. 619, it's wild how Christian priests were low-key authorized by the Sultan to get contributions from their people. Like, the Archbishop of Antivari was getting 2 aspas from each fam, 12 for every first marriage, and double that for a second, and quadruple that for a third, and 1 gold piece from each parish annually, no cap. 1620 Albania is straight up empty when it comes to Christian schools, and the priests are like totally clueless. Gee. Some of them even went to Italy to study, but Marco Crigio is all, nah, they're just going to chill in Italy and forget about their duties. 621, it's no wonder the common people ain't knowing squat about their faith. It's a hot mess, fam. And with all these priests being hella careless, you get all sorts of corruption and abuse going on. 622, some Christians are straight, up living with multiple spouses for years, still getting sacraments, though it's wild, right? 623, there's got a whole crew of wives. It's like they're trying to one-up the Muslims or something. 34, you can see that assimilation going on between the Christian and Muslim communities too. Like, Christian priests are getting down with Muslim parents at baptisms, and old school superstition is still getting nods from the clergy. 625, given the state of the Christian church in Albania back then, you'd think a little nudge would be enough to make people defect to Islam, fam. And with all the punishment Catholics got for rebelling, it's like they were just begging to join the other side. Arnold was trying to get the leaders of the Christian squad to collab with the Turkish regime and flip the script on them, hand the country over to the Rep of Venice, their homies from next door. But, like, it didn't exactly work out. Cuz Van Eyes was chilling with the Turks for a sec, and the timing wasn't right, fam. Then, in 1645, war broke out between Turkey and Rep of Venice, and the Venetians tried to take over Antivari city, but ended up losing. Bruh. The Albanian Catholics, who were all about that enemy life, got roasted and had their privileges taken away, while the Greek Christians, who kept it real with the Turkish gov, got rewarded like for doing good. Many of the Catholics either converted to Islam or joined the Greek church, which is low-key a big deal because it shows they wasn't getting all hating on the Christians. Some Catholics converted to Islam so they wouldn't get salty about their fam's plot failing, but they could just joined the Greek church and stayed true to themselves, you feel. It was officially recognized by the Turkish gov, and everyone in Antivari was low-key vibbing with it. Those who didn't make the switch probably weren't really into Christianity anyway. Fast forward to 1649. There's another insurrection going down in Antivari, led by some archbishop named Joseph Maria Bonaldo. But, like, it also got shut down because of them Christian dissensions, and the Turkish troops showed up with their A-game. Many Albanians who were low-key feared for their lives got sent to the Turkish dominions, and 3,000 men from Venice came over to the other side, while those left behind got intimidated by fortresses and troops marching through their areas. They also had to pay some heavy fines if they didn't chill. The Christian writers who are always complaining about the unjust tributes they get from the Turks make some pretty general claims, but don't give much deets, so we can't tell if they're even right or not. Arnold said all them Christians who defected, like 2,000 peeps, had to deal with some extra taxes and stuff, but all that was pretty much the same for Muslimans too, except they had to pay 6 reals every year just to be a dude, and another tax called Sayatarakshio, which was 3 reals yearly. 628, he's like, the nation is hella hurt by these taxes, mainly in their financials, you feel. They got that weak spot where they want to stay rich, and it made them lose about 2,000 souls to the true faith, so they wouldn't have to pay tribute. 629, there's nothing in his report that says these Catholic taxes were straight fire bad enough to make them quit their creed. And he's like, most of these conversions are because people wanted to escape tribute. But he's low-key saying, the main reason is the clergies were hella clueless, 60-30, and they let people who pretended to be Muslim, but still believed in Christianity, get sacraments. 60-31, he's also all like, these clergy are straight trash, administering sacraments to apostates and secret Christians. 632, it's defo clear that this widespread apostasy was like a result of a whole series of influences from before. And the tribute thing was just the final straw. We can't get info on how many effort Muslims put into converting Christians, but we do know some areas where people got super influenced by Turks and started marrying Turkish women, 60-33, which defo weakened their faith. And there were these 2 parishes that barely had any pastor, so they were hella tempted to apostatize. 634 Zmajevich is talking about this one old Christian family who was like wheedled into denying their faith by some prominent Muslim, but the other bro wanted to study for the priesthood and help out the Christian church. So like Aaron Ayaldal's family was super low, key, but still straight, up respected by the Turks, right? This is like another proof that Muslims weren't hating on Christians just cause they were Christians, but only when they started causing drama politically. Zmajevich, who's Albanian and moved to his bishopric instead of Venetia, was given all this extra respect from Turkish officials, including the Supreme Pasha himself, who made sure he was treated like a big deal. He even helped out Christian clergy by remitting tribute for 4 villages, which is like super generous. But sometimes Christian priests got treated rough because they were suspected of having ties with enemy Turks or something. Zmajevich is all about how Christian priests had it pretty easy. And there was this one priest in Trebinje who was sent to Rome because some Turkish folks thought he might convert to Islam, but that didn't actually happen. Anyway, the 17th century was a wild time for apostates in Albania, and people kept switching between Christianity and Islam even after that. In southern Albania, Christians were like, screw it, because they weren't in the majority, so they got forced into hiding or converted. Community vibes are like super weak when it comes to tribal beefs, and Albanians have been changing their religion for tiny reasons all up until the 19th century. Yes, Arnold, their priest, was super extra fam, 60-42 now. Like in Albania, there are Muslims and Christians, right? The Muslims got like 1 million or so, while the Christians have around 480K. But who knows if that's even true, lol. The Murdites are straight up Christian, though they were all about not having Muslim settlers in their land, but you can find Muslims and Christians alike in most tribes. Northern Albania is like majority Muslim, with Muslims making up 60 of the population, while southern Albania has more Christians, especially near Greece. Back in the day, Serbia was all about paying tribute to the Ottomans starting in 1375, but then they lost their independence after Kosovo in 1389. It was a total disaster. The Turks and Serb king were both dead on the battlefield, and their successors just chilling, right? They made a pact with Turkey, and Stephen, the young Serb prince, was all about giving his to the new Sultan, Bede Yazid, and they had a squad goal of brotherhood. At the Battle of Nicopolis in 1394, the Turks got the whole Balkan peninsula except for Constantinople, but then the Serbs saved the day and gave them that abiu. At Angora in 1402, things went down, and Yazid was taken prisoner by Timur Stephen, still stuck with his bro in law, though. Instead of taking advantage of the situation, he stayed loyal to his commitment and fought for his brother in Law's family. Under George Brankovic, Serbia got some independence, but when they revolted in 1438, the Turks came back to chill. They had a thing with Hungary for a hot second, but then they lost at Varna in 1444, in 1459, Serbia finally became a Turkish province. It's wild that some Serbs might have known about the Muslim community being squashed in Hungary and went with the Turks instead. Yait, too, had a convo with some Muslims in Europe around 1228, and they were all about studying law. They're Loki from a Muslim fam called the Hungarians fam. Arnold told me they're chilling in this kingdom on the other side of Constantinople, right? They're all about that Muslim life, but they got to live on the border of this Frank king's territory. And they can't even build walls around their villages, because he's all like, don't you revolt, bruh. They're sitting in between Christian countries, got the Slavs to the north, Rome to the south, Andalusia on the west, and Greece to the east. Arnold said they speak the Frank language, dress like, fight alongside them, and even attack their enemies, cause they only go to war with Islam's enemies, you feel. I asked him how they ended up adopting Islam in a land full of unbelievers, and he was all, OGs brought us this faith from Bulgaria. They said these Muslims came and showed them the error of their ways and led them down the right path. And now Arnold D's crew is low-key Muslim, but they're still trying to get educated in law back home, so when they return, people will respect them and put them in charge of religious stuff. Anyway, Islam stuck it out with these Hungarian Bashkirs until 1340, when King Charles Robert was all like convert or quit, and gave his non-Christian subjects a choice. The Serbian Muslims were like, peace out to Hungary, because they knew the Greeks wouldn't mess with them. But their Christian countrymen got told to convert or leave. There's this old legend going around where George Brankovic and John Hunyadi had a convo. The first dude was all, if I win, I'll establish Roman Catholicism. But then he asked the Sultan, who was like, we won't touch your religion, fam. I can't find any text to convert. Can you provide the text you'd like me to convert? So like in this area district of Prizren, where it was all started to become Muslimized after that major migration from 1690, the Serbs, who still believed in Christianity, were trying to get some priests over there. But no one was listening. Their kids were never baptized. Weddings and burials weren't even blessed by the church. And those old buildings just fell apart. In the nearby district of Opolj, it's probs mostly Muslims living there now, but they're probably descended from the original Slavs who lived there. In the 1600s, Bidsey found that in Jagnevo City there were like 120 Catholic households, 200 Greek and 180 Muslim, but by 1700 every single house was Muslim because everyone in the fam professed it, except for some of the younger kids. Around the middle of the 1700s, this village Ojas was all Catholic, but then in 1863 there were only 90 Muslims and 23 Christians living there. Now they're all Muslim. It's super sad that old Christian customs are dying out. After Kosovo and the Serbian Empire fell, some Serbs went to the mountains of Montenegro to avoid being taken over by Turks, but still wanted to keep their independence. They fought a lot against the Turks, but managed to keep their Christian state alive. It's wild that Muslims even started showing up in their lands back then in 1703. Daniel Petrovich, the bishop at the time, told them to take out all the Muslims living among them. So on Christmas Eve, they massacred like a bunch of converted Montenegrins who wouldn't give up Islam. Now let's talk about Bosnia. It's a special case because the people before us were the Turkish conquest were mostly Bogomiles, this Christian sect that was getting destroyed by the Romans and Catholics. In 1325, Pope John XI even preached a crusade against them. Arnold Loki wrote this whole message to the King of Bosnia, to our son and homie Stephen, Prince of Bosnia, knowing that you're a true believer in the church. We're hella charged at you to squash the heretics in your land, fam. We need you to help out Fabian, our inquisitor, cause a whole lot of heretics from all over have rolled into Bosnia and are low-key spreading their bogus ideas and chilling for free. These dudes, they're all like we're Christians, but really they're just trying to deceive the Catholics with their fancy talk and humble vibes. They're sneaky, fam. They'll stab you in the back while pretending to be your homie. In the 15th century, the Bogomiles were hella tired of getting persecuted so bad that they reached out to the Turks for help, bruh. The King of Bosnia and the priests were going hard on them, pushing it to a whole new level. Some 40 of them packed their bags and left for neighboring countries, while others got taken away in chains to Rome. But even that didn't stop the Bogomiles from getting stronger in Bosnia, lol. By 6-2, we're told they were still running the show in the country. The next year, when Muhammad I invaded, the Catholic king was all alone on his homies, fam. They surrendered the keys to Bobovac and the other fortresses, just chilling with the Turks. It was like a whole week and 70 cities were taken over by the Sultan. And then Bosnia became part of Muhammad I's empire for real. From that point on, we don't hear much about the Bogomiles, bruh. They went all in on Islam right after the Turkish conquest, and the rest followed suit later, while the Catholics were like, peace out, and moved to Hungary and Austria. Some folks thought they might have been low-key trying to return to their faith when things got chill, but that's just a wild guess, fam. We don't have no solid evidence for it. Maybe they just gave up on their faith because they were too busy getting persecuted. Lol. Anyway, we can figure out why the Bogomiles went all in on Islam, but we ain't got no proof, so let's just keep it real and say we don't know for sure. I'm so done with all the Muslim believers who are low-key trying to prove they're related to Islam, fam. They're like, no cap, we don't worship Mary or baptize each other. And they straight up hate the cross, bruh. They think it's idolatry and all that jazz. Their churches are hella basic, no bells, and they ain't never been into that saint stuff. They're like, no way, Jesus wasn't crucified for real. Some other dude took his spot, and they're good with that, TB. They don't do wine. or any of that tea. They're all about the austerity life and being extra strict, you feel. It's like they're trying to keep it real with Islam. They pray 5 times a day, 5 times at night, and they go through the motions of the Lord's Prayer, no cap. And when they join in on mosque vibes, it's not too different from their old church hangouts, fam. I got all these similarities with Islam that we can vibe about with this bogomillion heresy, but there were some Christian flavors that wouldn't fly with Muslims. But for real, how hard is it to see how they'd be like, peace out, I'm in. The Turks were hella welcoming and stuff, so whoever wanted and got the lowdown on keeping their land and not getting taxed. It's like they had a chance to get back on the good side, you know. They still kept it 100 with their Serb names and tongues, but they got all hyped about their new faith and did some major damage for the nobles. They even got jobs in Constantinople, no cap. Yo, Arnold, so, like, Bosnian dude gets the job of being Grand Vizier, right? And he's all about conquering new territories. He got Crete in 1669 after a major bummer siege that went on for almost 3 years. That was a wild 25-year struggle between the Ottoman squad and the Venetians over who'd get to own the island. This wasn't AR-NLD's first time in Crete, though. Like back in the 900s, some Muslim dudes from Spain just swooped in and took it from the Byzantines for a hot second, AD 8025, 961. They were all about spreading Islam and converting everyone to be Muslim too. But then they had to leave again when the Byzantine squad came back strong. Fast forward to the 1200s, and the Venetians are like, hey, we'll take Crete for ourselves, thanks. They bought it from a dude named Boniface, who was all about divvying up the empire. But they were hella ruthless, man. They crushed any rebellion with an iron fist, and basically made life miserable for the Cretans. The last time the Venetians tried to suppress a revolt in the 1500s, that was some dark stuff, Arnold. The reports from the commissioners said the peasants were being treated like slaves, forced to work 12 days straight without pay, just for their feudal lords. It was all about exploitation and oppression. And that's not even mentioning the crazy feudal laws they had in place. Peasants could lose up to 2/3 of their produce, and if they tried to complain, they'd get seized by the lord's oxen or mules, right? Talk about a harsh life. Hello? Key roasting Arnold, bro. 675, those Venetian commissioners tried to get the Senate listen to their concerns about the Cretans, but it was all for nothing. They just got gas from Fra Paolo Sarpi's convo with the Republic in 1615, where he was like, if these nobles are being extra to their peasants, don't even acknowledge it so we can avoid drama between them and their subjects. 676. It's not wild that the Cretans were hella salty about the situation and wanted a change of rulers. They'd be all about submitting to the Turk if they saw how their nation was treating them right. Like many people at this time, just took off to Turkey to escape the tax burden, following in the footsteps of others who had done it before, you feel. 6077, some of them even went to Egypt and converted to Islam. 6078, the Latin clergy being salty was especially extra for the Cretans. They were all about taking those endowments meant for Greek ecclesiastics and disrespecting the Greek Christians who made up 90 of the population. 67-9, but the Turks were like, hey, we got this, by restoring the Greek hierarchy. Apparently, a priest from Kenya told the Turkish general that if he wanted to win over the Cretans and diss the Venetians, he needed to focus on religion, just like how the Venetians were all about erasing Greek faith and imposing Rome's instead. the Turks had an injunction that there shouldn't be any Greek bishops in the island, which was causing a major stir among the Cretans. It was all, hey, if you make it easy for us to install new shepherds, we'll be low-key down with our old life. So when the priest told Qasim that he could get on good terms with the Cretans by establishing this order and granting them new privileges, he was all about it. He wrote a statement to Constantinople and got it approved. Next thing, the Greek patriarch is back in business. Arnold was low-key asked to set up an archbishop for Crete, and he got to have 7 other bishops get nominated too. 60, 80, the Turkish takeover is like super fast, followed by a ton of Cretans converting to Islam. No cap. It's not wild that the same patriotism that kept them hella loyal faith under old Venetian rule might have led them to cop the new master's religion, which instantly gave them equal rights and a spot in government. Whatever the T is on why all these Cretans converted, it's trippy that they didn't just straight up die for their faith or something. Like, violence ain't got nothing on centuries of being oppressed. You feel. 30 years after the takeover, we're told most Muslims were either converts or born to them. 6082, and by the end of a century, half the population was Mohammedan. You could find Cretan Muslims all over the island, even in villages and mountains. And they're still repping Greek culture like it's nobody's business. There ain't no other language spoken on Crete except Greek. Even Turks had to learn the local lingo. 6083, the beef between Christians and Mohammedans has been hella intense, especially since the Greek Revolution, but before that it was more chill. See, Cretan Muslims were all about marrying Christian girls and making friends with their homies. They even dressed alike. 'Cause who cares about distinction, right? 685 lately, though the Muslim population in Crete has been dwindling, and now they're down to 3096 in 1909. 6th of 86, chapter V. The spread of Islam in Persia and Central Asia. Yes, let me tell you about Arnold and how Islam spread to Central Asia, like back in the 7th century, bruh. So, the Sassanids, this dope dynasty, got dissolved, and Persia became part of the Muslim squad. When the Arabs took over, they found that most people was low-key resisting, because the Sassanids were all about Zoroastrianism, which is like super oppressive to other religions. The priests from Zoroastrianism had a major clout in the government, and they used it to persecute everyone who didn't follow them, including Christians, Jews, Sabaeans, and all sorts of Gnostic and Manichaean folks. They were all just trying to live their best lives, but the Sassanids were all about keeping them down. But then Arnold comes along, and he's like, hey, let's give these people some freedom to practice their faith. So under Muslim rule, everyone got to breathe again, and they could worship whoever they wanted without getting oppressed. They just had to pay a small tax, which was hella reasonable, right? It said that Arnold himself told his peeps to treat Zoroastrians like people of the book, like Jews and Christians. And like that tradition kept going even after he passed on. And the Muslim law was all about toleration and protecting people from persecution. For real, this change in government brought some much needed relief to the Christian church in Persia, who had been dealing with some major drama under the Sassanids. It's like Arnold came along and said, hey, let's stop all this oppression and just chill. Arnold, it's hella lit when people want to change up their vibes and stuff. Like side by side with all the political drama going, down was the moral confusion that was getting everyone hyped for a new faith, no cap. They were so caught up in this mess of disasters and moral anguish from all these warring doctrines, they didn't even know what to believe anymore. That's when a new doctrine can just swoop in, take root like a weed, making a clean slate of all that chaos and confusion. See, people in Persia, especially the Semitic races, were in this mental space where they could vibe with Islam, no doubt. They were low-key hype for this new rugged cred that came in, knocked out all these dark vibes at once, opening their souls up to new hopes and stuff. But the Muslim creed was straight fire with the townsfolk, industrial classes and artisans, you feel. They were all about getting free from the old Zoroastrian thing that made them impure, like they defiled fire or something. They were outcasts in the eyes of the law, but Islam came along and gave them this new life where they was equal, no cap. It was like a whole nother level of free. And let's talk about Zoroastrians who converted to Islam too, bruh. The national church was shook when the dynasty fell apart. So it was like the natural next step for them to hop on the Islamic train. They saw all these similarities between their old faith and knew like they could, in this kurgan, and still have all the same vibes. They'd be all, hey, I believe in a Haramazada too, but now he's called Ole. It was like a whole nother language, but they were vibbing with it. Even the daily worship deets were similar. Bruh. They'd pray 5 times a day just like they used to. No extra work for them. And those tribes in the north of Persia who didn't want to be part of the state religion, they were all about keeping it real, loving their neighbors and stuff. If you're already vibbing with that, you wouldn't need much persuading to jump on the Islam bandwagon. No cap. Yes, Arnold, let's get into this. Like, Islam was low-key connected to some heretical sects in Persia that had been influenced by Christianity, you feel. And it wasn't just about the politics and national vibes, because Hussein, the son of Al, married Shatuhe Bainan, a daughter of Yazdegerd, the last monarch of the Sassanid dynasty. That's like a major connection point G. So Persians saw Hussein and his crew as the heirs to their ancient kingdom and national traditions, which is where the devotion to the Alid faction came from. It's all about that patriotic feeling, Arnold. And it's not like they were forced into it or anything. Cause even today there are some fire worshippers in certain districts of Persia. Even back then, they got a lot of respect for their faith. And we can read about Mohammedan generals being all like, hey, destroy this fire temple and build a mosque instead. But for real, the fire temples were still standing, and it's wild. By the 10th century, you could find them in almost every province of Persia. It's not like the Muslim conquerors just came in and wiped out Zoroastrianism or anything. The Persians were all about their faith, and they didn't just convert to Islam because they had to. It was like a choice, Arnold, and there are records of people converting throughout the centuries, like Semamen, this noble dude from Balkh. He renounced Zoroastrianism and became Muslim, and his son Assad even got the name Assad because of it. That's how the Scamnids dynasty started. G. And then there was Karam B. Sharigur, who converted to Islam too, becoming the first king of the Qusayr dynasty. It's all about the acceptance, Arnold. The Persians didn't just convert to Islam because they were forced. It was a choice they made, and it's still felt in the culture today. So like Arnold is low-key important in this story about Islam in Daylam, right? So Anir al-Akabi, Muhammad is all like, hey, y'all need to cop Islam. And like the people of Abaristan and Daylam are all Hikman. but then some of them are all in, you feel. Fast forward to 103 Lone 4, Anabul Esan Milam, worshippers of Fime Wushi Loki converted to Islam by Shafal. Read. I mean, this dude was a poet and all that jazz. It's also during this time that the grandfather of Imken Kardidb gets converted to Islam too. Apparently, one of the Barmecides is like, hey, Grandpa needs Islam, and he's all in. But here's the thing, Arnold, not a lot of these conversion stories are straight up voluntary, you feel. The Zoroastrians were just chillin' with their religion until the Mongols came and messed everything up. And then, like, the Persians became super intolerant towards the Zoroastrians, and it got all hella dark. Anyway, around the middle of the 8th century, this Islam lion sect pops up in Persia, and they're all about spreading Islam through this lit missionary organization. Their founder, Abd al-Abi. Mayman is like a master at adapting their teachings to whatever audience he's dealing with, merchants, traders, UFAs, you name it. These missionaries were low-key pros at winning people over by performing sick miracles and speaking in different languages. And for the devout, they're all about spreading virtue and religious zeal. But for the mystics, they're like the ultimate truth bomb, revealing hidden meanings and whatnot. Yes, Arnold, the founder of the Ismadru lion sect, was all about spreading the word and getting people hyped for the coming of Al as the big deliverer. He low-key convinced the Muslims that Al was going to bring the heat, and similarly told the Jews they were waiting for a Messiah, but said it was Al who was going to make it happen. For the Christians, he was all about speaking truth to power, saying the Jews were hella ignorant and the Muslims were basic. He'd play it cool, pretending to respect their creeds, but then hint that there was a deeper meaning, one that Islam lions alone could decipher. He also hit up the Hindus with a special deal, telling them Al was the 10th avatar of Viu, coming from a lamp. They were all about the mysticism, already vibing to the esoteric vibes, so he just had to slide in and share the Islam lion secrets. He brought together a whole crew of people from different faiths, united round the idea that Al was going to bring the Imam Mahdi. It was all about getting people hyped for the big return, even though only a few knew the real tea. Aran al-D's strategy was on point, and it worked like a charm. Meanwhile, in Central Asia, Qutayba B, Muslim just did his thing, conquering the lands without much fuss. He didn't need no missionaries to convert people. He just took over with force. So like Arnold, they were low-key skeptical about these Usupishan vibes, but they still went ahead and converted to Islam. Like a bunch of people got on board FAM 709. But for real though, the records of conversions in Central Asia are hella scarce back then, 7 to 10. And Tevi, most peeps would just pretend to be Muslim for a hot sec, and then go back to their old ways, and when the conquering armies left 7 Aberdeen women. It wasn't until Qutayba took over Bukhara for the 4th time that he was all like, you got to convert or get out. 712. In Bukhara and Samarkand, it was like a whole mood when they were trying to spread Islam. People who converted got to carry arms, but those who didn't had to keep a low-profile 70-13. The conquerors were hella extra, trying to gain proselytes, even offering them cash for showing up to Friday prayers 70-14. They also let the Qur'an be recited in Persian so that everyone could understand it. Kevin 15. Progress was slow, though some peeps accepted Umar II's invite to join 716, and Abe did his thing spreading the word in Samarkand during Hisham's reign 70-17. But Like, it wasn't until al-Mutaim's time that Islam took off for real 70-18. One reason was the squad of Turks who came to join the army and connect with Baghdad on a deeper level 719. It was all good till the middle of the 10th century when some Turkish chiefs converted, and then their whole squad followed suit like they were one big unit, 720. You, for real, I ain't got no other child. Pahlavan is low-key helping out the mom, and the Indian wrestler lets the king win the day, but then the king is hella mad and orders his head to get cut off. But at the same time, the horse that the king is on goes wild and takes him straight to a super dangerous cliff. Pahlavan jumps into action, saves the king from dying, and the king is super grateful and becomes all about the true faith. The saintly wrestler is like, peace out, and becomes a hermit in the desert. A legend says Q. Buchukoen, the founder of the Mohammedan dynasty of the Lik Kanaans of Khadrizushka, was all about converting people to Islam. He was like this in the Semanid house, and he was super piety and humble, but he couldn't find a way to use his skills for administration. So he just became a merchant, but instead of trying to get rich, he was all about spreading the faith. One night, the prophet came to him in a dream, was like, yo, go to Turkestan and meet Esti Tanku Bokko Khan. He's going to need your help becoming Muslim. The prince had already been warned that someone would come and teach him the ways of Islam. So when they met up later on, he was all like, I'm ready to get schooled. This legend is probably based on real events where Islam came into Turkestan and people started converting. It's said that Estadarko Babrak Khan had some crazy powers in battle, like flames coming out of his mouth and a sword that got way longer than normal. By the time he was 96, he was basically the coolest guy in the land, and people were all about him. He even went to China with his army and spread Islam as far as Turfan. But let's be real, like, how much of an impact did he really have? Maybe not that much. It was straight fire custom for Muslim sisters and daughters to only marry within their own community. But if they were feeling Islam, that was a different story. A few years later, in 1041, 1042, some Turks who still had no idea about Allah and lived in Tibetan territory hit up Arnold Khan B, come for permission to come chill in his dominion. They'd heard he was all about keeping it peaceful and mild. When they rolled up to Belal's gun, he sent a message to them being like, yo, what's good? Want to join the squad? But they were all, hi now, we're good. And he just left him alone 'cause they seemed hella respectful. There's no record of them changing their ways, but it's possible they started believing in Allah over time. However, they can't be linked to the 10K Turks who went from being infidels to believers the next year, because those dudes had a pretty rougher history with Muslims before converting. The Khor Kitty invasion into Turkestan was straight up devastating for Islam, and even in the 13th century, European travelers were still reporting that there were some major groups of Buddhists, Manichaeans, and Christians in these parts. For Islam to be all about it, the conversion of the Seljuk Turks was key, but nothing's left but a statement saying Seljuk migrate from Turkestan with his crew to Bukhara in 956 AD, where they got hyped and jumped ship for Islam. This is how the famous Seljuk Turks came to be, who went on to revive the Mohammedan game and unite all these Muslim kingdoms into one empire. When the Seljuk Empire was on life support by the end of the 12th century, except in Asia Minor, Muhammad was going strong from Curzon eastward across India. There's a major revival of Islam among the Afghans, Arabs and converts from India are common for with proselytism, source and energy. Afrid dynasty was Loki trying to conquer everything, including Kebubol in 870 and K1. They met this ruler who was totes into idolatry, and that's when K1 Abol went full on Muslim fam. The Afghans were probably down to join the army of some legendary dude Yakbi B. Lath, but it wasn't until Sabak Tigan and Mamda of Ghazna got their conquest on that, Islam became a thing in Afghanistan for real. Let's talk about the history of Islam in Central Asia. Though you can find all the deets in the next chapter, Chapter V, the spread of Islam among the Mongols and Tatars. The Mongol conquest is straight up the worst thing that ever happened to Islam. Bruh, it was like a total avalanche. And they just wiped out Muslim culture and civilization. They left behind bare deserts and ruins where cities used to be. Fam. When the Mongols left Hurt, only 40 people were left, and they were all like, what's going on? The Mongols went to Bukhara, and were all about messing up the mosques and Qur'ans. They even used them as litter, and the people who weren't killed or captured were taken away. Same thing happened in Samarkand, Bok, and other Central Asian cities that were like super important for Muslim civilization. Baghdad, which was the capital of the Abbasid dynasty for centuries, got destroyed too. It's no wonder the Mohammedan historian is all shook up talking about this stuff. Ibn al-Athar is like, they don't want to talk about this because it's so messed up. Even now, he's hesitant to share the deets. He's like, I'd rather be dead than tell this story. But his friends are all like, dude, you got to do it. And he's all, I know, but it's just too much. So, here we go. Yes, let's get into this. Like, don't even get me started on how messed up it was when Arnold did what he did to Israel, fam. But for real, what's Jerusalem compared to all the other cities those savage conquerors destroyed, you feel? Every town they hit was way more fire than Jerusalem, and the kids they killed were Loki, just as many as everyone else who lived in those towns. Let's hope the world never sees anything like that again. But for real, Islam came back from the dead, like in a good way, and got these savage conquerors to vibe with the faith. This was like a whole thing for the missionary squad of Islam, but it was harder because there were already 2 other major players trying to win over those same conquerors, Buddhism, Christianity, and all that jazz. So, before we dive into this epic struggle, let's take a second to talk about how the Mongol Empire got split up after Chengiz Khan died. It was like 4 parts and divided among his sons or whatever. His 3rd son, Ogati, got the eastern part of the empire, which was super important because it included China later on. Then there was Chagati taking the Middle Kingdom, Beta ruling the West Golden Horde, Yaz, and Tuldi getting Persia. And then Agar-Juju came along and added a lot of Asia Minor to his vibe. So, like, Mongol religion was all about shamanism. They had this supreme god, but no prayers or anything. They were all about worshipping these inferior divinities, especially the evil spirits that were Loki trying to mess with them. But then they started worshipping ancestors and stuff too, which wasn't really working for them. Anyway, their religion was like super basic and not going to last long against some proselytizing faith with a solid theology and organized teachers. When the Mongols met all these civilized people, it was like game over. They were done being nomadic barbarians. Arnold, so like Muslims and Christian bums, they're always trying to convert each other's homies. When not low-key salty about the destruction, shamans were pretty chill about other religions letting priests just vibe and pay taxes on their own terms. Buddhist priests had some tea with shaman priests in front of Chinggis Khan and in the courts of Mangala Khan and Kublai. They all got along with Christian bums and Muslim imams too. 731 in Kublai's reign, Mongols in China started getting influenced by Buddhism, and by 1300 it was like totally taken over law. Tibetans were super into this conversion stuff, and people in Mongolia still rock the same faith today, even Kalmucks, who moved to Russia in the 1600s. Although Buddhism took over East Asia, Christians had some clout back then, and people thought they could convert Mongols. There was this Prester John Legend that went around Europe, supposedly the leader of a Christian Tatar tribe. But it's just a myth, bruh. When the Tatars got conquered by Chinggis Khan, he married one of their daughters, and his son Ogotai had a wife from the same fam, Ogotais. Sun Kuyak was cool with Christians, even though he didn't become one himself. He had Christians in his admin, and Pope Innocent came to visit him 733. Christian powers in the east and west were all like, Mongols got to help us take down Muslims. It was Hayton, Armenian king, who got Mangala Khan to send an army to sack Baghdad under Hulagu's leadership. Mongols in Armenia and Georgia converted to Christianity and got baptized 735. Arnold was low-key sending a diplomat, William of Rubruck, to Europe to tell Mongol princes that they should convert to Christianity, but it turned out to be a total lie. They actually found out that the Christians were vibing with the Mongols and the faith was kinda tolerated at their court. Some Mongols even started getting into Christianity, which was hella hopeful for Christian conquering. But then Latins, Greeks, Nestorians, and Armenians started beefing in front of each other, making it hard to make progress with the Mongols. Buddhism and Islam were low-key taken over. Meanwhile, the Pope's extra haughty attitude made the Mongols just straight up disband any favor they had for his missionaries. Lots of other stuff happened too, and it was a total bummer for Christian trines to convert the Mongols. The Nestorians, who were kind of first in the field, were hella lazy and unboopin'. They didn't even know how to read their own service books, which were written in Syriac. William of Rubruck said they were all about that simony life, more concerned with getting paid than spreading the word. In Persia, Christian Lelkanans thought they had a solid alliance with other Christians and Mongols to take on the Mussulmans and get back control of the Holy Land. But then this Mamluk sultan named Baybars came along and kind of ruined it for them. The extra drama from the Christians in Damascus made him look bad too. So like, I heard a sick story about Sayyid Arnold, who was low-key from Samarkand. He told us that one of the Christians from Samarkand converted Islam, and the Muslim crowd in Samarkand was hella hyped for him. They gave him major respect and benefits. But like a Mongol dude from China came chillin' in Samarkand, and he was all about the Christian faith. The Christians were like, whoa, Sayyid, Arnold helped us convert to Islam. Can you help us now? And they told him that Muslims were pressuring their kids to ditch Christianity and serve Jesus, but they wanted him to make it right. The Mongol dude was like, okay, let's get this youth who converted to Islam, and he tried to bring him back with money, gifts, and whatnot. But the youth was all about keeping his new faith. No cap. The Mongol dude got salty, though, and started talking trash, but the youth remained firm. They took the youth out and put him through public punishment, but he still held strong. Eventually, the youth passed away in peace, and the Muslim community in Samarkand was shook. Some dudes from the Muslim community made a petition, testified to it, and went to the camp up of Baraka Khan with it. They were all about defending Islam and showing that truth. The king was like, "Ooh, I got this," and appointed some Turks to deal with the Christian crowd who had been hella problematic. They rounded up the Christians and sent them to a bad place. And that's how it went down. Arnold Loki thought that Islam wasn't going to be able to compete with Buddhism and Christianity when Mongols took over, because they had already been through some wild stuff from the invasions. Like all those cities that were supposed to be like spiritual hubs for Islam in Asia got wrecked, and a lot of their scholars got killed or taken captive. There was one dude, Ching Anji, was Khan, who was hella intolerant towards Muslims, and he even made a edict that if you didn't follow Muhammad's way of worshipping, you'd get put to death. And Kubertly just took up a notch by offering rewards for snitches who could rat out their Muslim overlords so they could get free. Anyway, during the reign of Tuik 1246-148, he was low-key running the show with 2 Christian ministers, and his court was hella filled with Christians. So, like, Muslims were dealing with some real heat. This one dude, Al-Jaduzijinu, wrote a sick account of what went down at Kek's court. He says this one Muslim scholar named Eng al-Dine was always getting hella pressured by Buddhist priests to do some bad things to Muslims and stuff. So, like, these Christian dudes and some Buddhists showed up at Klakek's court and we're all, hey man, let's have a debate with this Muslim scholar and see if he can prove that Muhammad is the real deal. And Klike was all, sure thing, dude. So they got Aldine to come down and show off his faith. But, like, the Buddhists were hella weak in their arguments, so they just kind of gave up and started dissing Muslim ways. And then they asked Kaik if he could make this Muslim dude do a prayer according to Islamic rules, cause they wanted to see him get all awkward with his movements. So yeah, Kaik obliged, and Enna Aldine did the prayer thingy. Yeah, as Arnold, like these infidels were low-key hating on Kaika's squad and got their heads knocked out by the dude, but that Imam M was all about that prayer life and kept it moving no matter what. He was all about getting that permission to leave, and then he just chilling back at his crib. Like, Argan was trying to be a bad guy, but he was still got some hatters, the Mongol crew, and they were trying to shut down the Muslim scene. But like, the more you oppress, the more they rise up, you feel. Anyway, there's this fam of Muslim people who were still holding it down despite all the drama. So, Arnold, there's this one dude, Ogati, and he got a new governor in Persia, Kyrgyz, who was like, hold up, I'm good with Buddhism, no more. Then he became Muslim, and that's some real talk. And then there's Unanda, who was all about converting people to Islam and even won over some troops, but when they tried to get him to switch back to Buddhism, he was all, nah, I'm good. But like, the author of this book is trying to distune Nanda a bit, because he's just throwing around fake facts about his life and stuff. So, Arnold, it's not all good vibes on this dude. Anyway, the first Mongol ruler to get Islam was Baraka Khan, who was like, hey, I'm good with this new faith. Arnold was low-key vibing with some merchants who were straight up pros at Islam doctrine, and he's like, I'm in. After they gave it to him the tea, he first spilled the beans to his youngest bro, and then he made it public that he had converted for real, but, well, according to G. Jenny, Baraka Khan was hella Muslim from birth, And when he got old enough, he learned Qur'an from Salam in Kujand. The same author who was low, living his best life with Baraka Khan, said that the whole squad was Muslim, and it's tot etiquette for every horseman to have a prayer carpet on him, so they can get their zin on during prayer time. Not a single person in his army touched no hooch, and he had all these high-level ulam who were like total experts on Qur'an and stuff. Baraka Khan was all about that Islamic life, and he had tons of religious books and was always debating with the cool kids. Baraka Khan was hella close with the Mamluk Sultan of Egypt, Runk al-Dain Baybars. And it was Baybars who gave him a sick welcome to Cairo after some Mongol troops from the Golden Horde came through. These dudes were like the peace out on their Conan, so they got taken in by Baybars, and he convinced them to convert to Islam. Baybars himself was all about taking down Hekal al-Juju, who he had just beat and kicked out of Syria. He sent some envoys with a letter to Baraka Khan, and when they came back, they were like, Ivory Princess, and am your court has an imam and Mordidin. It was all good vibes. These collab skills between Baybars and Baraka Khan brought many Mongols into the fold, and Islam was on a whole other level in Egypt. His court was low-key fire with Christian priests, and he hit up several European princes like Stay, Louis from France, King Charles in Sicily, and King James of Aragon to get them to ride for him against the Mohammedans. At the same time, an embassy of 16 Mongols went to the Council of Lyons in 1274, where one of them, Loki, converted to Christianity and got baptized with his squad. People were hella hyped that Akua too would convert, but it didn't go down like that. His protector took over after him and was the first Lakan to get woke to Islam. He was raised Christian, fam-like. He got baptized when he was young and was all about being named Nicholas. But then he started vibing with Saracens and got converted, like for real. He wanted to rep Muhammad Qur'an and spread the word to the Tartars, so he gave them gifts and honors until they finally came around. This dude sent a fire letter to the Sultan of Egypt saying, by the power of God Almighty, it's all good mud is the one giving the mandate. God's got our backs, guiding us from our youth up to be on the right path with his deity and unity confession. We got to rep Muhammad as the prophet, reverence his saints, and love on the Muslims. Yo, making the hardest rocks soft like you feel. So we low-key reflected on our move, right? And it's all about getting everyone on the same page, Vibben, with the goal of strengthening the Islamic ordinance, aka making it rain peace and prosperity all over the world, bro. We ain't trying to make nothing that'll lead to bloodshed or hurt nobody's feels. We just want to make sure God's commands are honored and people get treated right, you know? God was like, yo, Arnold, you got to put out this fire and all that. So we're going to use every trick in the book to heal the world's sicknesses. And we won't be afraid to speak truth to power until we get it right. Our resolve is strong, especially after the Sheikh Isildam gave us some wise counsel on how to do things right. We got our Chief Justice, Kut Aldain and Bar Alden, both super trustworthy fam members of this kingdom, to make sure everyone knows what's good. We're all about spreading the truth, establishing it with proof, and following God's lead. If you need proof, just watch our moves. We're repping Islam hard, making it cool for people to be themselves and showing love and respect to everyone who walks through the door. We've given free pardon to anyone who needs it, and we're all about spreading joy and prosperity wherever we go. We restored those pious endowments to their rightful owners. And we're treating pilgrims with the respect they deserve. We're also giving merchants the freedom to travel and do their thing without no drama, you feel. So Arnold was trying to make some big moves, right? He was all about finding alliances with other countries, like the Sultan of Egypt, to help them get back on their feet after all the drama they went through. He wanted to put an end to all the violence and bloodshed and just have people living in peace and quietness, you feel. But then there's this one Mongol prince, right? And he's like, I'm trying to be a good dude now. But for real, it was kind of out of left field coming from him, because he used to be all about persecuting Christians. The Mongols were all salty about that, though, so they started talking smack about their chief and stuff. Anyway, this chief dude got overthrown by his nephew Argon, who was like, nah, I'm good. And then Arnold becomes the new king 1084, not 191, and he's all about bringing back the Christians to favor. But it's a two-way street. The Muslims are getting some hate too. The next few kings were all about being non-believers, though. It wasn't until Ghazan comes along in 1295 that Islam becomes the main religion in Persia. He's like the seventh and greatest Ilkhan or whatever. And let's just say Arnold is key trying to spread the word of Islam himself. But before he became a Muslim, Ghazan was actually raised as a Buddhist and had some major temples built in Khorasan. He was all about getting with the priests from other faiths too, fam. Yes, Arnold's like totally powerful to switch up his faith, right? Like way less than a king who's all pagan and stuff took over the world. So when he converted to Islam, it was like a major win for the Persians, you feel. They were all about him when he was going head to head with Bade for the throne, and even the Mohammedan Mongols in his rival's army were like, sick, let's switch teams and support his new faith. Naz, a Muslim emir who was Key Arnold's biggest fan, was all like, yo, Arnold, you're the chosen one, prophesied to save Islam and restore it to its former glory. If he converted, he'd be the ruler of Persia, and the Mussulmans would be all about him. It was like God was giving him a major blessing for being the savior of true faith. So Arnold made big move, publicly professing his faith, and his whole squad officers and soldiers was like, let's do this. He started distributing alms to righteous people, visiting mosques and tombs, and was straight up living his best Muslim life. His bro Uljayite, who took over in 1304, had a super cool conversion story too. He went from being a Christian to Islam after his mom passed away. Ibn Bahr says that Arnold's example was hella influential on the Mongols. From then on, Islam was like the ultimate faith in the Heavens kingdom. The deets about Islam's progression in the Middle Kingdom are a bit meh, but some of the princes had Muslim ministers, and they were all good, but others were extra salty. Chagatai, the Og-Mongol ruler, was like the ultimate hater of Muslims. He was all about restricting their ritual stuff and didn't want to hear anyone use that word, Musulman, unless it was to diss someone. Organa's son, Mubrak Shah, tried to claim the throne in 12664, but got salty when his cousin Berkyu Khan stole it from him. And let's be real, Berkyu Khan had the blessing of receiving the light of faith. Arnold was low-key trying to take the throne back in 1270, but he got turned away by his homies at first. Like, they didn't want to follow him around because he wasn't down with their vibes yet. He had to do a whole ceremony thingy to become Sultan Gaithe al-Dan, but he was still getting shade from the old school Mongol fam for not being Muslim. Anyway, Arnold's homie arm Shah Khan took over in 3026, and that's when Islam started to get a grip on the Chagatai Mongols. They were all about following their new faith this time, unlike when Arnold was in charge, lol. But even then, there were still haters like BT Zun, who came through in the next decade and tried to take Shah's throne. It was a whole situation, bruh. The break-up of the Chagatai dynasty created some drama in Kaposhka, where Titi Kluktima Khan became the first Musalman king. This dude owed his conversion to Sheikh Jamal al-Din from Bukhan, who was like a holy guru or something. So Sheikh Jamal was chilling in the game Preserves of this Prince when he got caught trespassing. The prince was all salty, but the sheikh was like, "Dude, I'm just a stranger." Then he dropped some knowledge that made the prince go hard, like totally changed his mind about faith and stuff. The prince was low-key shook, so he asked the sheikh to explain what he meant. The sheikh brought the heat with Islam's doctrine, and it melted the prince's heart or something. He saw the error of his ways and wanted to convert, but he was like, no, not yet. He had a lot on his plate. The empire was broken up into smaller kingdoms, and he needed to unite them all. Meanwhile, Sheikh Jamal got sick and died before he could come back to visit Arnold. When Arnold became king, he was all about uniting the empire under one ruler. The last time we heard about Arnold, he was just chilling with his son Rashed al-Din, talking about how Arnold would become a big deal someday. You, Arnold, fearless, remind T.T. Kluk-Tema about that promise he made to you. Some years later, when T.T. Kluk-Temur was Loki won the empire of his fathers, Rashed al-Din hit up the camp of the Khan to get it in for his pop's last wishes. But no cap, he couldn't even get a spot with the Khan. He tried every angle, though, and came up with this fire plan. One day, early morning, he started chanting the call to prayers, right outside the Khan's tent. The prince was hella annoyed that he got woken up like that, so he ordered Rashed al-Din to come through for Rashed al-Din with the T and told T. Kluk Khan about his pop's message. T. Kluk Khan wasn't even mad at Arnold no more, 'cause he knew he gave that promise but never followed up. He was all like, now you're welcome. Then T.T. Kluk Khan professed his faith and became a Muslim, period. The sun of good vibes rose up on that day, and it erased the dark night of being non-believers. They decided to interview the princes one by one, and if they accepted Islam, they were good, but if they didn't, they'd get salted like heathens and idolaters. First up was a noble named Amar T. who was low-key hiding his Muslim faith from T.T. Kluk Khan. But when he got in front of him, he broke down and said he converted 3 years ago, but was too scared to rock the boat. T.T. Kluk Khan was all good, though, and they vibed together. They kept it going with the other princes, and everyone accepted Islam except for one dude named Jas, who tried to get out of it by proposing a strength test against this prehuman infightal dude. The sheikh was like, I got you, but T.T. Kluk Khan and the others were all trying to stop him. Anyway, the crowd showed up, the infidel dude came in, and they went at each other. The sheikh looked tiny compared to the dude's massive frame, but then he hit him hard in the chest, and the dude went down for real. He got back up, crying and spewing out Muslim phrases, and the whole crowd went wild. On that day, 160,000 people got saved from unbelief and became Muslims. No joke. Arnold cut off his head hair and became a Muslim, fam. He got circumcised and Islam totally converted him. Bruh. Now Islam is low-key the main faith in the settled areas under Chagate's Squad 774. But like some nomad Mongols remained hella skeptical about adopting Islam till the 15th century, because Muhammad Khan was all about that conversion life 775. Muhammad Khan was a baller prince and a good Muslim for real. He kept it lit with justice and equity, and he didn't stop until most of the Mongols were riding with Islam, you feel. But he got hella harsh, too. Like, if someone wasn't rocking that turban life, they'd get a horseshoe nail in their dome. No cap 776. Even that wasn't enough to make all the Mongols believers, though, cause Isiquewala was still out here spreading Islam like 12 years after the fact, 778. Isiquewala worked some magic with the Kyrgyz and Kazakhs, converting 180 folks, and wrecking 18 idol temples, what a boss 779. But it took some time for Islam to come back strong. Fam, it was like depressed for over a century after the Mongols destroyed their culture vibes. It was all about the struggle between Muslims and other faiths, but politickery played a major role in Muslim favor, and Western Christianity got shaded as foreign agents 780. There were some Nestorian Mongols who could have been the OGs of the Nation Party, but Ahmad Takhtad was all about following the Arab route, which none of his ancestors did, so he got roasted by Argan 781. But Islam still managed to gain ground in the lands where it was dispossessed. We just don't know all the deets. Fam Yaz. Arnold has been low, key recorded to show some of the groups that were hella into proselytizing and got people converted. Nanda was like same energy with Islam when he drank it from his foster mom's milk 782, and the old Muslim families who lived next to the Mongols had a major impact on them. But for real, the influence of the Pipa spiritual guide and their disciples was hella important. After the Mongol conquest, Muslims were all about that mysticism life, and the pair helped them find new fire and get hyped again. The Muslim in Asia became like a squad member at first, just chillin', but later getting low. He woke to the party of their national faith against the Mongols, who were all about that foreign, barbaric, secular vibe. 783. Now let's get back to the history of Islam in the Golden Horde. The Mongols set up camp on this grassy plain near Volga River, and they built Sarai as their capital city. 784 Russian princes would send tribute to the Khan. Baraka Khan got converted, which we talked about before, and the connections with Egypt later on helped Islam grow. He was like the first Muslim in the Golden Horde, and others started following his lead. But some tribes were all, "No, we don't want to be Muslim," and they sent their crown to Ilegug instead of Baraka Khan. They didn't want him being all high and mighty because of Islam. This was so wild that it made the Noga separate tribe. 785, they got their name from this dude Nogi, who was like the real boss under Baraka Khan. When other princes joined the Golden Horde, some became Muslims, but not Nogi. He stayed a shamanist and became a thing who didn't want to leave their old ways behind. His wife got converted to Islam later on, but she had to deal with her husband's shade after that Yayas. Arnold was hella into this. Faith he followed with all his heart, and it's super clear that he put in the work to get it solidified in the country under his control. Another fire sign of his influence is that the Azbeks in Central Asia got their name from him and were probably low, converted during his reign. He was like, I'm going to spread this Islam vibe all over Russia. But Tib, he didn't get much traction. The Mongols were the real deal in Russia for 2 centuries, but they didn't really mess with the people's religion at all. And even though Arnold was all about spreading his own faith, Uzbek Khan was super chill towards his Christian subjects. They got to keep doing their thing without getting hella salty from him. One of the most iconic docs of Mohammedan tolerance is the charter Arnold gave to Metropolitan Peter in 1333. By the will and power, greatness and mercy of the high God, Arnold is giving all our princes, big and small, etc., etc. Let no one disrespect the Metropolitan Church led by Peter or his squad. Let no one take their property, goods or peeps. No one touch their ecclesiastical matters, fam. Whoever does that, they'll be hella guilty in God's eyes and get punished with death. Let Metropolitan Peter live his best life and rejoice with a just an upright heart. Let him make decisions for the church without any drama. We're hella serious about not messing with the church or its people. We won't touch their lands, vineyards, mills, cattle quarters, or any of that real estate. Let's keep it peaceful and chill, fam. Whoever messes with anything sacred will be hella shook. They'll incur God's wrath and get the death penalty so others can fear them. When we want to tax our subjects, let's not take a dime from the cathedral churches under Metropolitan Peter or his clergy. Whatever we do, it's got to be tripled back to them. Their laws, churches, monasteries, and chapels are hella respected. Whoever disses this faith will get roasted. Loki, Arnold can't just ghost, and ever he's ghost out when he's Loki got to deal with some drama. But for real, if he's living at the same table as some priest or deacon fams, they're going to get the same perks. 787 Pope John XE was hella grateful to the Muslim prince. Arnold sent some favors his way in 1318 and showed them love to his Christian subjects. It's a whole vibe how the Muslim prince was all about spreading Islam, like it was going out of style, but his successors were straight up ghosting on that. As long as the Russians were paying their taxes, they were free to do them as they pleased, and Christianity had become super intertwined with Russian life. It's wild how Christianity had been the national religion for like 300 years before Mongols even set foot in Russia. And before that, Muslim Bulgarians tried to convert Vladimir, but it didn't go down smooth. They couldn't get past the whole circumcision thing. Jews from the Khazars tried too, and Vladimir was all like, Jerusalem, and then threw them out cause they were straight up cursed by God anyway. Then there's that Greek priest who dropped some knowledge like a boss and explained Christian theology to Vladimir. It was fighter was low. Vladimir hyped about getting into paradise and all that, but he knew some shady PPL were going to be salty about it. And so he's like, hey, I'm going to get baptized. But his boy Vladimir is all, hold up, let's not make no rash decision. He calls a meet with his boyards and they're all, yo, Prince, we got opinions on this whole Christianity vibe. They're all, dude, every person is going to be like, my religion is the best, so you need to send some wise homies out there to find the real deal. So Vladimir's all right, let's get these ambassadors out there and see what they found out. And they're like, we visited Bulgaria and it was hella gloomy. The Germans had some basic ceremonies going on. But when we got to Constantinople, it was a whole different story. They took Vladimir to this church called Santa Sofia, and the patriarch is all decked out in his fancy robes, celebrating Mass like it's nobody's business. Vladimir's all, this is some next level stuff. And the ambassadors are all, yo, we gotta get back to Prince Vladimir and tell him what we found. And they're low-key dissing on the prophet's religion and the Roman Catholics. But they're hyped about the Greek church. they're like, we've got a sweet spot here, fam. So Vladimir's thinking, you know what? I'm going to go with this Greek church vibe. He consults his boyards again, and they're all, had Olga not gotten into this faith, she wouldn't have been so wise. So Vladimir's like, peace out, paganism, and he gets baptized in AD 988. The next day, he's all, I'm going to take down these idols my forefathers worshipped. And then he issues a decree for all Russians to get baptized into the Christian faith. And that's how Christianity became the main religion of Russia, fam. It even kept the Russian people from adopting Islam because of those laws on spirituous liquors. So like Arnold, right? So there's this thing about how Russians got into Islam, bruh. It's hella late until 1905 when they start getting all tolerant and Muslim propaganda is popping, fam. Then people from Russia actually start converting to Islam, and it's mostly cause of the Benjamins. Tatars were offering some serious cash and promise of freedom if they just copped to the faith. Like before that, Tatars in Russia weren't exactly slipping, but they were still trying to spread Islam around, no cap. People think they absorbed all these Greek and Italian folks from Crimea into their crew. And then there's this mix of indigenous and Genoese vibes going on too. Word on the street is that Tatars in Crimea was trying to convert slaves to Islam like 300 years ago, offering freedom if they just chill with the Prophet. And after all that freedom stuff came out in 1905, there's these conversion cases from the Tatars of Crimea too. There's also this crew of Tatars in Lithuania, settling since the 15th century, but they're low-key keeping it Muslim, even though they're surrounded by Christians. They don't try to proselytize, fam, but they do marry Lithuanian and Polish women, making all their Muslim kids from day one. Some random stuff about Kyrgyz Central Asia conversion, where Tatar moles were preaching Islam in the 18th century on behalf of Russia. It's wild because Russians thought they were basically the same as Tatars of Volga, but nope. Also, like some Russian government misunderstanding that Kyrgyz weren't even Muslim back then. Bruh. So like Arnold, right? The Kyrgyz steppes, Aka, the most lit place ever, were all about getting down with Islam after they thought the Russians were all, were Muslim too, bruh. Russia was low, key trying to convert them. Okay. They gave a lot of cash for mosque and had moles come through to teach the youngins about the tenets of Muslim faith. Like, Kyrgyz scholars got daily sea stipends to support themselves on, and if the dads weren't down with sending their kids to school, they'd be all, presents and stuff. It's hella clear that Muslim propaganda was straight from the Russia, because it was those Kyrgyz who were closest to Europe who got converted first. Meanwhile, old shamanism was still going strong in the 19th century among those who lived near Khiva, Bukhara, and Kokand. These places had been Muslim for centuries, but like the Russians were trying to force Christianity on their Muslim subjects in Europe too. By the start of the 19th century, many Kyrgyz still hadn't converted to Islam, so they asked Russia for permission to send a Christian mission to M. But, like no dice, Russia was all, they're too wild and savage. But then other missionaries came through, not getting approval from any government, and they were all about spreading the gospel. They won over the whole Kyrgyz tribe to Islam, and it's a real turn-up. After the Russians took over Kazan in the 16th century, they started a Christian mission movement, but it was all kind of rocky. The clergy didn't speak the local language, so they messed up with their converts. When that happened, the government was all, here, we gotta fix this. They ordered officials to chill out and not be too harsh on the new converts. But then they tried again in the 18th century, and Catherine I in 1778 was all about getting those new converts to sign up for Islam. Yayas like Arnold, they were low-key Christians on paper, but in reality they were hella Muslim fam, trying to escape the Orthodox Church's propaganda vibes. We got baptized, we're Christians, but really they were just using it as a stepping stone to get into the prophet squad. It's wild that when you look at their baptism records, they're supposed to be Christians, but in reality, they were always Muslim at heart. They resisted all the efforts to make Christianity real for them, which is like super relatable if you ask me. But then in the late 1800s, the Russians were all, hey, let's build schools and stuff, trying to win over the younger generation. Some prof said, we can't win the whole city of Kazan, but we can get some of those village folk on our side. And it was true because they could brainwash them into being Christian from a young age. But then there were laws made you lose all your civil rights if you left the Orthodox Church or converted to Islam. It's crazy though, because even with all these edicts and stuff, Muslim propaganda just kept winning over villages in northeastern Russia. The town of Kazan was like a hub for all this missionary activity, and they were printing out all sorts of Islamic publications. The clergy of the Orthodox Church was all, oh no, what's happening to our Christian Tatars? But the Muslim preachers were all, peace out. We got this. And since that edict, toleration in 1905, there have been some major mass conversions, like 9 families in a Tamaki Muslim in 1909, and over 53,000 people went from Christian to Muslim between 1906 and 1910. Yes, Arnold, the Muslim society, is hella successful because they got a higher moral level, and people are all about solidarity. Also, the Russian clergy and government are trying to make those Christian Tatars more orthodox, but it's actually making the Christian faith super unpopular. On the other hand, Islam is low. It in terms of propaganda, they're like, every untaught Muslim is a missionary, and poor tribes can't resist their vibes. It's wild 'cause even baptized Aborigines are leaving their villages to work in Muslim villages and getting converted to Islam. And then they go back home as fanatics with all these new ideas to spread. The Wojciaks and Cheremis are the ones who got influenced by this movement, and it's still growing among both Christians and heathens. The Cheremis people, who are Finnish tribes, are like a quarter still heathen, but many have already jumped ship and became Muslims. It's probably that most of them will follow suit soon. This movement started showing up in the 19th century, even among those who were nominally Christian. Whole villages were getting all about Mohammedan faith, despite the laws saying they could only convert to Orthodox. It's all about them intermarrying, fam. They'd meet some Bashkirs and Tatars, marry and then adopt their faith. Sometimes they'd even get persecuted in their own village, so they'd move to a new spot, find some rich Bashkir homies who helped them out, and then they'd build a new mosque. It's like the process was repeating itself all over again. In other villages, there was this defo missionary movement, like in Karakul village where Christian Cheremis got converted to Islam by a local mole. Then they moved away to Tatar and Bashkir villages and became part of the community. Now it's like a whole village is practically few youngins with few still holding on to their Christian faith. Yeah, it's like Arnold. So there's still some odd cheremists trying to keep it real, their own language stuff. But they're low-key intermarrying you taters, you feel. And it's not just about chillin', 'cause Tatar influence is hella spread across the Cheremist land, too. They're all about that Islam life now, and if you ain't rocking the Tatar style, you'll get roasted by the squad. So, like, after they got converted, they went ham on spreading their new faith, got some serious support from wealthy Tatars. But TB Russians are all salty about the Cheremists, and they're all like, you're a no good heathen, to those still trying to keep it secular. And like about 14 of the Cheremists are still trying to stay woke with their old ways, but Tatar Muslim vibes are getting stronger by the minute. It's prob's going to be a full-on switch to Islam in no time. Meanwhile, over in Chuvash land, they're all about getting baptized stuff. There's still some holdouts, but even they're feeling the vibe of Islam. Like one Christian Chuvash priest was all about collecting dough for his church, and then like 8 families just converted to Islam in a hot second. Talk about a swift conversion. And Muslim propaganda is low-key doing a lot of good right now. They're offering up resources, support to families who accept Islam, and it's all about building community, making a difference. Now, let's get into Siberia for a sec. It's like this region was still trying to figure out its Islam life until the 16th century, but even back then, Muslim missionaries were getting to the party. They risked their lives trying to spread the word, and some of didn't make it, they became martyrs or whatever. But when Siberia got under Muslim rule, this Og Sheikh found the graves of these missionaries and was all about keeping their memory alive. He even remembered their names. It's a real tea moment, fam. Last century, their memory was straight fire for the Tats in Siberia. Bro 889 when Arnold became the Khan of Siberia, like around 1570. He was low-key trying to convert his people and got missionaries from Bukhara to help him out 820. One of those missionaries had a major key to share about how he went on a mission with his homie to the capital of Ayan, Eldi's kingdom on the Irtish River. Anyway, after 2 years, his homie died, and he went back for some reason that ain't mentioned in the book 821. But then he came back again with another coadjutor. When Arnold was all send more help to Bukhara 822, there were other missionaries from Kazan too, but the Russians came through and shut down the proselytizing efforts real quick. Some of the tribes under ARLD's rule was like, nope to conversion, though. But the progress of Islam wasn't stopped, fam. Mulls from Bukhara and other cities in Central Asia were always low-key spreading the word in Siberia, even though it got interrupted by the Russians 823 in 1745. They finally made it into the Baraba Tatars' lives, and now most of them are Muslims. The Kyrgyz conversion is a major key too, but other tribes' histories are kind of sketchy, so their conversions prob happened recently, you feel. So like Arnold, we got to talk about how Islam came into play in India, right? Like during all that brutal stuff with Mahmud of Gazan and Aurangzeb, but also with the people who were all about the peace vibes, you feel there's these 66 million Indian Musalmans, and a ton of them are converts or have descendants of converts who didn't even need force to switch up their faith, you know. It's like they just vibe with the missionaries and stuff. This group is super distinct from the ones who were forced into it, and also all the other mixed up elements that make up Muslim India, no cap. So basically, you got your foreign-born Muslims who brought Islam to the table when they came over from other parts of the world, like the northwest frontier, right? then you got these dudes who were part of the royal courts and armies back in the day, mostly in Upper India and the Deccan. And lastly, you got these Arab settlers on the west coast, probably descended from sailors or whatever. But here's the thing, most Muslim Indians aren't actually foreign born. They're all about being local converts or descendants of converts who just kind of found their own way to Islam, you know. It's like some people had more official pressure put on them or whatever, but a lot of others just got with it on their own. Anyway, the history of how Muslim came to India is super underdocumented, and most of the books out there just talk about wars and princes and stuff. But if you look at some of these Muslim saints' biographies and local legends, you can catch a glimpse of what was going down with all that missionary work. Before we get into that, though, I got to give you the lowdown on how Islam got spread through official channels and which rulers were all about it. So like after the Prophet's death, Arnold, there were these Arab expeditions going into Sind, and it was all good till the 18th century, They brought all these Muslim invaders with them from northwest. Some of them started kingdoms that still exist today, but none of them had no missionaries or preachers coming along for the ride. It's not like they didn't care about their faith, though. To a lot of them, it was like a holy war when they came into India. Mamd of Ghazan Timar Wallo, key obsessed with this, though. Like Tama, after he took Delhi, writes something crazy in his autobiography. I was at Delhi for 15 days, just vim holden royal courts and throwing wild feasts. Then I'm like, wait a minute. I came to India to war against infidels. And my whole life has been blessed, bro. I've won every battle. I've killed thousands of infidels and idolaters. It's all good, though. A26, but for real, though, his proselyting sword was just a fancy way of saying he was sending them to hell. Most Muslim invaders were doing the same thing in the name of Allah. They'd just destroy temples and mosques while building new ones. It's true that they usually offered Islam first before attacking, but sometimes fear would kick in and people would convert on the spot, only for it to not last after they left. Like this dude Hardatta, he was a Rertoz of Bulan Shah, and his story is wild. So Mamd comes to Baba, Hardatta's fort, and he's all shook up because the Muslims are coming for him. He's like, got to convert to Islam or I'm dead. Arnold had them low-key freak out for a sec, and then he was all about getting 10,000 men to come through with him. They were hella into conversion and straight up rejecting idols, you feel. AD 29, these new converts probably took the earliest chance to switch sides when Arnold's crew retreated from conquering. It's like they knew that was an easy way out. The early Muslim historians in India would always be talking about how other conquerors kept them down. Adra 30, like back in 1193, Chaldean Bake went up against Baran and got totally shut down by Chandrasen, who was a direct descendant of Hardatta and had that Hindu vibe going on for real. Nobody else was left under his rule, no cap. 8031, these conquerors were all about the hustle, found they weren't really in converting people to Islam like true missionaries do. They were more about collecting tributes than doing actual conversion work, you know? The Kiljas 1299 Tolaks 12 and Lotus 1405 1526 were all super busy fighting each other to pay attention to religion, or they just wanted the Benjamins. A32, but for real, some of them did have that Muslim zeal, like the Gokhars in the North Pambu, who got converted by Muhammad Jur at the end of the 12th century. Their chieftain got taken captive and Arnold's crew convinced him to cop Islam, and then they sent him back to convert his squad, many of whom were already into other stuff, but easily got turned. 8033, according to Ibn Ba, the Khiljays made conversion look fire by giving new converts a sick welcome party. They'd present them to the Sultan in a dope robe and give Yem some legit gold jewelry as a gift. 834, but Arnold's crew from back then were hella chill when it came to proselytizing. They didn't really care about converting people like Forzi Shat Tughlaq did. He was all about encouraging his Hindu subjects to cop Islam and get some tax breaks. People started showing up left and right from all over, and they got accepted into the fold, got their jizya exemption, and even got some free stuff as gifts. 835, as Arnold's crew solidified their power, especially under the Mughal dynasty, Islamic vibes became way more permanent and persistent. You can still see that influence in Hindu theistic movements from the 15th and 16th centuries, and Bishop Lefroy thought it was all because of Yas. So like Arnold, right? When Muslim teaching was fire and all that, it attracted people who were low, key dissatisfied with how vague pantheistic thought was. Like, when Islam came into conflict with pantheism, it was obvious that Islam would win out and bring some real change to the game, you feel. It's like Muslims were all, hey, we're onto something here. And other people were all, hold up, let me see what you've got. So, when people were already part of the Muslim course and stuff, they'd be like, I gotta convert or else I'm getting left behind. And for real, some Hindu rulers would show respect to other faiths and even give them some state cash. But, at the same time, there was this fear of being super unpopular and not wanting to rock the boat too hard. Anyway, some Rajputs got converted to Islam because of these motives, whatever that means, and their descendants are still around today doing their thing. One legend says that Tilok Chand, a dude from the Bhagoti clan, became Muslim because he was all, hey, I want to be free, after getting caught by this Emperor Bitobar dude. These converted Rajputs are super into Islam now, but sometimes they're still like, hold up, I'm Hindu too. Like in Bulandshahr, there's this one family that's Muslim, but they still do all their old Hindu stuff, and it's wild. In Mirzapur, the Gahawara Rajputs are Muslims, but they still keep all these Hindu laws and customs going on. It's like they're trying to balance both worlds or something. And for real, Aurangzeb was all about putting pressure on the Hindus, but it didn't really work out too well for him. Arnold was all about changing it up religiously, bruh. Like in Gurgaon, near Delhi, there's a Hindu family of Banias who are still repping the Sheikh title, even though one of their family members was forced to convert because they wanted to save their family's props from getting taken away. In Kanpur, lots of Rajput landowners got forced into Islam too, because they didn't want to lose their lands. And in some cases, families had to send their ancestors as prisoners to Delhi, and then they were all like, peace out, and converted. But it's hella important to note that these forced conversions ain't mentioned in no historical books about Aurangzeb's reign. It's defo known that Muslim rulers did this kind of thing, though. And because of how much he cared about Islam, people from northern India are all like, yes, we converted because of you, Arnold. Similarly, in the Deccan region, there were other Muslim rulers who were all about forcible conversions too. Like Tepstav Sultan was totes into it, and he even made a proclamation to the people of Malabar saying they got to change their ways or face the wrath. this proclamation was hella stirring stuff and got everyone in Malabar all up in arms. But like Tepju Sultan had an army of over 20k men, and he was low-key threatening to bring them under Islam if they didn't shape up their sinful ways. Yes, so like Islam was all about trying to burn down Hindu houses and stuff and make them convert, but like most Hindus were all no thank you and went back to their old ways. So by 1790, the British army was all over Malabar and had destroyed the last bit of Tep Sultan's power. And like, even though some Muslim rulers tried to force people to convert, it didn't really work out for them because they were still super minority in places like Delhi and Agra. Like in Delhi, Muslims only made like 10 of the population or whatever. There was this one dude, Arnold, who was all, I'll become Muslim. But his wife was all, no way, you're going back to being Hindu. And she was like actually loved by their subjects and stuff. So she got to run the kingdom until her son came of age. That's some real tea. So there were these Hindus called Bishnois who used to be super into Muslim customs, but then they realized it wasn't really them you feel. They were all just stick with our Hindu ways, thanks. But like there was this one dude who got in trouble for killing a Muslim judge and was all whole, no, I need to convert or else. And he became Muhammad Salam. But like his wife still didn't let him into the castle, so that's pretty wild. Anyway, it turns out that Islam only really took off when Muslim rulers had less power, and they were able to make more converts in places like southern India and eastern Bengal. So, like, we're going to go over some of their missionary efforts and stuff, and starting with southern India, and then moving on to other places. Yayas. So there's this low-key famous dude, Arnold, but we don't really know that much about him. So when it comes to these missionaries who came to India, not much is recorded except for their names and what they were doing in the area. So Islam first showed up in South India, like way back in the 8th century when a crew of refugees from Iraq came through and settled in the country. These refugees are like super important because they're the OGs of Mapilas, which is where people from India trace their ancestry. The whole spice trade thing between India and Europe was hella popular for hundreds of years, and it brought all these Muslim traders from Arabia and Persia to the west coast of southern India. These Muslim dudes were vibin with the Hindu rulers, and they got along super friendly. The Hindus gave them protection and sponsorship because they brought in some extra cash and prosperity. The Muslim traders could even proselytize like it was nothing, and they treated all these local converts the same as their foreign business partners. It's wild, right? So there's this tradition that says the first missionaries to India came on a pilgrimage from Ceylon, which is now Sri Lanka. They were on a mission to check out Adam's footprints or whatever. Anyway, when they got back, they went to this king in Malabar, and he was all about it. He converted to Islam and wanted them to come back and spread the faith in his kingdom. But then the king gets sick and dies. But before he goes, he tells his friends not to abandon their mission and gives them letters of rec that make it easier for them to get around. So the leader of the crew, Sheikh Sharaf B, Pilak and his squad sail back to Malabar, where they're welcomed with open arms, literally. The king gives them land to build a mosque on. Yes, so like Arnold was low, key chillin' in Malabar. But then his bro Emta like B. Habib was all about spreading the Islam love and building mosques everywhere. He's like, hey, I'ma hit up Quillen with my squad and my wife, and we're going to build a mosque, no cap. And then he's all over H.L. doing the same thing. So, like Arnold's bro, M to like B. A BB is building mosque left and right, and people are low-key vibbing with him. He's all about that mosque life. And he's back in Cranganore feeling blessed 'cause Islam is lit. Now, like, you might be wondering if this whole thing is real or not, but ek, fam. It's all pretty circumstantial. Some people think it could have happened way back when the Prophet was still chilling, but others are like, nah, it couldn't have been that old. But for real, there's no one size fits all answer, and we can't even trust the Mappilla tradition about a Hindu king's tomb in Arabia. And oh yeah, there's this mosque in Madhya that's got an inscription dating back to 1124. Anyway, like, it's clear that Arnold's bro M like B, a babe, was all about spreading the love and keeping it peaceful. He was cool with Arab merchants and theologians coming in and doing their thing. The Zamorin of Calicut was all about encouraging conversions so he could get his Arab ships on a regular basis. You feel? Arnold. Bruh. So there's this Zamorin dude from Calicut, right? He got a vibe from the Tamrid Shekhar Rukbauder in 1441, like 1,000 years ago. The Tamrid was all, send an ambassador to Zamorin to invite him to join Islam. And Arnold's the one they chose for the task, but he ends up getting ghosted by the Zamorin and has to roll back to Kursan after 3 years. Anyway, Arnold meets up with some other Muslim community in India called Ravutans. They're all about the Islamic vibes, and they say their conversion was all thanks to missionaries like Sayyid Natha Shah. Dude was super famous, traveled around Arabia and Persia, and then settled down in Trichinopoly. He converted a ton of Hindus to Islam, and now his tomb is a major pilgrimage spot. There's also this other dude, Sayyid Abraham Shad. He was like a total boss, led an expedition into the Pandyan kingdom, and then got killed. But his son got a free pass from the king, and he still lives on land that was granted to him. It's all pretty lit. Lastly, there's Shet al-Amd. He was born in northern India, spent most of his life traveling around southern India, visiting holy sites and preaching about Islam. He finally settled down in Nagaur, where his family still takes care of his tomb. Oh, and then there's the Dudeculus. They're all about cotton cleaning and fabric weaving, but they say their conversion was thanks to B. Abu Fakr al-Dan. Legend has it that he was once a king from Su Stun, became a religious dude, and got invited by the Prophet himself to come to India. He met up with Sayyid Natha Shah, and then, well, you get the idea. Arnold was low-key sent on a mission by his disciple with 200 religious dudes to spread Islam. The tea goes that they finally chill at Penukonda near a Hindu temple where the Raja of the area was hella salty about it. But instead of getting aggressive, he had them do some tests to see if Arnold's dude or his own priest was way more spiritual. As a final test, he had them both tied up in bags filled with lime and tossed into tanks. The Hindu priest never popped back up, but Bhai Fakr al-Dan was all "my faith is fire" and got miraculously lifted to a hill outside the town. The Raja got converted to Islam, and his squad was all about it, and soon the whole neighborhood was Muslim, and the temple became a mosque. It's not like Islam in southern India has always been super peaceful, though. When Adar Al and Tepyo Soln took over, they were low-key forcing Hindus to convert, which is whack. But for real, though, people from lower castes have been getting into Islam through peaceful means for centuries, and it's still happening today with the Tyans, Mukuvans, and Cheramans, these dudes are all about deliverance from the Hindu system. Sometimes you'll find Nayars or native Christians coming over too. In Panani, there's this one place called Minat al Islam Sab, where converts come to learn about Islam and get some financial help. Over the course of 3 years in the 20th century, I got like 750 new converts. It's wild, but Muslim communities on the West Coast are all about blending in with the locals. They're basically indistinguishable from Hindus now, except for some nobles who still keep it real as non-Hindus. Most Muslims have shed that foreign vibe and are just chillin' like an Aboriginal dude. I'm low-key worried about the Arnold fam's approach. Similar situations are totes going to pop up everywhere else, right? So, and it's wild that Muslim peeps are low-key taking over these lower castes and escaping that trash oppression, then rising through the ranks in a major way. The Mapillas on the West Coast are getting so lit by absorbing people from the lower classes of Hindus. They might just become the majority in like a few years. It's probs from Malabar where Islam started spreading to Laccadive and Maldive Islands, which are now all Muslim. Bruh. These islands peeps went Muslim cause Arab and Persian merchants came in and started chilling, intermarrying with the locals and just smoothing out the path for proselytism, you feel. The first Muslim sultan of the Maldive Islands, Hamad Shangazar, is said to have converted around 200 AD, but it's possible they were already Muslim wake in like the 900s or something. We just don't have the deets on that. At Amelva, there's this tomb of Sheikh Waido Saf Shams al-Dan, who was from Persia and was a straight-up Islam missionary. His tomb is still hella revered, and it's always kept in good shape. There are also other peeps buried there who came to find him and ended up staying in the Maldives till they died. The Laccadive Islands got their Islam vibes from this Arab preacher named Mumba Mulyaka. His tomb is still out here at Androth, and some dude claims he's 26th in line from that Og. So like, maybe he showed up in the 1200s or something. The Deccan region was low-key the spot for Muslim missionaries to slay. Arab traders have been in the area since forever, and by the 1000s they were basically living there and getting married to locals, living under their own laws and religion. When these Muslim dynasties came in the Bomanids and BGPA Peraz, they gave a fresh boost to Arab immigration. And with the traders and soldiers of fortune came the missionaries trying to spread Islam and win over non-believers with their preaching and example. We don't got no record of forcible conversions under these early Deccan dynasties, 'cause they were all about that tolerance life. One of these peeps was actually a major player in spreading Islam. It's been known for ages that Arab preachers like Arnold were toting up to the Deccan since 1304, for trying to spread the word. There's this one dude, Parhat Mahakamd Yat, who was low-key converting Jains in Bijapur, and they're still repping him to this day. Later, a famous saint named Sayyid Muhammad Jasdaz from Gulbarga started spreading the love of Islam in Pune, and then Belgaum got hit with some success too. About 20 years after that, another dude named Sayyid Abel Qutajan Jalan came to Western India and was like, "Peace out, idols." He died and got buried at Dahanu, but his fam is still vibing with the saint's energy. In Dawa, there are these weavers who are all about Echushim per Gujati, a religious teacher for Ibrahim, to Dil Shat-A. They converted like 100 years ago and still got respect for the dude and his fam. Then there's this other saint, Sheikh Mohammed Toddiq Samast Hussain, who was all about converting folks in Nasik. He came from Medina in 1568 and was like a total pro at spreading Islam. Another dude, Kojak Kamer Husseina, was also repping the Muslim vibe in Nasik before him. We got these other Arab missionaries too, like Sayyid Muhammad B, Sayyid Al, and Sayyid Umar Idris Bashban, who were going hard in Belgaum. And then there's the whole Multan situation. It was a major hub for Islam way back when Muhammad B. Qum took over Sindh. It said that people from Eswandari got all about Islam after Muhammad B. Qasim came through, and they even got quarter. The Arabs were all cool with the locals following their own religions as long as they submitted to him. Even in Brahmanim Bede, where the city got taken by storm, the people were allowed to fix up their temple, and nobody was forced to give up their faith. As Arnold, like in the late 9th century, the caliphate was low-key disintegrating, and Sen got all divided between some petty princes, right? The Rez of Multan and Mansure were like super powerful, but it was also making the Musalmans weak, fam. They were already starting to decline earlier in the century, but then things got even worse. Like during all Mutaim's reign in Adi, Adrian III in 384 too, the Indians of Send were all, hey, we're independent now. But they kept it peaceful with the Musalmans and didn't touch their mosque vibes. The Rez of Multan were low-key killing the game by keeping themselves from being conquered by those Hindu princes. But here's the thing, Arnold, Islam was still getting some major wins even when things were going down for the caliphate. Al-Baldur told a story about this king of Yusuf who converted to Islam after some Muslims came through and shared the truth with him. It's wild, but like Muslim traders were super influential in spreading the word to those Hindu communities. They built mosques, lived their best lives under native princes, and even had their own laws, no cap. These traders were like, hey, we got China and Ceylon goods to sell, let's get this commerce going. And they connected Sindh to India and the outside world. It wouldn't be weird if these Muslim traders failed to spread the love. Arnold. Their influence probably had a lot to do with the Samas ruling over Sindh for like 170 years AD 1351 1521. Nanda B. Binia was all about that peace and security life, never fought anyone. Fam. Yaz. So like Arnold is low-key known for being all about justice and getting more people to cop Islam, you feel? This increase in the Muslim population couldn't have happened if it wasn't for them peaceful missionary vibes. One of the most iconic missionaries, Sayyid Yusuf al-Din, was